Reincarnation Paradise, Chapter 151. Running on the street, Susiao was getting closer to the Titan, which had been formed from Aaron. Suddenly, there was a black shadow in front of him. Susiao stopped immediately and stared at the figure wearing a black cloak. "Brother, do you want to buy something good?" The voice of the man with hood was a bit nasty, giving Susiao a feeling as if he'd been asked, "Brother, do you want to buy a CD?" "I won't buy anything, don't block my way." He did not know the person's background, so Susiao got ready to move forward. "Don't be nervous, I am from the Black Yacht Chamber of Commerce. I don't know if you've heard of us." Susiao had indeed heard about the Black Yacht Chamber of Commerce, a group of workers who dared to take risks, specializing in doing business in the derivative worlds. Susiao grasped his sword and rushed forward, smashing it on the hooded man, who did not even attempt to dodge. Ding! A crisp sound came. "You are attacking a neutral worker, the other party has lost 1 point of absolute armor, 5 points of absolute armor remaining." Yes, this guy was indeed a worker of Black Yacht Chamber of Commerce. It was said that this group of merchants had spent a lot of money developing some kind of energy armor. They had 6 points of absolute armor, but when wearing this armor, they could not attack at all. The reason why it was said that the Black Yacht Chamber of Commerce took risks was because these merchants often appeared in the derivative worlds and sold goods or supplies to the contractors at high prices. The contractors called them black merchants, but normal contractors would not kill them. The Black Yacht Chamber of Commerce had a rule, stating that all contractors who killed their members would never be traded with again. This was not the most important thing. These merchants would offer bounties in the Reincarnation Paradise. They would declare an offending contractor wanted and show the person's number in public. It was said that they had opened a contract on a LV.9 contractor worth 180,000 Paradise coins. The end of that contractor could be imagined. After being cut down by Susiao, this black merchant was not mad at all. This was a legit way to prove their identity after all. "Guest, do you want to buy equipment, items, or supplies?" The attitude of the black merchant became enthusiastic. Susiao pondered for a few seconds. The Titan Aaron should not die for now, so he wanted to see if the black merchant had something good. "Do you have a skill scroll for the 3D maneuver gear? The higher the level, the better." When he heard Susiao's words, the black merchant's eyes widened. "Guest, of course I do, every one of us entering this world needs to carry some." The value of the skill scroll for 3D maneuver gear in the Reincarnation Paradise is not too high, but their number is scarce. Now, the price in this world is double the regular price. The black merchant looked through his storage space and took out a white quality scroll. 3D maneuver gear proficiency leave 10. Temporary skill, will disappear after leaving this world. Quality, white. Type, skill scroll, temporary. Rating, 10. Introduction, after using this scroll, you will have mastered the 3D maneuver gear. Because it is a temporary skill scroll, this skill will disappear after leaving the world. This was a scroll of proficiency level. The technical ability was divided into basic, proficiency, specialization, master, and so on. The proficiency level was much better than the base level, and the skills acquired after using the scroll was leave 10. Even so, this scroll was only a white quality item with a score of 10, and the temporary attribute greatly reduced the value of this scroll. It could only be used in this one world. In the Reincarnation Paradise, the value of this scroll would not exceed 500 Paradise coins, but in the Titan world, the price was not that easy to estimate. Susiao was looking for it in the trading market before he knew that he would enter the Titan world. This thing was too rare for him to find. How much? 10,000 park coins. It really was a black merchant, increasing the price 20 times over. Susiao did not have 10,000 Paradise coins, but this scroll was very valuable in the Titan world. With proficiency in using the 3D maneuver gear, he'd be able to deal with the Titans a whole lot easier. I guess the guest does not have that many paradise coins. This is a very normal situation in the derivative worlds, so we also accept trading goods as payment. The black merchant stopped talking and waited for Susiao to make a choice. Susiao didn't want to be wanted now, and even if he killed the black merchant, he couldn't get a scarlet card. As the reincarnation paradise had notified them before, in this world, contractors would not drop scarlet cards when they died. When Susiao thought of the scarlet card in his mind, he remembered there was a scarlet card in his storage space. He had just opened the one scarlet card and gotten trash, so he did not open another one. Taking out the scarlet card, Susiao wanted to exchange this thing. Scarlet card, I am embarrassed to say this, but the value of the scarlet card is too random. This is a sorcerer's scarlet card. The black merchant's eyes widened. Guest, can I identify it? I don't need the transfer of ownership for that. Susiao handed the scarlet card over, and the black merchant took out an item like a card reader and brushed it with the scarlet card. It is indeed the scarlet card of a sorcerer, from an ice sorcerer, which is rare. I'll give you 1,000 paradise coins. Susiao directly took the scarlet card back and stopped looking at the black merchant. Guest, wait, I was just joking, let's trade, deal. The speed at which the black merchant changed attitudes left Susiao speechless. Susiao did not talk nonsense with him, and immediately used the 3D maneuver gear scroll. You have mastered the 3D maneuver gear to leave 10, this skill will be forgotten after leaving the world. This passive skill can be used after obtaining the 3D maneuver gear. Susiao had a lot of memories appearing in his mind, regarding the structure, use, and maintenance of the 3D maneuver gear. The sudden extra memories left Susiao uncomfortable for 2 seconds, but he quickly recovered. He now had a vague feeling that he could skillfully use a 3D maneuver gear. Temporary skills and permanent skills were not the same. Permanent skills were gradually mastered and would never be forgotten, their use almost like instinct. Temporary skills were just a bunch of memories that flew into the brain, making people feel a little dizzy. Guest, do you want to buy a set of 3D maneuver gear? It's only 300 paradise coins. Susiao shook his head. Only a fool would buy it. The 3D maneuver gear of the Titan world was very easy to get. Just wait for a Titan to invade the city, then take a set from the dead soldiers. Susiao looked at the Titans which invaded the city at the entrance behind him. The native people would fight these Titans soon. In such a complicated situation, it would be better for him to be lazy. He was more of a solo fighter anyways. The more chaos inside the wall, the better, while order was pursued by those adventurous groups. No one defending the front was expected. Even if Susiao had continued holding the battle line, Bloody Rose and Dust would look for ways to avoid the hole from being blocked. Instead of keeping up the effort, it would be better to think of another way. If he hadn't wanted to master the general information about each zone, Susiao would not have guarded it for the whole day. Walking through the building, Susiao quickly arrived near the Titan form of Eren. Roar! The Titan Eren screamed, and a wave of air spread out. Eren had turned into a Titan about 15 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, no lips, and a mouth that spread from ear to ear, revealing 2 rows of flat teeth. He also had a pair of sharp ears, like an elf. Some people called this the Elf Titan, while actually, this was called the Attack Titan. The overall quality of the 9 Titans was relatively better. It was not as sensitive as a female Titan, nor did it have the defense of an armored Titan, nor the power of a colossal Titan. But this kind of Titan had a kind of belief. To pursue freedom and continue on, to fight for freedom, it belonged to the type that was not strong, but good at adapting. Roar! Another roar! Eren had turned into a Titan for the first time, and was apparently irrational, while Mikasa was gliding in front of Eren with a 3D maneuver gear. Looking at the hateful expression on her face, this girl was absolutely going to cut Aaron's neck and stomach to rescue Aaron. If this happened, Mikasa would definitely be desperate after learning the truth, that she would have killed Aaron by herself. Susiao also counted on the Titan Aaron to help him move the stone. After that, whether Aaron died would not matter to him. He had a mission called Shocking Sky and Waves, and its completion rate could only be increased by killing the protagonist. Chapter 152. Die, you damn Titan! Mikasa was gliding through the air, the rope of 3D maneuver gear nailed to the shoulder of Aaron. After spraying more gas from the back of her waist, Mikasa was flying to the nape of Titan Aaron, where the body of Aaron was. If she cut his nape, it would be equivalent to cutting Aaron's head off. Titan Aaron glanced at her and slapped Mikasa away, not recognizing her at all. He had only one idea in his heart, that is, killing all the Titans. Usually, Mikasa could dodge this kind of attack easily, but the aftereffects of the hangover appeared. Mikasa tried adjusting the direction of her body, but bumped into the chimney on a roof with high speed. Boom! Mikasa fell down on the roof, stunned. The sloping roof caused Mikasa to roll down. This house was more than 10 meters high. If Mikasa falls, she will injure heavily. A figure with yellow hair rushed out. The person caught Mikasa's arm. It was Armin. The two fell on a roof. Because the blade in her hand, Mikasa's leg had a deep wound. Mikasa, are you okay? Nothing, there must be something wrong with what we drank yesterday. Mikasa was dizzy because of bumping into the roof. Her face was stained with dust. Boom, bang. Aaron didn't look at Mikasa and Armin. He was walking in the direction of the wall rose. There were many Titans there. Why isn't he interested in me? It's a good opportunity to attack us, and it should be impossible for him not to notice us at this distance. What is going on? The intelligent but immature Armin looked at the Titan that was Aaron with doubts. Aaron was still moving forward. His pace was not fast, but every step took him quite far. He would be in contact with the general Titans in less than 2 minutes. When the ordinary Titans saw Aaron, they strangely ignored the civilians and began to surround Aaron. There were about 5 ordinary Titans, and the highest one was 14 meters tall. There was no pre-fight provocation, or any communication really. Titan Aaron and the ordinary Titans just directly started fighting upon meeting each other. Although Titan Aaron had no real conscious thought, he could remember his ability to fight even subconsciously. Getting into a boxer's stance, Aaron hit a straight fist to a Titan's head. Boom! The huge head was directly punched off, and Aaron's movements continued. He bit the nape of another Titan, and bit down hard, causing the Titan to fall to the ground. How, why, what is happening? Mikasa and Armin were staring at the scene in front of them, stunned. The Titan was actually attacking the other Titans. Susiao observed Titan Aaron battle the Titans from an alley. Aaron's attacks were so fierce, he had to avoid that battle. Fortunately, the Titan's body was huge, and he was not fast. The next problem appeared. He had to make Aaron move the huge stone. Aaron's mental state was very unstable, but Susiao had long considered it. He only needed to wait for further developments to occur. When the Titans invaded the wall, Susiao did not believe that the core inside the wall would sit idly by. Recruits of the training corps appeared in the vicinity incessantly. These recruits were surrounding the Titans when they saw them. Armin, Mikasa, what is going on here? Why did the Titans invade the wall? Didn't the head say that there was no problem? A group of people from the training corps that were with Mikasa arrived at the vicinity of the two. Armin did not know how to explain it. They had guarded firmly yesterday, but the front line was broken early today. At this time, a figure flashed in Armin's mind. The man holding a long sword, killing the Titans with a crushing posture. Did that person lose? The recruits of the training corps could not defeat the Titans, but not long after, a female investigation team member wearing glasses arrived. Something terrible thing happened, those bastards in the military police brigade. Hang Zoe stomped her feet in anger. She was originally sent to the second zone defense line, but she immediately came to the rescue after discovering that another zone was broken. Although Hang Zoe's was not as strong as Levi Ackerman, she knew more about the Titans. She had studied the Titans for many years, with a passion that could almost be called crazy. Of course, that meant she loved to research the body structure of the Titans. Well, there are too many Titans, unless the investigation corps is dispatched on a large scale. What? Hang Zoe's body was stiff. She saw the Titan Eren fighting the other Titans. What is going on here? That Titan is attacking the others. No, I definitely have to capture this Kikoshu, I have to. Hang Zoe's cheeks were flushed, as if she had forgotten that the walrus was broken. You and I will catch the Kikoshu together. Hang Zoe asked a dozen members of the training corps and approached Eren with great momentum. On the street near the battlefield, Susiao quickly rushed in a certain direction. Help, who can help me? The whispered cry for help reached Susiao's ear, and his pace got faster. A member of the training corps, with most of his shoulder bitten off, laid on the ground. Too much blood was under his body. After seeing Susiao, the soldier laughed with a cry. Save me, my injury is not heavy. Susiao squatted in front of the soldier, checking him over and thinking for a while. Are you a doctor? Please save me. Click. Susiao untied the buckle of the person's 3D maneuver gear, and after untying several belts, he took off the person's 3D maneuver gear. After closing his eyes for a while to memorize, Susiao skillfully put the 3D maneuver gear on both sides of his waist. There were two sword handles attached to the 3D maneuver gear. There was a rope at the end of the sword sheaths. Each sheath had a trigger that looked like a handguard. One was to control the jet gas, the other was to eject or tighten the metal rope. Susiao did not intend to use the blades attached to the 3D maneuver gear. They were not sharp enough, and easy to damage. Taking out some tools from his storage space, Susiao simply modified the sword sheaths attached to the 3D maneuver gear. He first tied the two sword sheaths together, then removed the unused decoration, and sawed off the trigger from one of the sheaths. In this way, Susiao could control the 3D maneuver gear with one hand. The short trigger controlled the gas injection, and the long one controlled the metal rope. It should be easy to distinguish. You, what are you doing? Why don't you save me? Are you not a doctor? The wounded person on the ground noticed that Susiao did not intend to save him, but was just using his 3D maneuver gear, and screamed at Susiao. You will die, I suggest you leave your last words with blood. After that, Susiao grasped Dragon Flash in his right hand, and the sword sheath of the 3D maneuver gear in his left hand. Ding! The anchor of the front part of the metal rope was nailed into the outer wall of a high building. Susiao rushed for a few steps, then pressed the trigger to control the gas ejection. A thrusting force came from the back of his waist. Susiao immediately tightened the metal rope, his body rushing towards the sky. Susiao, who was gliding through the air, could not help but smile. This actually felt great. Using the 3D maneuver gear to reach a roof a dozen meters high, Susiao rushed a few more steps, the metal hook lock popped out again, and gas was sprayed. Susiao ran on top of the buildings with high speed. Strong wind was blowing his face, his short hair was waving from the wind. He spent most of his time gliding. After the gliding ended, he ran a few steps on a roof and then resumed gliding. His current speed had increased by at least 30%, maybe even more. The feeling of this kind of high-speed gliding was very refreshing. It didn't take long for Susiao to take a liking to this. This thing was basically making him Spider-Man. After Susiao arrived near Eren, he noticed that the original characters, Hang Zoe, Mikasa, Armin, and others were fighting Eren. Because of the high-intensity exercise, Mikasa's hangover reaction had been relieved a lot, and she was now able to dodge Titan Eren. Mikasa had noticed that this Titan in front of her had eyes that were exactly the same as Eren, and that it had occasional flashes of light in the dark green eyes, the same as Eren. Chapter 153. Roar. The Titan Eren screamed loudly, his fists swayed at Hangzhou and Mikasa. Boom, bang. The surrounding buildings collapsed, smoke and dust rose. It could be seen that Eren did not want to fight against the people surrounding him. His goal were the ordinary Titans in the distance. Try to trap him, be careful not to entangle the ropes of the 3D maneuver gear. Hangzhou screamed. As the captain of the second team of the investigation corps, if she wanted to cut Eren's nape, she could do so easily, since this was the first time Eren changed, and he was not familiar with controlling the Titan. However, Hangzhou wanted to capture Eren alive, and there were no teammates from the investigation corps. Armin and the other recruits were obviously not a lot of help in the battle. Several people were fighting with Eren. They couldn't move Eren, and Eren couldn't catch the people who used the 3D maneuver gear to glide, so Eren let off his anger to the surrounding buildings. Su Xiao dodged sideways to escape some flying tiles, and jumped to a vantage point, to have a better view of the situation of the entire wall rose. In front of the hole in the direction of the first zone, a figure moved. From time to time, there was a silvery white light shining. He couldn't see a Titan, indicating that the defensive line in the first zone was stable. It was the same for the second zone. Fraternity did not let any Titans get into the wall. The third zone, however, had become the main entrance for the Titans, which were gradually spreading within the wall rows. They would completely occupy the third zone in one morning at most. However, before the third zone was occupied, the first and second zone would act. Su Xiao did not believe that they would sit idly by. If they intervened, they would delay the time for the third zone to be occupied. He would have more time to act. Checking the task options of the Reincarnation Paradise, the attack and defense task had now turned red. The third zone have been 13% captured, please set up a defense line as soon as possible. The situation was very optimistic. As long as the occupation of the third zone was below 80%, there was hope for rescue. Looking at a few people who were fighting with Eren, Su Xiao frowned. Things were too slow. He wanted Eren to control the Titan first, at least have him turn into the Titan 2 or 3 times, twice at the least. Since this was the first time for him to change, it was unlikely for him to recover his mind. And seeing Eren's vivid appearance now, he would not get out of the Titan mode for a while. After confirming that there were no contractors around, Su Xiao used the 3D maneuver gear to quickly approach Eren. The hook shot off, and gas was ejected. After a few seconds, Su Xiao arrived nearby. What? Byakuya. Hangzhou, upon seeing Su Xiao, temporarily gave up fighting with Eren and used the 3D maneuver gear to come near Su Xiao. Both feet fell on the roof. Hangzhou rushed for 2 steps to stabilize her body after putting off the hook. Why are you here? Weren't you in prison? What's the food taste in prison? Ha ha ha. It seemed that the identity the Reincarnation Paradise gave Su Xiao was familiar with Hangzhou, and Hangzhou patted Su Xiao on his shoulder with passion. It seemed like they were on good terms, former comrades maybe. Not bad. Where is the team leader, and the other brothers of other investigation corps? Don't get me started, I'm so angry about that. Those dogs of the military police brigade, not enough that they act as watchdogs themselves, but they also forced us to do the same. Hangzhou gnashed her teeth. It seemed that she was very dissatisfied with the military police brigade's ways. Let's not talk about that for now. First, you see that Kikoshu? That thing is amazing. It will attack other Titans. It may be a special kind, or it may be infected with a certain virus. In short, let's capture it first. I will research it to find out why it attacks other Titans. If it is a special kind, it won't be much of an issue, but if it is infected with a certain virus or bacteria, once we extract that kind of thing, we can have the Titans fight against each other. It was no wonder Hangzhou was an expert in the study of Titans. Her first consideration was Aaron's value as a weapon. You want to capture him, I understand. Su Xiao showed up to speed up the process. There was a big stone just 200 meters away, waiting for Titan Aaron to carry it. But if Aaron removed the Titan mode and recognized him, he would immediately smash Aaron's head. Let's go. I finally have a reliable partner. Although these recruits are excellent, they just have too little experience. Puff, puff. The 3D maneuver gear made the sound of a jet bursting, as Su Xiao and Hangzhou rushed at Aaron. You, step back and go to the side, just watch the fight. Hangzhou screamed at Armin and the others, confusing them. After seeing Su Xiao moving forward, Mikasa's eyes were full of anger. Although Mikasa wanted to rush ahead and fight with Su Xiao, the situation didn't allow for that. Mikasa and Armin landed on a rooftop nearby. At this time, there had been many members of the training corps fighting with Aaron. One of the female newcomers was standing near Mikasa. The female newcomer had long yellow hair, which fell over one side of her cheeks, blocking one eye with the long bangs. The tall figure had an indifferent expression on her face. She was Annie Leonhardt. She was a female titan, hiding inside the wall in order to destroy the walls of God and kill all the humans inside of the walls. Annie was not a qualified spy. She always showed indifference to anything, and was commonly called aloof. But Annie did not know that if she wanted to be a qualified spy, she needed to be integrated into the crowd, just like her spy companion, Rainer Braun, the Amor Titan. But Rainer Braun eventually got involved too deeply, and ultimately became schizophrenic. When Annie found out that Aaron had turned into a Titan, she immediately came, though it was unknown whether it was the name of Aaron, Jaeger, or the attack Titan's power that Aaron was using, that made Annie care. Is he? Annie murmured, her eyes glued on Aaron, as if she wanted to find something in him. Do these two people really have no problem on their own? All of us together couldn't deal with this Kikoshu. Jean Kirstein looked at Su Xiao and Hangzhou, who were rushing forward. I don't know, but I can finally take a break. I'm so hungry. The gourmand Sasha Browse was holding her stomach. She wanted to eat even more than she wanted to fight with Titans. Puff. A large amount of gas was ejected. Su Xiao rushed directly at Aaron in mid-air. He rushed straightly over there. Does he have a death wish? Several people in the training corps looked at Su Xiao with surprise. In their perspectives, Su Xiao was going to death. Aaron's huge arms waved to Su Xiao, who used the 3D maneuver gear to change direction in midair and dodged Aaron's attack. I will attract its attention, you restrain him. Hangzhou yelled and rushed in front of Aaron, who was immediately attracted. Su Xiao nailed the hook of the 3D maneuver gear on the back of Aaron, and his body swung in an arc through the air, swaying at the height of Aaron's tendons. He tightly grasped Dragon Flash in right hand, cutting through a semicircle in the air. Squelch. A large amount of blood sprayed out, as the blade had no difficulty in cutting the Titan's tendon. The tendon of his left thigh was cut off, and Aaron immediately fell forwards. Looking at this scene, Su Xiao immediately put back the hook and began to free fall. With a bang, Aaron fell to the ground, collapsing lot of houses. From the wounds in his thigh rose smoke, and the wounds recovered quickly. Su Xiao stood on the side of Aaron's body after landing, Dragon Flash in his hand continuously carving forwards as he was rushing from Aaron's foot to his head. In less than 3 seconds, Aaron's body was full of crisscrossing wounds. The Titan Aaron wriggled on the ground, trying to stand up, but a lot of body tissue was cut open, and it would take a while to recover. Su Xiao also cut off Aaron's entire left arm, then he jumped on Aaron's back. The people of the training corps on the roof were already stunned. The Titan that they had no way to deal with had fallen in less than a minute under the hands of the Survey Corps. Is this the strength of the Survey Corps? Annie's face was not so good, as she slowly walked toward the crowd. Chapter 154. The steam lingered. Suxiao and Hang Zoe stood on Aaron's back. "We need something large to control this guy, it looks like he will recover soon." Hang Zoe looked worried. "Get rid of them, have to, get rid of them." The voice was very quiet, surprising Hang Zoe. "Did you hear that? It sounds like someone is talking." "Ah, I heard it too, it's coming from the nape of this titan." Suxiao arrived at Aaron's nape, and stabbed Dragon Flash into Titan Aaron's nape. Roar! Titan Aaron screamed as his body began to sway. Hang Zoe staggered and was almost thrown off of Aaron's back. "Don't kill him." Seeing Suxiao's move, Hang Zoe yelled anxiously. Suxiao was not going to kill Aaron. The Titan Aaron was not in danger from him, at least not before it carried the big stone to the wall. Feeling the slight vibration in Dragon Flash, Suxiao knew that the sword had stabbed too deep, he might have stabbed Aaron's true body. He didn't know exactly where Aaron was, but listening to the scream of Titan Aaron, the wound should be very painful. Suxiao pulled Dragon Flash's partway out and used both hands to pull the sword down. With the sound of flesh tearing, a more than a meter-long wound appeared, and Suxiao saw Aaron's true body. Aaron was wrapped in bright red muscle tissues, and his eyes were closed, as if he was asleep. Suxiao plunged his upper body into the Titan's body and grabbed Aaron's shoulder with one hand. As his upper body plunged into the Titan's body, he felt a burning feeling from all around him. The temperature in the Titan's body was at least 70 degrees. After grabbing Aaron's shoulder, Suxiao pulled him out with force, but his hand slipped. The muscle tissue wrapping Aaron was very slippery. As the high temperature continued to burn Suxiao, his eyes locked onto Aaron's hair, which was not wrapped by muscles. Grabbing Aaron's hair, Suxiao dragged him outward. Crack, crack. Several strips of muscles were pulled off, and with a shout, Suxiao dragged Aaron's entire body out. Feeling a fresh breeze on his cheek, the burning sensation faded. Suxiao was sweating all over his body. "This is..." Hang Zoe quickly stepped forward and glanced at Aaron's body, like an X-ray. If there had been a dissecting table there, that woman would most likely immediately start dissecting Aaron. Suxiao remained silent. If he said something about the secrets of the Titan world, he would just be suspicious, and he knew it would be fine even without him saying anything. There was no need to talk. The plot characters were not fools. If Suxiao told a lot of secrets, the plot characters might not believe in him, but the royal family would try their best to chase him. Now, it was only necessary to properly let the situation develop. Even if Suxiao did nothing, Hang Zoe would unintentionally continue his plan. "Aaron." Mikasa rushed down from the roof with her 3D maneuver gear, quickly arriving next to Suxiao. Today, Mikasa suffered some hardships. Her mood changed from great joy to great sorrow too fast, so this teenage girl was physically and mentally exhausted. After rushing to the vicinity of Aaron, the scene before her eyes had her happiness disappear, and she looked down. "Let go." The voice of Mikasa was a bit cold. At this time, Suxiao was holding Aaron by his hair. Aaron was fainted, his body was half lying on the ground. "Do you even know what you are talking about?" A sight more chilly and violent than Mikasa herself appeared. Mikasa was calmer, she just killed people when she was young, while Suxiao had slaughtered too many ghouls to count in the world of Tokyo Ghoul. His eyes were dozens of times more horrible than Mikasa. Seeing Suxiao's gaze, Mikasa immediately drew two sharp blades. She was like a scared little leopard. "You are called Mikasa Ackerman, right? Byakuya's actions are correct. We have to take this person away. Who can guarantee that the Titan just now was not controlled by him? Or that it was only this Titan he controlled?" Looking at the gasifying body of the Titan, Hang Zoe spoke with certainty. "Mikasa, calm down. The situation is too strange now, Aaron he may..." Armin quickly pulled Mikasa aside, but Mikasa still glared at Susiao. Let go of Aaron's hair, even if you want to take him, don't grab him by his hair. Susiao nodded and grabbed Aaron by the back of his neck instead. I'll kill this bastard. Mikasa whispered. She felt helpless. The situation began to develop in a bad direction, and according to Mikasa's estimates, if she were to fight with that man, she would most likely die. The walrose was broken, then the strange drink, Aaron being eaten by the Titan, Aaron turning into a Titan, the intervention of the Survey Corps. With so many things happening, Mikasa couldn't think clearly. That, I have something to say. Armin stood up, his thinking was clear. He prepared to say something. Continue. Hangzhou answered Armin. How will you deal with Aaron? Even if Aaron was in the Titan's body, we can't be sure that Aaron has become a Titan. Before this, Byakuya said that Aaron had been swallowed by the Titan. This is the fact that he witnessed. It would be more likely that after Aaron was swallowed, he used his weapon to dig out of the Titan's stomach, but lost his way in the Titan's body. When Aaron arrived at the Titan's nape, he was just too exhausted after going through a lot of muscle and eventually got trapped in the Titan's neck. The Titan was pretty resilient, so that could have easily happened. After Armin's explanation, the recruits around him understood. After all, it was too ridiculous that humans could become Titans. The explanation is barely plausible, but there are 2 points. First, Aaron was not swallowed by this Titan, the one that swallowed him was the 5-meter Titan. Second, being trapped in the muscles would have suffocated him. Aaron was trapped there for about half an hour. Do you think that he looks suffocated? Susiao's 2 sentences overturned Armin's speech. It was obvious that Armin was trying to save Aaron. If things continued according to the current situation, Aaron would likely be taken to the dissection table. Mikasa looked awkward. Just now, Armin convinced almost everyone, but this guy just had to speak. Byakuya's words make sense. In short, this guy will be sent to be judged by the head of the team. Whoever blocks us will be punished according to the Military Secret Act. By the way, Byakuya here was sent to prison because he killed people. Hangzhou signaled Susiao to follow, and the 2 rushed to the inner wall Sina. Armin, let's go together. If the situation is not right, then let's grab Aaron by force. Armin agreed and they followed, but would things develop in a good direction after they went to the wall Sina? The answer was obviously no, because Susiao would be there. Soon, Susiao and Hangzhou arrived at the wall Sina, and were greeted by a row of cannons standing on the wall Sina. Stop, the wall Sina is a restricted area. The military police regiment on the wall raised their flintlock rifles. I am Hangzhou of the Survey Corps, this is also a former member of ours. The military police officer signaled for the 2 of them to wait. After reporting to the head of the military police brigade, they signaled for the people on the wall to put down their guns. Susiao took Aaron to the wall, and immediately saw 2 people coming forward. The head of the Survey Corps, Erwin Smith. The head of the military police regiment, Nile Doc. Chapter 155. Hangzhou greeted and explained the situation to Erwin Smith, the head of the Survey Corps. So, this Aaron Yeager of the training corps can turn into a Titan. Yes, but after becoming a Titan, he has a tendency to attack humans, but he is more interested in Titans than humans. Erwin Smith looked at Aaron, who was already in a coma. He was thinking. Keywords such as human becoming a Titan, attacking humans were stimulating to Nile Doc, the head of the military police brigade. Is what you said true? Nile Doc grimly stared at Hangzhou. Ah, it is true. Hangzhou responded to Nile Doc casually. This person must be handed over to the military police brigade, to be dealt with. After talking, Nile Doc immediately walked forward. He wanted to grab Aaron from Susiao. Susiao's hand moved back, and Nile Doc only grabbed empty space. What is the meaning of this, prisoner? Soldiers, take him. Nildak shouted loudly. The members of the military police brigade swarmed up, aiming at Susiao with their guns. Susiao glanced around. Even with Nildak present, he could kill these people in under a minute. These people didn't smell of blood, they had never fought in protracted battles. Undisciplined people. Byakuya, calm down. Erwin Smith used his eyes to hint for Hang Zoe to act. Hang Zoe moved to Susiao and grabbed his arm with one hand, her face betraying her nervosity. It seemed that Susiao had killed people in front of her before. You have killed 3 members of military police regiment before. If you kill again, the head can't protect you. Hang Zoe whispered to Susiao. Susiao scowled. The identity assigned to him by the Reincarnation Paradise was pretty clear now. He was a former member of the Survey Corps, and was sentenced to death for killing 3 members of the military police regiment. Before the death penalty, the wall rose was broken, and he was thrown onto the battlefield to atone for his crimes by doing good deeds. Now that he knew his identity, Susiao had more confidence in his plan. The identity as a former member of the Survey Corps was very good. However, he noticed that Hang Zoe's hand was tightly grasping his. Susiao felt that his identity's anger management should not be very good, so he could not show too much deviation. What do you mean, Erwin Smith, are you going to protect this prisoner? No, I want to treat him like a member of the Survey Corps. What? Are you going against the military police regiment? Nildak was furious. According to yesterday's battlefield report, Byakuya was blocking the hole in the wall almost alone. According to the law, anyone who makes a huge contribution to humanity will be forgiven. Even if the person does wrong with his or her behavior, a person will have the opportunity to atone for his crimes by doing good deeds. According to the performance of Byakuya yesterday, he protected the safety of many civilians, and what did the 3 members of military police regiment who were killed by Byakuya do, you should know. The victim's husband always wanted to litigate with the commander-in-chief, but was blocked because of various reasons. Erwin Smith looked indifferent, and spoke without showing his emotions. Nildak's face changed repeatedly. He knew what his 3 subordinates did, but for the reputation of the military police regiment, he could never admit that he knew about the female victim's miserable state. Or that he had sent people to destroy the body. 1. Susiao had killed 3 members of the military police regiment and would be immediately executed, under normal circumstances at least. There would be no chance of imprisonment. Susiao scowled. The identity that the Reincarnation Paradise had arranged for him became more interesting. Stop, do not mention this matter. I will not say anything about this guy's identity, but Aaron Yeager must be handed over to military police brigade. Nildak chose to give in and take one step back. The sound of jet injection of the 3D maneuver gear came, and Mikasa and Armin arrived. Head, 2 more members of the training corps want to climb the wall. Nildak's subordinates came to report to him. Training corps? Get them to leave, this is not a place where they can come and go as they please. Nildak meant to send Mikasa and Armin away. Head, the 2 are the fellows of Aaron Yeager, the 3 were trained together in the training corps. Susiao spoke at this moment, and Erwin nodded, indicating that Susiao stood on the side of the Survey Corps, and patted Susiao's shoulder, before whispering, "It's way too unfair to you, if the wall hadn't broken, he would be free in 2 days. Nile, the 2 trainees are the fellow students of Aaron Yeager, they should know him." Nildak was hesitant after listening to Erwin Smith. Is that so? Let them come then, since Aaron Yeager can turn into a titan, they are also suspect. Mikasa and Armin were put on the wall too. After seeing the Survey Corps and military police regiment on the wall, the 2 stood aside honestly. Both of them knew that if they dared to mess with things here, they would only hurt Aaron. They should be patient and observe the situation develop. Continuing our discussion from before, whether Aaron Yeager is to be handed over to your military police regiment, or our Survey Corps. Of course, he will be handed over to the military police regiment. The area in which your Survey Corps is responsible is outside the wall. Aaron Yeager is still a member of the training corps, so it should be handled by us. The words of Nile Doc were not unreasonable, and the power of military police brigade inside of the walls was much larger than that of the Survey Corps. The first ones were the scoundrels, and the other were the ones investigating outside of the, giving their full efforts and try to open up the land for humans. God, I can hear your quarreling from far away. A strong old man with a white beard was coming from the distance, followed by several guards. Commander-in-Chief Darius. Commander-in-Chief Darius. Whether they were members of the Survey Corps or military police brigade, after seeing the old man, they bowed, one fisted on their chest, and one hand on their back. After seeing the old man, Nile Doc's eyes showed an undetectable disappointment. His advantage was gone. The old man was Darius Zackley, the supreme commander of all the corps in the wall, and he was a person who cared for the people and felt disgusted with the current royal family. He knew some truths about the walls, but he could not help. Tell me about what's happening. After Darius Zackley spoke, a soldier moved a chair over, and the Survey Corps and military police brigades members stood in 2 rows. Darius Zackley listened to both sides and pondered. The soldier is called Byakhia, right? Your case is done, leave Aaron Yeager in the middle and stand back. We'll hold a temporary court to discuss his case. Darius Zackley's tone was not harsh but majestic. Commander-in-Chief, I object. Erwin Smith raised his hand. Darius Zackley looked at Erwin Smith and mentioned him to continue. If our intelligence is correct, Aaron Yeager may become a Titan at any time after waking up, so I object to letting Aaron Yeager leave Byakhia's side by more than 3 meters. Byakhia is fully capable of subduing Aaron Yeager, even if he turns into a Titan again. Darius Zackley nodded, and considered his answer. Well then, Byakhia, you are hereby granted the right to execute Aaron Yeager if he shows any abnormalities. Susiao, holding Aaron, stood in the middle of the 2 rows of people. Opposite of him sat Darius Zackley. Susiao threw Aaron on the ground, drew his blade and stood behind Aaron. Now, he controlled whether Aaron lived or died. He could publicly kill Aaron should he show any changes. He looked at Mikasa and Armin, who stood to the side. Armin's eyes were pleading, his hands were close together, and his appearance was very pitiful. Mikasa stood next to him, no longer looking at Susiao. At this time, it would be stupid of her to show hatred towards Susiao. The situation was looking unexpectedly favorable. The appearance of Darius Zackley was undoubtedly good news. But Susiao had a strange thought. Where did Inthus go to? In a house in the wall rows, Inthus climbed on a bed with great effort. He was covered in blood, but showed no obvious injuries. Byakhia, if you have a little conscience, then come and see me with some fruits. Aaron turned into a Titan way too fast. After talking to himself, Inthus coughed up some blood, but then the green light in his hand surged, and he started healing himself. The plan had not gone off without a hitch. When Inthus had carried the Titan that swallowed Aaron away, Aaron became a Titan before he had gone far enough, and Inthus was hit heavily. Wouldn't it be better to do damage control and punish the offenders? People will know that it was them regardless. Either the military police sentences the offenders and is against such things, or it protects its members and is seen as condoning these acts. Chapter 156. Now it is time to decide which corps should deal with Aaron Yeager. Both of you, please state your proposals. The military police regiment will go first. Darius Zackley sat in the middle of the 2 corps. He was not angry but looked powerful. Ahem. Nile Doc coughed and took a step forward. Commander-in-Chief, Judge, the thing is that Aaron Yeager can become a Titan, which is very serious. If it had happened in the past, we would study him first. Considering the current situation, if Aaron Yeager is handed over to us, the military police regiment will immediately execute Aaron Yeager to get rid of this unstable factor. That's all. After declaring the intentions, Nile Doc took a step back. This was actually his personal opinion. The military police brigade did what he said. Except for the orders from the royal family or the commander-in-chief, Nile Doc would ignore everything else. The next one is Survey Corps. Darius Zackley gestured to Erwin Smith to speak. Judge, I suggest handing Aaron Yeager over to us. If humans can become Titans, there will be a new threat different from the Titans. Let's just think, the following description is only my personal guess. Erwin Smith, who had always been cautious, took a deep breath. It seemed that it was a very serious guess. First of all, we have determined that Aaron Yeager has become a Titan before, so we can't rule out the uniqueness of this ability. Could Aaron Yeager be the sole person capable of this? Erwin Smith looked at Susiao, who nodded. There is another possibility. What if other humans in the walls can become Titans, or are right now hiding next to us, ready to cause devastating damage to humanity? After Erwin Smith expressed his conjecture, everyone else took a deep breath. Aaron Yeager was in front of him. That a Titan could become a human had basically been confirmed. It was witnessed by the members of the Corps. So, in order to investigate whether there are other people in the wall that can become Titans, the Survey Corps will detain Aaron Yeager first, with the intention of controlling him with the Survey Corps. Of course, this depends on the performance of Aaron Yeager after he wakes up, whether he can control himself as a Titan. If he has consciousness and is loyal to humanity, we may be able to consider using him to help humanity fight the Titans. The ability to become a Titan is either randomly assigned, or it may even be an accident. We just don't know about the Titans, that's all. Erwin Smith's remarks were very persuasive. First, it showed that if human beings could become a threat to Titans. At this point, Erwin inferred it accurately. There were indeed smart Titans who sneaked into the wall. Erwin Smith meant to hold Aaron first, and then decide whether Aaron was loyal to humanity or wanted to destroy it. If he was loyal to humans, they can use him to repel the Titans. If not, they'd cut him open and study him. This was similar to Susiao's plan. The city wall was almost broken, and danger was near. The Survey Corps would try to block the gap with whatever means necessary. At least to Susiao's understanding, the Survey Corps was wholeheartedly thinking about humanity. Darius Zackley pretended to ponder. In fact, after he understood the cause of the matter, he had decided which corps he should assign Aaron to go to. The temporary court was only a front, as authoritarian parenting would cause dissatisfaction among a certain corps. I have decided to. Darius Zackley had not yet finished his words as he noticed that Aaron was waking up, and he suddenly stopped speaking. Aaron looked up in confusion and glanced around, his mind blank. After noticing the situation, Aaron immediately wanted to get up, but he suddenly felt a force on his back, pressing him firmly to the ground. What is going on here? Why am I here? Let me go. Susiao stepped on Aaron's back with one leg. If Aaron dared to get up, he would be hit severely, and Susiao's previous plan would fail. If you don't want to die, you have to stay here and be honest. Not caring about Susiao's words, Aaron still struggled to get free, until Susiao put pressure in his foot, and Aaron screamed in horror. Just imagine what you would feel when you just got up and suddenly someone stepped on your back and hit you. Aaron stopped struggling. He still didn't know what happened. Aaron Yeager, do you remember what you did after becoming a Titan? Can you control the Titan in battle? Darius Zackley stared at Aaron. Aaron's next words would affect his judgment. What? I became a Titan? This isn't funny at all. Who is this old man? Aaron obviously had never seen the Commander-in-Chief Darius Zackley, and as the world inside of the wall only had backward technology, the highest-ranked person Aaron had seen was the head of the Survey Corps. There was no chance for him to be in contact with a person like Darius Zackley. He had indeed seen a portrait of the person before, but the portrait was just too abstract. The old man. Susiao was speechless. Aaron, this child, was a bit idiot. This is the commander-in-chief, Darius Zackley. He is in charge of all the corps. You should pay attention to what you say. Otherwise, I will shoot you on the spot. Doc stared at Aaron with a bad look. The commander-in-chief of all the corps. Aaron swallowed. Aaron Yeager, answer my previous question. I don't know what you are talking about. I am a human. How can I become a Titan? This must be a joke. Aaron was somewhat uncooperative. A conversation like this was meaningless. Give me a minute. Susiao looked at Darius Zackley, and Darius Zackley sighed. Don't be too rude, I have tried you already. Susiao nodded, lifted his feet and let go of Aaron, who was on the ground, then grabbed his shoulder and picked him up. First, you can only listen, you have no right to speak. Aaron wanted to talk right away, but Susiao lifted his knee and hit Aaron's lower abdomen. Aaron bent over and retched out stomach acid. Hey! What are you doing? He may become a Titan, don't stimulate him like this. Doc screamed and quickly receded. Oh! Previously, this guy just turned into a Kikoshu 15 meters tall. Even with his fighting instincts, I alone can subdue him in minute or two. Continuing our previous conversation, you may only listen, but not speak. Aaron nodded immediately. He was not stupid, he would be hit when he spoke. This is the correct attitude. The fact that you can become a Titan has been confirmed. It is what I saw with my own eyes. Considering that you do not believe me, there are other witnesses. Susiao turned to look at Armin and Mikasa. Say what you saw, if you still want him to live. Mikasa's teeth were gnashed tightly. She looked down. Armin found that the situation was not right and said quickly. Aaron, you probably turned into a Titan before. We rescued you from the Titan's neck, and, you remember how you were swallowed by the Titan. That's enough, you just need to confirm that he became a Titan. Susiao interrupted Armin's words and looked at Aaron. You can become a Titan. I will give you 5 seconds to accept this. Aaron nodded dumbly, but immediately shook his head. At this time, Aaron had only one thought in his mind. The man with a long sword in front of him was terrible. 5 seconds are over. You must accept the fact that you can become a Titan. It would take a long time for Aaron to accept that he could become a Titan, so Susiao used the simplest and most rude method. First, hit him, force him to accept the fact, and finally, have a friend confirm it. Aaron's eyes went a little dull. The fact that he could become a Titan had a serious impact on his young mind. You can continue the interrogation. Susiao put Aaron on the ground and continued push him down. He was also helpless. If he doesn't do this, the guys of the military police regiment won't put down their guns. Once the situation is tense, it would stimulate other people's nerves. If they accidentally kill an official, his plan will be postponed. Chapter 157. Although Susiao's actions were somewhat rude, they were effective. Aaron had started to accept that he could become a Titan. Aaron Yeager, do you remember becoming a Titan? What you were thinking about at the time? Aaron was pressed to the ground and pondered for a while. I don't remember, I only remember I ate meat last night. I fell asleep after dinner. I woke up in a dark place, but I seemed to choke in my dream. I felt like my neck was almost broken, and I would die soon, but now I don't feel anything wrong with my neck. I have been in a very dark place, I'm very tired. Aaron was still in a state of confusion, so his answer was not very organized, and everyone present frowned. He ate meat and then dreamed, and people in the dream wanted to kill him. Judge, now I suspect that Aaron Yeager has a problem with his mind, he must be executed immediately. Doc suddenly said, to infer that Aaron was mentally ill and his statement shouldn't be believed. If this accusation was confirmed, Aaron will be executed. Dong, dong, dong. Darius Zackley tapped the handrail of the chair. He also saw that Aaron's condition was very bad. According to his understanding, Aaron should have at least some memories. The situation was very weird. 1. The commander-in-chief was the commander of all the corps and knew about the secrets inside of the walls. After thinking for a few seconds, Darius Zackley's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Seeing this kind of gaze, Susiao thought something bad may happen. This cunning old person may do something unexpected. After listening to the statements of the two corps, and the current state of Aaron Yeager, the court sentences Aaron Yeager to be handed over to the military police brigade. As a result of this sentence, some people were happy, some were sad. Nile Doc was, of course, happy. This guy was full of surprises. In his opinion, Aaron was very likely to be handed over to the Survey Corps. Come, we'll execute Aaron Yeager immediately. Byakuya, soldier, you will cooperate with Aaron Yeager's execution. It seemed that Nile Doc was very afraid of Aaron, so he ordered Susiao to come. You guys. Mikasa in the distance was expressionless. She had made a decision in her mind. Mikasa directly pulled out two sharp knives and rushed forward. If Aaron was taken by the military police regiment, he would die. Armin stood rooted in place. It seemed that he had not yet accepted the fact that Aaron would be executed. After seeing Mikasa rushing forward, Armin also rushed forward, but the intelligent Armin did not pull out his weapons. Get out of my way. Mikasa jumped up, aiming her two sharp knives into Susiao's back. Susiao tilted his body aside to dodge her, choosing not to fight against Mikasa. He already understood the intention of Darius Zackley. Line up and kill these three traitors. Nile Doc waved with one hand and a row of guns aimed at Aaron and the other two people. Open fire. After the announcement of Nile Doc, two people smiled on the battlefield, namely Darius Zackley and Susiao. This old man is cunning. Susiao jumped aside to avoid the shooting of the military police regiment. He was not far from Aaron after all. He would have to show up later. He was ready to cooperate with this play. Boom, boom, boom. Several rounds were fired, but the speed of these old-fashioned flintlock rifles was not too fast. Aaron's mind almost broke. The situation changed too fast. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Was he going to die? Would Mikasa and Armin be killed because of him? No, he must not let this happen. Aaron subconsciously raised his arms. He bit his thumb, then blood was spilled. Boom. Golden lightning fell from the sky, a strong impact spread out all around, and smoke and dust rose. Susiao put Dragon Flash into the ground to keep his body stable, and the members of the Survey Corps also used various means. These people all went through harsh battles. The worst was the military police regiment. These people only bullied poor people inside of the walls. They didn't even have daily training. Thus, hundreds of members of the military police regiment were blown down from the wall and screamed incessantly. The biting cold wind blew through the smoke. Susiao rose one hand in front of him, seeing a huge skeleton in the shining golden light in front. The skeleton protected Mikasa and Armin. Aaron's figure had disappeared. It should be at the neck of the Titan skeleton. Titan. Nile Doc's teeth trembled, and he stepped back. The impact receded. A Titan skeleton with sparkles and steam appeared on the wall. Aaron had just become a Titan, so this time it was very incomplete. The Titan's skull was exposed, only one eye was produced, showing a horrible, terror-inducing sight. Open fire, destroy this monster. Nile Doc screamed hysterically, his voice a little bit changed. Members of the military police regiment hurriedly began to reload, and some of them even dropped their munition bags to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The gunshots came scattered, because the hands holding the rifles shook too seriously. A bullet even flew near Susiao. Members of the military police regiment were like mice that saw a car after heading at them after seeing the Titan. This was different from the appearance they showcased when they bullied citizens. This Titan would really kill them. They didn't know where they got the courage to execute Aaron in the first place. Military Police Brigade, stop firing. Darius Zackley screamed loudly, but it was not useful. The military police's members were too frightened. Nile Doc, the military police regiment should reorganize, right? The words of Darius Zackley were like a basin of cold water pouring on the head of Nile Doc. Nile Doc's body trembled. Cease fire, are you guys deaf? Nile Doc even kicked his subordinates to stop them. The scene was barely controlled. Crack. The skeleton that Aaron had become turned his head and looked at the people present. The members of the military police regiment could no longer bear the pressure. They instantly started fleeing. Titan Aaron lifted his arm, and when everyone thought that Aaron was going to attack, Aaron surprisingly blocked the Titan's chest with this arm. Now Titan Aaron had only the upper body, so the chest area was where Mikasa and Armin stayed. Darius Zackley surprisingly sighed and stood up. He was sitting firmly when Aaron turned into a Titan. His mental quality was very strong. What a surprise, he has the thoughts of protecting his companions. Erwin Smith, the head of the Survey Corps, was stunned and he seemed to see something possible. Aaron Yeager, can you hear me? The Titan that Aaron turned into was motionless. He had no strength to continue moving. At this time, Aaron, in the Titan's body, suddenly woke. He was kneeling in the neck of the Titan. Aaron was shocked and struggled immediately. As Aaron struggled, the small number of muscles at the nape broke down. Aaron's upper body was exposed to the air, and his lower body was still wrapped in the muscles of the Titan. What is this? Looking at the hindbrain bones that wrapped a small number of muscles in front of him, there were a lot of memories that suddenly appeared in Aaron's brain. You must keep this key near you. Be sure to remember when you see the key, you have to go to the basement of our home. Because when injecting this kind of medicine, you will lose your short-term memories, so I can't explain it to you now. Remember, you must take back the wall Maria and then reach the basement. You will use this power someday. He saw his father was tearful in his memory. He then took a needle and pulled up a transparent medicine. Their memories will teach you how to use this power, Aaron. As long as you can reach the basement, you can find the truth. Forgive me, I can't help you more, I have no time left. The memories in Aaron's mind ended, and the memories afterwards were too dull and fantastic. He vaguely remembered that he became a brainless Titan and swallowed something. Although Aaron's last memory was vague, it was true, he just did not remember it. The truth was that when Aaron was 10 years old, his father injected him with a Titan potion and turned Aaron into a mindless Titan. When Aaron became a mindless Titan, he immediately had the desire to swallow humans, and his father stood in front of him. So Aaron swallowed his father, inheriting the power of 2 Titans and returning to a human. His father had willingly sacrificed himself. After inheriting the power of the Titan, he only had 13 years to live. His father's 13 years would soon reach the end. The mindless Titan could become human after swallowing the intelligent Titan and inherit the power of the intelligent Titan. This was why ordinary Titans did not need food, but still swallowed humans. The instinct of the mindless Titans had them swallow the intelligent Titans, aiming to become humans. There were thousands of mindless Titans, and there were only 9 intelligent Titans. The rate was really low. After Aaron swallowed his father, he inherited the power of the attack Titan, and the power of another, the strongest Titan. Now I'm really curious where he got that understanding from. It's not like any of them can turn into Titans, so how would they know? Chapter 158. Help. Aaron struggled on the back of the Titan's neck, but he was powerless, and he couldn't break free of the muscles that wrapped him. It's a magical scene. Hangzhou touched the Titan's skeleton slightly and looked at Aaron, who was struggling in the Titan's nape. she seemed to watch a treasure. It is necessary to get Eren to do research, and it is worthwhile to die. Yes, I must get it. Erwin also leaned forward and looked up at Eren in midair. Ding, a cracking sound came and the Titan's rib was cut off, Mikasa rushing out from the Titan's bones. Eren. Mikasa used the 3D maneuver gear to approach Eren and helped him break free of those muscles. Head, if Eren Yeager is loyal to humans, then he might become a Titan and lift a boulder to block the hole that was kicked by the Titan. The timing was just right, Susiao gave advice. This idea may be feasible, it is necessary to see whether Eren Yeager really is loyal to humans. Erwin did not immediately agree, and Susiao did not persuade again. Not only would it be counterproductive, and it would be suspected, but it would be fine if Erwin had this idea. Eren was got rid of the Titan's body, and the Titan's bone began to evaporate. The steam lingered, and the surroundings filled with white. Everyone back. Around this white steam, everyone stepped back a dozen meters, forming a group outside of the steam with higher visibility, looking in alertly. The Titan that Eren turned into was too strange. No one knew whether the steam was poisonous. The members of the Survey Corps were cautious. They were always in dangerous situations, so this caution let them survive outside of the city, which was dangerous. Mikasa, I need to leave here, Eren suddenly spoke in the steam. Hey. Mikasa was a bit shocked. I remember. I do have the ability to become a Titan, and this ability was given by my dad. I can't remember the things after that, but I have to go back to the basement, and I will know the truth of Titans as long as I get there. The truth can save thousands of humans. Eren's breathing was very fast, but he had already passed the initial panic. Back to the wall. Maria. Can we do it? There are a lot of Titans. Armin considered it thoroughly, but he did not refuse the idea of leaving, because Eren was about to be executed. I can do it. I have a feeling. I can control the power of this Titan. Now, this skeleton is only a part. If I use all my strength, I can become the 15 meters Titan. Probably, can. The three men looked at each other and eventually nodded. Go, go. Oh. Are you ready to be deserters? Stay here and do jobs. Susiao's figure with the dragon flash appeared in the steam. He heard Eren's words, now the plan was at the most critical part. Eren had been able to control the power of the Titan initially. At least he had already realized that he could become a Titan, it was a good start. Now Eren only needed to show loyalty towards humans. You guy. Mikasa was somewhat desperate. She had the confidence to go alone, but if she brings the weakened Eren, they would not be able to escape. The girl was still too confident. Susiao only showed the ability to kill the Titan, his sword was actually more suitable for killing people. Even under Susiao's blockade, she can't escape herself. Before Susiao's sword skills, Mikasa was only beat into the ground. She only learned how to deal with the Titans. Shut up and listen to me. There is no time, the people of military police regiment will close in when the steam disperse. Susiao walked in front of the three men. Mikasa and Armin were on alert, and Eren took a step back. This boy was afraid of Susiao. After all, he was stepped on by Susiao for a long time. Do you now admit that you can become a Titan? Susiao asked. Eren hesitated and finally nodded. Good, then listen carefully to my next words. Eren shut up for a while. Your ability to express yourself is too bad. Eren wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say. Armin, it is not bad that Eren can become a Titan. As long as he can become loyal to humans, he can be alive. Remember the big boulder that was kicked out from the 3 holes on the wall? If Eren can lift the boulder and block the hole, he will become the hero who saved thousands of people. Eren, you should know the most about the feeling of displacement. Now there are civilians in the wall. Rose is like this, just like you 5 years ago. You can save them, as long as you lift those rocks to block the hole. Su Xiao's voice was not very loud, but the three heard him clearly. Can I save thousands of people who are as displaced as me? Aaron looked at his hands and couldn't help but smile. Ah, you can. Su Xiao was encouraging. Aaron, don't believe him, this guy is a jerk who is full of lies. Aaron seemed to have not heard Mikasa's words. The opportunity to save thousands of people had already attracted Aaron. He was, after all, a very fair boy. Mikasa, maybe this method is actually possible, and we can't go now. Armin did not believe Su Xiao's words, but the suggestion, he believed it. You really think about humans. You don't even reject me like this monster, but let me save more people. Aaron stared at Su Xiao, and Su Xiao's cheeks swelled. Was this silly boy grateful to him? After hearing the words of Aaron, Mikasa's sight became black and closed her eyes in desperation. At the moment, there was an idea in Mikasa's mind, that Aaron is stupid, this guy is a bad guy. Remember, don't make any sound from your stupid mouth at a critical moment, let's make it better. Su Xiao returned to the steam as it was about to disperse. Aaron, what do we do? Armin asked Aaron for advice. Of course, find ways to convince them that if I can save the civilians in the wall. Rose, it doesn't matter if I die. Aaron. Mikasa screamed in a hurry. It's decided in this way. Armin will come to negotiate, and I will find a way to prove myself. The steam was completely dispersed, and Aaron and others were greeted with guns. The people of the military police regiment pushed back several cannons after they ran away. The cannons had been filled and could be fired at any time. Raise your hand and lie on the floor. Nile Doc stepped forward powerfully. He decided to kill Aaron and others with cannons directly, and now Aaron had been handed over to military police regiment. Nile Doc, step back. Darius Zakali's voice came. Commander-in-Chief, you just. The judgment has changed. Now Aaron Yeager has been transferred to the Survey Corps. Darius Zakali stared at Aaron. This was an opportunity for humans. But Commander-in-Chief. Nile Doc's words had not been finished and found a few people around. Su Xiao, Erwin, and Hang Zoe were half surrounded and approached Nile Doc. You, what do you mean? Do you want to betray the kingdom? Nile Doc was little flustered. The situation on the wall began to exceed his control. Now it is the time of war. I have the right to deny certain opinions of the royal family. From now on, the military police regiment will enter the first level to prepare for war and prepare to meet the Titans. The words of Darius Zakali made Nile Doc stunned. We are going to meet the Titans, how is this possible? Oh? The military police regiment is not responsible for guarding inside of walls, right? Su Xiao's words made Nile Doc speechless, and Nile Doc looked down. The situation was not good now. The commander-in-chief of Darius Zakali was obviously on the side of the Survey Corps. Nile Doc was still using his past experience to judge the current situation, thinking that Darius Zakali would be constrained by the royal family. But he didn't think about that the wall. Rose was broken, and if they keep infighting, the human will be extinct in a short time. Even the royal family would remain silent now because they didn't want to die. They had lost the biggest killer, the killer was hidden in Aaron, but the royal family was still unaware of this. Aaron Yeager, how loyal can you be to humans? Show it to me now, it is a matter of your life or death. Darius Zakali stared at Aaron. If Aaron couldn't show his loyalty, he really would die. The wall was broken, and the war was urgent. Su Xiao winked at Armin, signifying it was time for him to start his performance. It seemed to say, if you don't perform well, I will kill you. Chapter 159. Armin looked at the people present. These were the big shots he usually would never see. Turning his head, Armin looked back at Aaron and Mikasa, the sight of both very calm. They trusted him. Armin did not know why he suddenly felt like crying. Aaron nodded to Armin and gestured to him. Armin took a deep breath and looked up. Looking directly at the people in front of him, Armin respected the military ceremony and forced his fist to the chest. The heads of the corps and the commander-in-chief, I have something to say. Instead of Aaron Yeager, we are fellows who grew up together, and if he threatens humans, then I have the same suspicion. Darius Zachary frowned and looked a little displeased. Aaron should speak by himself, not someone else. But he recalled Aaron's chaotic thinking, uncoordinated words, and poor physical state. Darius Zachary finally nodded and asked, Aaron Yeager, can he represent your wishes? He can. Aaron's answer was quick and agile, but Darius Zachary did not say anything. Armin organized his thoughts and spoke. We are soldiers who have already given our hearts to the revival of mankind. If we can give up our lives for this, we will not hesitate to do so with no complaint. But if you can combine the strength of soldiers today with Aaron Yeager's Titan power, it is not impossible to recapture the entire city. After Aaron Yeager turned into a Titan, he was 15 meters. According to the power he had shown before, raising the stone in the town is completely within the range of his tolerance. So even if we are going to die today, seeing the honor of humans, let us die gloriously. Armin completed the statement shouting. It was simple and impactful. To say the least about Darius Zachary, even the jerks of the military police regiment were somewhat tempted. After all, their families were in the Walrose too. Susiao smiled as he looked at Armin. This guy had a lot of speech skills. It would not be impossible for him to become a head of the Survey Corps in the future. It's a wonderful statement, Aaron Yeager. This is what you mean, right? Darius Zachary clenched his fists. As long as he could take back the Walrose, he would not hesitate to take some risks. If the Walrose was completely destroyed, humans would lose a lot of lands. In less than a week, the number of humans will at least drop by 80% and the situation of people eating people would be normal. Exchanging kids for eating was not just a phrase. In the era of famine, it was a pile of meat in the pot. Head of the Survey Corps, Erwin Smith, I am now commanding you to use Aaron Yeager's Titan power to get the Walrose back. Can you do it? Darius Zachary's momentum at this time was extremely strong. It is not clear whether it can be done, but before the Survey Corps is killed, it will be the mission of the Survey Corps. It is good. Darius Zachary looked at Susiao. Be a soldier, if Aaron Yeager betrayed humans after becoming a Titan, can you execute him in the first place? No problem, he had to be dragged out of the Titan body by me. It is easier to kill him than catching him when he's alive. Susiao's clear answer made Darius Zachary more confident in the next move. But now there are 3 holes in the wall. We need to decide whether we should block the hole that is being held or block the hole that has been broken. Darius Zachary was hesitant. Blocking the hole that was held would speed up the progress to keep the Walrose. However, the hole that had been broken also need to be dealt in urgent, but it was difficult to block and would be affected by the Titan. The most crucial moment came. If Susiao does not say anything at this time, he is likely to do things for other people. The commander-in-chief, I used to guard the hole that had been broken, but because of the large number of people left, the hole eventually fell. The hole was very wrong, it was bigger than the other 2 holes, and the wall in the hole was cracked. If you do not establish a support point as soon as possible, there may have a landslide in the nearby wall. This heavy news made everyone around felt awkward. What was the concept of the collapse of the wall? If the collapse in the hole causes the entire wall to collapse, then the humans will be killed. Is the report accurate? It's accurate. I personally went to the inner wall to see that there was one 550 cm crack, 4 30 cm cracks, and 20 10 cm cracks. There were indeed cracks in the hole. Susiao believed that each of the 3 holes had, but only he physically guarded in front of one hole. Although Hang Zoe was also on the front line, she was fighting with the 3D maneuver gear. It was unlikely for her to enter the hole to check the inner wall. Even if she had seen, Susiao had more terrible manners. Hang, what happened to the hole you defended before? Erwin would not only listen to Susiao's words, although Susiao was now a member of the Survey Corps. There is no obvious crack on the outside of the wall. I'm not clear with the inside of the hole. I didn't go in there, but I conjecture that there will not have too serious cracks. I suggest blocking the hole that had already broken, stopping the Titan from continuing to get into the city. Now the civilians are seriously injured. It was obvious that Hang Zoe was shocked by Susiao's words. If there was a wall construction expert, the person would definitely found problem with Susiao's words. But Susiao was sure that there was no such expert present. The royal family would never allow such experts to appear because the 3 walls were not artificially built. I determined, first block the entrance that was guarded by Byakuya before, and then continue to block the other 2 holes. After Darius Zakali ordered, Susiao sighed with relief in his mind. His plan was 50% complete. The reason why he could do this was not that he had wisdom or had lots of plans, but he has seized the general trend. After Aaron's Titan identity was exposed, as long as the high-level officials in the wall were not stupid, they would use Aaron's power. The current situation was too critical not to. All personnel of the Survey Corps listened to orders and prepared to start the large-scale cleanup Titans in the wall and prepare to let Aaron Yeager carry the stone. Aaron Yeager, can you become a Titan now? Erwin was now appointed as a front-line commander, and he immediately took on a heavy burden. It seems not. I am very tired now. It takes at least an hour to rest. Aaron had mastered the power of the Titans. After inheriting the power of the Titans, it would also inherit some memories of the users of the previous generations of Titans. These memories were the manner of using Titan power. I'll give you 2 hours to take a break. During this period we can clean up the Titans in the wall. Byakuya, Aaron Yeager is handed over to you, and you can make a decision at the crucial moment. In fact, the best candidate was Levi. Erwin believed in Levi, but Levi was not there. Erwin could only choose Susiao. No problem. Susiao sat on the wall and looked at the town where the smoke was everywhere. Now he only needed to be optimistic about Aaron Beast. He felt that he was not far from completing the attack and defense mission. For him, the Titan world just started after completing the attack and defense tasks. It was just beginning, and now it was inconvenient to be bound by the task. He had a bold idea that afterward, once it succeeds, the benefits would be great. Susiao took out some chocolate and handed it to Aaron, which could make Aaron recover as soon as possible. Eating it can speed up physical recovery. If you can't move the stone after 2 hours, you can close your eyes and die. Aaron hesitated to pick up the chocolate. Now his life was in Susiao's hands, and he did not think that Susiao would poison him. Biting the chocolate, Aaron's face didn't look good. It's sweet and bitter, it has a strange smell, it's not yummy, and it's the same color as the dirt. Don't talk nonsense. If you dare to spit it out, I will feed you dirt directly. Chapter 160. After Erwin ordered, the members of the Survey Corps were divided into 10 teams and jumped from the wall. The members of the Survey Corps had about 1,000 people, and it was with the fewest but most powerful corps in the wall. Looking at the Survey Corps quickly rushing toward the brainless Titans, Aaron had prospects in his eyes. His dream was to become a member of the Survey Corps and kill the Titans outside the wall. The Survey Corps on the wall left let Armin was not sure. This clever teenager had already seen who are enemies or friends. Is it really okay to stay here? Armin glanced around. The hatred gaze of the military police regiment made him have no more confidence. No problem, who dares to destroy actions will be the enemy of humans. Susiao sat on the edge of the city wall and looked at the wall. Rose in the distance. The sun gradually rose behind the wall. Rose and the golden yellow sun shined beautifully. Susiao lit a cigarette and looked at the beautiful scene in the distance with a smile. That? Byakuya-san. The sound that destroyed his feeling appeared. It was Aaron. What? Aaron hesitantly said. Byakuya-san, although I can grasp the power of the Titans initially, I can't have the conscious after becoming a Titan. I don't know if I can remember to lift the big stone. Aaron talked about his concerns. No problem, I will help you recover your mind. Susiao knew that Aaron had no conscious after turning into a Titan, but he had a way. Aaron subconsciously retreated. Can you tell me what will you do? You will not want to know. Susiao spits out a plume of blue smoke. Now he just needed to wait. The Survey Corps had begun to clean up the Titans. Time passed quickly, 2 hours passed quickly, the action time was up. Let's go. Susiao took the lead to jump down the wall. Aaron and the two people behind also followed, their goal was the big stone. At this time, Susiao had 3 signal guns on in his waist. Red represented the failure of the mission, green represented success, and yellow represented the smooth progress of the plan and began to build the defensive line. 5 minutes later, 4 people arrived near the boulder. The boulder was black with an oval shape, the diameter was about 10 meters. The weight was not easy to estimate. Members of the Survey Corps guarded near the big stone. After Susiao and others arrived, these people began to spread around and cleaned up the Titans wandering on the path. The fame of the Survey Corps was not blown out. In the past 2 hours, about 70% of the Titans in the wall had been cleaned up, but they had some casualties, dozens of people died. Good, now you can become a Titan. Susiao looked at Aaron, and Aaron stood in front of the boulder and looked up. Can I really lift this stone? Don't talk nonsense, become a Titan quickly. If Aaron has a mistake at the crucial moment, Susiao will use a special way to help him become a Titan. Aaron nodded and raised his palm and bit it under his thumb. Crack. Blood ran down from Aaron's mouth, and nothing happened. It hurts. Aaron's palm trembled, it seemed that he thought of something and then took the courage to bite again. Crack, crack, crack. After biting for 4 or 5 times, Aaron's mouth was full of blood, but he still did not become a Titan. It seems that I can't become a Titan. Aaron had some confusion in his eyes, he looked at Susiao for help. Imagine if you can't become a Titan, Mikasa and Armin will die. The dragon flash appeared in hand, Aaron needed some stimulation now. Hey. Aaron looked at Susiao strangely. I am not kidding. The members of Survey Corps will die or injure every minute, giving you 30 seconds to work hard. If you are not successful, I will help you. Aaron swallowed. Wait for me. Forget it, I have no patience. Susiao's lazy look disappeared and suddenly rushed to the side of Mikasa and Armin. The 2 men did not even pull out their weapons. They saw Susiao who suddenly rushed, Mikasa first responded. Keeping her arms in front of her, Susiao's speed was too fast. She was now too late to pull the weapon. Boom. Susiao's quickly side-kicked on Mikasa's lower abdomen. Mikasa was not a weak woman. Susiao clearly felt that this attack was on Mikasa's abdominal muscles. Mikasa was a beautiful soldier with 6 abdominal muscles. The lower abdomen was suddenly attacked, Mikasa could not help but bow her body. Susiao quickly closed to Mikasa, grabbed Mikasa's shoulder with one hand, and his knees slammed into Mikasa's chest hard. Boom. Mikasa was almost faint because of the attack, the left chest was numb, her body fell down softly. Armin was already numb on the side but immediately guessed why Susiao attacked them. She must escape, or she will die. Boom, bum, pom, Armin fell to the ground. The scene on the roof made Aaron in front of the huge stone a bit shocked. What are you doing and why do you attack them? Eren wanted to rush to the roof. If you dare to leave that boulder for more than 3 meters, I will cut off her head. Susiao stepped on Armin's chest, the dragon flash was pointed in front of his neck. Armin knew Susiao's intention. This was to force Eren to become a titan. If Eren can't become a titan, his head will be cut off. Armin guessed correctly. If Eren can't become a titan, Susiao will cut off to his head. Give you 5 seconds to become a titan. Otherwise, I will kill Armin. The next one is Mikasa. 5s. 4. 3. 2. 1. I'm really sorry. After Susiao lifted the dragon flash, he was ready to cut off Armin's head. If it still cannot work, he will continue to cut off Mikasa's head. There was not much time left now. After the large-scale dispatch of the Survey Corps, other contractors would surely notice, then there may have some changes at that time. The blade fell, Eren's expression became fierce. No. Boom. Golden lightning fell from the sky, and the violent impact spread to the surroundings. The blade touched Armin's neck and stopped. The skin just touched by the dragon flashed slightly, a trace of blood appeared on Armin's neck. Hey, you're lucky. Susiao let Armin go. Armin breathed heavily. The man was not acting at the moment. The person really wanted to kill him. He could be sure. Looking at Eren, who had become a titan, Susiao sighed, people are strong because of pressure. With a bitter smile, how did he feel the words that had 2 meanings? So, Eren beast, quickly lift the big stone for me. The feeling of constraining was so uncomfortable. Susiao was basically liberated after completing the attack and defense tasks. He would make a big move afterward. Roar. The Eren became a titan screamed, the dark green eyes looked at Susiao and waved up. Boom. The house was broken, the bricks and tiles were splashed, the roof that Susiao stayed was hit by Eren. You're somewhat not cooperative, then I will help you wake up. Susiao's sights became dangerous, and his eyes fixed on Eren beast's back neck. Chapter 161. Eren became a titan successfully, but making the roar represented that Eren did not restore his consciousness. What the bastard is going to do? Mikasa stood up laborious and pressed her chest with one hand. She felt that half of her body was slightly puffed. No, I don't know. Armin's body was shaking, she had just passed by the death. Are the members in the Survey Corps all such madmen? He really wanted to kill us. We must report to the military court after the war. Mikasa looked at Susiao with hatred, but now, it was not the time to think about this. Everyone could see that Eren had not recovered his consciousness. The hook lock of the 3D maneuver gear popped up. Susiao fixed the hook lock on Eren's back neck. The gas on the back waist made him quickly reach Eren's back neck. He may feel that there was something in the back neck. Eren's huge hand did not hesitate to clap the back neck. Snapped. A wave of air spread around. Eren was taking a few steps forward by himself. Susiao stood on Eren's shoulder. If he was hit by this attack, he would definitely become a pile of meat. The speed and defense of the Titan were not too strong, but its strength was something else. Susiao had a precise metal eyeball in his hand. The metal eyeball floated beside him. This was the detection equipment he bought by 5,000 paradise coins. Havana's Eye. Place of origin, School City. Quality, green. Genre, detect equipment. Durability, 30/30ths. Equipment requirement, 8 points intelligence. Equipment effect, life detection, active. It can detect carbon-based organisms and obtain the thing's data. The data integrity is determined according to the intellectual properties of both parties. Hint, life detection, active, consumes 30 points of mana per second. Tip, the life detection, active, cooldown is 1 hour. Rate, 20. Introduction, as long as it is a carbon-based creature, they can't escape from the tracking of Havana's Eye. Price, 2,300 paradise coins. Havana's eyes floated in the air, red light rushed out, wrapped Aaron, scanning Aaron. Comparing the intellectual properties of both parties, the comparison is completed. Our intelligence is 2.125 times of the enemy, 100% of the enemy's information will be obtained. The information is as follows. Name, Aaron Yeager, in the use of attack titans. Life value, 76%. Mana value, 80. Strength, 40. Agility, 15. Vitality, 31, 6, the data inside of the parenthesis for the human form. Intelligence, 8. Charm, 13. Lucky, 4, the Son of Fate, temporarily +3. Skill 1, Attack Titan's power, active after using, you can become the attacking titan, which will enter the violent state, and each time to enter the violent state will permanently lose 2% of life value. Skill 2, the power of the ancestor titan, not activated. The only effect, you can command the brainless titan, the commanding that ancestor titan made brainless titan will unconditionally obey, the command limit is 3,700 brainless titans. Skill 3, the Son of Fate, indestructible state. If Aaron Yeager is unfortunately dead, the power of the two titans in his body will be randomly passed on to another Eldia, the transferred person will become the next the Son of Fate. Skill 4, Firm Will, passive immune all mental control, such as hypnosis, mental induction, etc. Skill 5, the Disaster of the Titan, passive after inheriting the power of the Titan, the HP will drop drastically, the remaining life is 7 years and 9 months. After viewing Aaron's information, Su Xiao's eyelids jumped straight, not to mention the 40 points of powerful strength, the state of Aaron's the Son of Fate was too strong. Although Aaron was now the protagonist of the plot, the next protagonist would appear immediately after Aaron dies. The world's Son of Fate was not in Aaron, but the power of two titans in his body. This may be nature is unkind, it treats the creation like sacrificial straw dogs. Now Aaron was the stray dog, the dead protagonist had no value, the Titan world will immediately generate the next protagonist, there would be no such thing as revenge for Aaron. Dead is the loser, you would have no value. At this time, Su Xiao thought of the Blood Rose and Dust's actions. They seemed to have no intention to kill Aaron but wanted to communicate with Aaron. This was a very abnormal situation. Killing protagonist in the world could get a lot of benefits, Aaron should be a special case. Kaneki Ken from the last world was already amazing enough. Now there was a more amazing, the endless protagonist could be killed. Or Aaron was not the protagonist at all, the protagonist was the power of two titans in Aaron's body or the power of the ancestor titan. Thinking of this situation, Su Xiao scowled, he hesitated whether to kill Aaron and see what changes will happen. But now Aaron could not die, he hadn't lifted the boulder. After Su Xiao escaped Aaron's several attacks, the frequency for Aaron to attack dropped significantly. Su Xiao was jumping near Aaron's head. In less than a minute, Aaron hit his face and gave himself a punch and blinded one eye. The titan that Aaron turned into began to stagger, Su Xiao took the opportunity to jump to Aaron's back neck. In the original book, Armin awakened Aaron, he said touching nonsense for a long time on Aaron's back neck. Su Xiao did not have that talent, he did not have the kind of leisure and elegance as well. With one hand clenching the dragon flash, the blade of dragon flash flashed a blue glow, which was the unique light of the blue weapon. The long sword cut through the flesh of Aaron's back neck into a large piece. Su Xiao looked at the depth, there was still some distance from Aaron's body, so he cut again. Snigger. A thick piece of meat quickly turned into steam after landing. Aaron's back neck was cut for 1/3 muscles by Su Xiao. At this time, Su Xiao could already see the back of Aaron's body and fixed the hook of the 3D maneuver gear to the side of Aaron's body. Su Xiao's body was dragged by the reaction force. At this point, Aaron's sight was dull, most of his body was wrapped in muscle. Susiao grabbed Aaron's head and pulled the muscles on Aaron's head down. Hey, wake up. Susiao tapped Aaron's cheek. At this point, the titan that Aaron turned into was motionless. Mikasa and Armin on the roof in the distance were both shocked. Aaron was directly pulled out in the titan state. After being touched by Susiao, Aaron's pupils vibrated and seemed to be trying to regain consciousness. Seeing this situation, Susiao was happy. It worked, so he gave Aaron a punch. Ha! Aaron snorted, and his nose bleed and his pupils began to shine. Are you awake? Yes, it seems to be. Aaron gasped heavily. After seeing Armin in the distance, he relieved. It was originally acting, he almost thought it was true. In fact, that is true. Continue your mission. Susiao immediately left the Titan's back neck after awakening Aaron and jumped to the nearby roof. Aaron looked at the boulder, and he felt that he could now control the body of the Titan under him. Taking a deep breath, the Titan's muscles gradually wrapped Aaron, but this time his pupil was very shiny. Aaron was first familiar with the feeling present, taking 2 steps by the Titan and making a fist with both hands. The fat power in the body surprised Aaron, he was so powerful. Walking to the front of the boulder, Aaron held the boulder with his hands. Roar! Aaron screamed and lifted the boulder on his shoulders. Boom! 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 Every step that Aaron walked would shake the ground with the vicinity of the 100 meters, the Titan's body floated out of a large piece of sparkles, the whole body became black and yellow as if he would be gasified at any time. This boulder was somewhat beyond the range that Aaron could bear. Susiao took out a signal gun and launched it to the sky, the yellow smoke signal blown out. The plan was 90% successful. Chapter 162. The yellow signal rocket flew to sky attracted the attention of the Survey Corps. Aaron Yeager lifted the boulder and began to build a defensive line. The branch leader of Survey Corps Mike Zacharias brought people close to Aaron. Mike, as the branch leader of the Survey Corps, certainly had strong power. He had investigated outside of the wall for 56 times but finally failed to the Beast Titan. The Titans are under the control of many Titans. After receiving the yellow signal flare, the Survey Corps in the city swarmed, thousands of people quickly jumped on the roof, the scene was spectacular. According to the previous plan, the Survey Corps was divided into 2 teams to help Aaron form a straight defensive line to the hole. Susiao quickly jumped on the roof next to Aaron and watched Aaron's situation. The situation was very optimistic. The Titans on the path had been cleared up. The force of the Survey Corps was not stationed corps could compare with. Now Aaron progressed smoothly. Puff! The jet of the 3D maneuver gear came, a slender figure fell on the roof near Susiao. After seeing the coming person, Susiao had pupils constriction, many thoughts flashed in his mind. The members of the training corps stepped back. Here is the Survey Corps. Susiao quickly approached the people. Aaron, Mikasa, and others gradually walked away. I can't do it, I can't do it. The coming person was a girl with white skin and blonde hair. The girl looked at Susiao from the side, her eyes were full of helplessness and even some despair. Why do you block the hole? Annie whispered softly, if the hole is blocked, the plan of the 3 groups of wisdom titans in the wall would be destroyed. New recruit, are you getting some kind of stimulation? Come with me to take rest in the supply point. Susiao was close stably to Annie, he could not go too fast, it would alarm Annie. Susiao had already guessed what Annie was going to do was. Annie's current state of mind was very bad. The long desire was about to succeed. She could finally go home, but this was suddenly destroyed. Annie was somewhat desperate. Otherwise, it was impossible to show up publicly. You are very strong, so don't close to me, I'm a weak woman, and I'm very scared. Annie's sights were dull, tears slipped down her cheeks, it seemed that she was making decisions. Okay. Susiao's footsteps stopped, but his body bowed slightly, The tiles under his feet creaked. The distance was still 5 meters, he had 40% of chance could cut off Annie's head directly. I have been here for 3 years. I am really stupid. It is really stupid to appear directly in front of other people at this time. Annie's tears dripped on her chin, she turned to look at Aaron who was lifting the big stone. As long as you take me away, I don't have to continue this life. What should I do? Annie's mental state was even worse, her language was a bit unorganized, the long-term undercover made her live with people inside of the wall. She was only 13 years old when she sneaked into the wall. It was the most innocent age. In this most innocent age, Annie was sent to live inside of the wall with those people and find opportunities to break through and kill all the humans inside of the wall. If she does not execute, her family will die, but if she does, she will kill thousands of innocent people. Annie, even if the whole world hates you, even if the whole world is against you, Dad will stand on your side. The voice of the father echoed in Annie's ears. Annie finally made up her mind. Boom. The tiles were broken. A burst of sound came from Annie's side. Annie's body trembled, she saw the man who was still 5 meters away from the side which was like a cannonball shoot towards her. Recalling the man's horrifying sword skills, Annie knew that if he was close to her, she would be killed. Lifting her arm, Annie immediately bit her index finger. Snigger. A slender arm flew up, there was a long wound appeared on Annie's delicate cheek. Annie was very confused in mind, this man was too horrible, she must wear that immediately. Just when Annie wanted to become a titan, Susiao, who was in the air, had already picked up the dragon flash. The distance was too close, and the sword could not exert its power. Susiao's entire body rushed to Annie's body, his left arm wrapped around Annie's neck, and his right hand held the left fist, chocking Annie's neck brutally. Guillotine. Susiao could let Annie suffocate in 2 seconds, and within 3 seconds he could completely break Annie's neck. Crack, crack, crack. The horrible sound of bone breaking came, the white of her eyes were instantly congested, her sights quickly turned black. Annie forcibly concentrated on mobilizing the titan power in the body. She was different from Aaron, that kind of initial learner. She was trained by professional titans when she was a child. Boom. Golden lightning fell from the sky, Susiao felt his head screaming, his arms swelled suddenly and flew him away. Boom, Susiao fell on a roof and smashed a large piece of terracotta. Cough, cough. A sweet and bloody smell rushed to the throat, Susiao spat some blood. He cut partially, the tiles he stepped previously were more fragile than imagined. Dragon flash appeared in his hands, Susiao looked at the golden light not far away, Annie was becoming a titan. The golden light dissipated, the female titan who had some similar resemblance to Annie appeared. The blonde hair was most similar. After Annie became a titan, she stared at Susiao with some fear. She just almost died. She always thought that her fighting ability was very strong. But in the man's hand, she had no chance to fight back. Do you finally put on, HA? It's a mistake. Susiao spat out bloody saliva and walked slowly to Annie. What? Don't you chase? Susiao licked the blood on his lips, the bloody smell somewhat aroused his fierceness. Annie showed a fighting stance, not that she didn't want to chase Aaron, but she knew exactly what the consequences of pointing her back to this man. Byakuya, what is this going on? Hangzhou came to the vicinity and cautiously stared at the female titan. With Aaron's incident, Survey Corps would be careful with any suspected titan. The other titan that had been turned from a human, let me deal with here, that one is our ultimate goal. Susiao pointed to Aaron's direction, Hangzhou immediately took the team members away after nodding. You must capture her. After talking, Hangzhou ran away. After the appearance of the female titan, the Survey Corps immediately responded. Aaron was protected by Third Row's members outside and Third Row's members inside, they gradually moved toward the hole with Aaron's footsteps. The travel for Aaron to lift up the huge stone explain everything. Now they have to fight to protect this titan. The hope of humans to recapture the wall. Rose was here. There was some worry in Titan Annie's sight, but it had some things that happened not far from here at this time. Boom. It was golden lightning landed again, a titan body of a full body bone appeared a few seconds later. The armored titan Reiner Braun also acted. The situation of Reiner Braun and Annie was the same. They joined the training corps 3 years ago and came from the same place with Annie, but Reiner Braun hid deeper. In Aaron's mind, Reiner Braun was the same role as the elder brother, he was his goal to fight for it. Another one. Susiao looked not very pleased, he could still deal with one, but if the female titan and armor titan fight with him together, the situation will be bad. There were not only titans but also strong humans inside of the wall. A short figure was rushing to the armored titan with high speed. It was 1 meter 6, no, it is the Captain Levi, the strongest soldier of human, and the less remaining family of Mikasa, Levi Ackerman. The captain was no problem for dealing with the armored titan, but considering the hard bones of the armored titan, it was more difficult for Levi Ackerman to kill armor titan. After Annie noticed Susiao's gaze moved, she straightly punched Susiao. The strong wind blew to face, Susiao flexibly side jumped. Hui. The roof was hit out a large hole in the roof by Annie, the smoke and dust were everywhere. Annie immediately received her fists and put her fists in front to block. Susiao, who jumped in the air, began to judge the overall quality of Annie. Annie's power was weaker than Aaron, but her speed was several times faster. This type of titan was almost a human killer. With Annie's fighting skills, it would become a nightmare for human soldiers. Chapter 163. The hook lock of the 3D maneuver gear popped up, Susiao relied on the nearby building to move around Annie. Susiao would not nail the hook on Annie's body, it would cause him to die. After hanging in the air for a long distance, Susiao immediately sprayed gas in front of Annie's eyes. The bright sword light appeared in Annie's sight. One of Annie's sights became bark. She didn't even see how Susiao used the sword. Susiao's sword attack stimulated Annie's nerves. Annie held her back neck with one hand, and side-kicked Susiao who was in the air. Susiao immediately increased the jet volume of the 3D maneuver gear, his body rose up to luckily avoid this kick. Huh! The strong wind blew Susiao's clothes and made whistle sounds. If he is kicked by this leg, he will be kicked to fly like a ball, or even fly out of the wall. Rose. Luckily, who is this? Yeah, I will kill if I am kicked. I don't know who this is. He doesn't wear clothes of any corps but has a 3D maneuver gear, but this guy is so strong. Some members of the training corps were surrounded by the battlefield of Annie and Susiao. These people were all Annie's classmates. Goddess with blonde hair, Krista, female foodie, Krista Lenz, Crew Cut, Connie Springer, Confused Man, Jan Kirushutane and so on. Today was the day of the graduation for 104th Training Corps, so Aaron's classmates are on the battlefield. After graduating, the members of the training corps had the opportunity to get familiar with the situation on the wall, so the 3 titans chose to attack the city wall today. Susiao was entangled with the female titan. The recruits seemed to want to come forward to help but being afraid of the female titan's terrible destructive power. Annie's fighting skill was not weak. After turning into a titan, she was even stronger. If these people dare to go forward, they will definitely become a pile of meat by Annie's fierce attack. Of course, it would be in the situation that Annie could kill them cruelly. If these people are now rushing forward, Annie will be likely to escape. Annie cannot kill her classmates. In the original book, Annie was somewhat desperate after seeing her classmates' bodies that had been spat out after being swallowed by the titans. She kept whispering sorry. If there are no other people present, Annie would even cry in front of the bodies. On the battlefield, Susiao used the 3D maneuver gear to glide quickly in the air, occasionally leaving wounds on Annie's body. Annie's body was too big, the range to attack was very wide, so Susiao did not want to be completely close to Annie. Although he could use the 3D maneuver gear, this was not his fighting style. Wearing this thing made him feel his combat power was somewhat reduced. Now he only needs to delay time. Eren was only a dozen meters away from the hole. Annie also noticed this situation. She immediately controlled the female titan's arms and hugged the bell tower on the side. After breaking the bell tower, she threw the bell tower to Susiao with full strength. Bang! The smoke and dust arose, the spire of the bell tower inserted into the ground. Taking this opportunity, Annie turned around and ran. She approached to Eren with very high speed. Annie's running pose shocked all the witnesses. Annie ran so fast that no titan had run so fast. Puff! Susiao controlled the 3D maneuver gear to fully inject gas. His body almost formed a straight line, rushed forward in the air. Annie ran really fast, but Susiao's current speed of gliding was faster. He was directly on the side of Annie. In the moment of surpassing Annie, Susiao's right arm held the dragon flash, and the dragon flash cut through the air and made a horrible sob. The blade cut into Annie's thigh. Annie also noticed this scene. The surface of the part would be attacked crystallized immediately as if it was covered with a thin layer of ice. This was the hardening ability of female titan. The swords in the titan world could not penetrate it. Did it mean that the dragon flash also cannot penetrate it? Of course not. Dragon flash was a blue quality weapon now. It was a forcible weapon. Crack! The sharp slamming sound came. Annie in the titan's body was stunned. She surprisingly felt that the body was leaning forward. Bang! The female titan fell into a residential area. The broken leg flew far away. Susiao's momentum of rushing forward began to slow down. After landing, he used his feet to stop for more than 10 meters to stabilize his figure. He even smelled the scorching smell of his soul. Looking at the female titan who was struggling to get up, Susiao breathed a sigh of relief. Jumping on a roof, Susiao saw Eren stood in front of the hole. Go, Eren! Armin shouted loudly that Susiao could even hear in the far distance. It seemed that in response to Armin, Eren made a roar and tried his best to throw the boulder on his shoulder to the hole. Boom! The boulder firmly blocked the hole. The light from the hole and the strong wind were blocked. The third zone was successfully defended and was far ahead than the other two zones. Both the members of Lycoris Radiata and Fraternity saw this scene, but they could not stop it, or they did not dare to stop it. There were members of the Survey Corps near Eren. Erwin, the head of the Survey Corps, even appeared in the present. If they dare to stop Eren, they will immediately be judged to be out of the camps inside of the wall by the Reincarnation Paradise. The consequences that both of the two adventurous groups couldn't afford before they completed the camp task. The Titan world was in a peaceful model. The Reincarnation Paradise did not encourage the contractors to kill each other but avoided attack and defense in other zones to be more serious. Therefore, the two adventurous groups could only watch the scene but do nothing. Mainline mission, Attack and Defense War in Wall. Rose. Completed, yes/no submit task. Susiao certainly chose to submit. The sooner the task was completed would be better. You have completed, Attack and Defense of Wall. Rose, you get 3 points of attribute points, 8,000 paradise coins. The reward has been automatically transferred into the reincarnation mark. The hunter's contribution value for defending the third zone is 96%, which rewards 10,000 attack and defense contribution values. Detected that the defense of zone has succeeded, began to settle the current attack and defense contribution value ranking. First place, Byakuya, attack and defense contribution values are 11650. Second place, Icy Lunar, the attack and defense contribution values are 2130. Third place, Atom, attack, and defense contribution values are 2019. Fourth place, Dust, attack, and defense contribution values are 315. Fifth place, Blood Rose, attack and defense contribution values are 268. Public announces, the main force of the third zone in the defense war Byakuya has completed the defense, his ranking is the first place. Public announces, because Byakuya performed very good in the attack and defense task, the Reincarnation Paradise adds a bonus reward, the random equipment with blue quality. Hint, rewards will be issued after all battlefield defend successfully. If other zones fail to defend, the hunters will not be able to receive additional rewards. A series of prompts appeared, Susiao could not help but smile. His plan had been reached, although there were some unexpected obstacles on the way, he also finished it by personal strength. Sure enough, even if he is smart, if there is no matching strength, nothing can be achieved. The above suggestions meant that Susiao was now basically free, and the final qualification to return will appear until the attack and defense task was over. Susiao's position of the first place was now locked. He had also been rewarded for his excellent performance, but he could only get it after the task finished successfully. In a block inside of the wall/rows, there were a large number of contractors gathered here. The contractors without adventurous groups in the third zone were here. After Susiao's head left, these contractors felt pressure, so they did not separate and began to hunt the titans inside of the wall to make up for the loss of the mission. The attack and defense task surprisingly completed. A contractor was shocked. Haha, mine was also finished. What is going on? Didn't that hole not break? Look at the hint of the reincarnation park, damn. Our head is really so powerful, this is one person to fight 42, I had never heard of this kind of strong person. The contractors quickly roughly understood the matter, their head completed the task with a powerful record. The completion of the attack and defense task made Susiao breathe a sigh of relief. He used the 3D maneuver gear to jump on the roof to see the surrounding conditions. Good, no other contractors. Susiao shook his shoulders, he prepared to kill the female titan in front of him. Crack, crack. Susiao began to untie the 3D maneuver gear. Annie in the female titan was very confused. Is this guy going to give up the battle? Annie just guessed, Susiao was ready to fight with full strength. Taking off the shirt, Susiao squatted at the corner of the room with a naked upper body and looked at Annie, the surface of the dragon flash wrapped with a light blue arc. Don't you run with happiness, why don't you continue running? Susiao was relaxed and looked at the female titan with some interest. After seeing Susiao in this state, Annie was cold sweating from the back. He may be the most dangerous enemy she had ever encountered. Annie stood up with alert after her broken leg is reborn. She no longer considered how to overcome the enemy in front of her, but considered how to escape. Chapter 164. Susiao jumped down the roof and walked to Annie after landing smoothly. Although using 3D maneuver gear could speed up a speed of moving forward, Susiao was not used to fight while he was flying in the air, he was more familiar with stepping on the ground. There was nowhere to make stronger power by things in midair, he at most could change the direction by the 3D maneuver gear, which made Susiao's power reduced a lot. In general, the 3D maneuver gear was good for fleeing. If you want to adapt to the 3D maneuver gear fighting method, it will not only need to learn one skill to adapt, it will take a lot of time to practice. After discovering that Susiao had untied the 3D maneuver gear, the female titan who was in front of Susiao began to step back slowly. Eren had blocked a hole. She must not let Eren block the other two holes. She should stop it as soon as possible and took Eren away. Annie controlled the female titan's feet and made powers and looked at Eren in the distance. Boom. The dust under the female titan's feet surged after she side jumped and staggered with Susiao's position, then she wanted to flee at full speed. Annie knew that as long as she ran, the man could not catch up with her. Let's not say that the person had already untied the 3D maneuver gear. The gas inside the 3D maneuver gear was very limited. After there is no more, the 3D maneuver gear will be only a pile of scrap metal. Annie's side jump was fast, but Su Xiao's speed was faster. Su Xiao rushed under the feet of the female titan. When the female titan had not yet stood firmly, Su Xiao raised his hand to cut off the female titan's Achilles tendon. The Achilles tendon of one foot was cut off. The action of female titan just wanted to run changed and almost fell to the ground again. The female titan ran fast, but the speed of the female titan's movement was not fast before she ran. The huge body must first accumulate inertia of moving forward to accelerate. Su Xiao was just the opposite. His instant bursting speed was fast. If he runs with the female titan for the long distance, his speed will absolutely be slower than the female titan's speed. An embarrassing scene appeared. Under Su Xiao's block, the female titan could not run. Annie in the female titan immediately realized this. If the situation continues, she will die here today. Annie even suspected whether her final means could defend against the sword. If she cannot defend it, she will be dissected like a mouse finally. Thinking of that situation, the killing in Annie's side had obviously surged. Although her remaining life was not much, she still wanted to see her family again and see her father. The double fists were in front, the toes of one leg were raised, the legs were in tandem. The female titan posed her exclusive fighting posture. Compared with the female titan's height of 14 meters, Su Xiao, who was only 1 meter 8 tall, was very short. But tall could not be considered to be powerful, as the current female titan. The female titan bowed her upper body, her fists aimed to the ground. This fighting posture made Annie in the female titan awkward. The enemy was too small. After Su Xiao noticed the posture of the female titan, he began to walk sideways and circle around the female titan. The female titan did not dare go back to Su Xiao, so she began to change direction with Su Xiao's pace. After turning a semicircle, Su Xiao's footsteps suddenly accelerated. The female titan immediately accelerated the speed of turning her body. At this time, Su Xiao's footsteps suddenly stopped and rushed to the female titan after he sighted. Su Xiao's movement was unpredictable. The female titan wanted to turn around, but it was already late. Su Xiao rushed to the feet of the female titan in 3 steps and held Dragon Flash and swung. Puchi. The blade passed, and the female titan's entire leg was cut off. The female titan's body was not resistant under the Dragon Flash's blade. As long as the angle was correct, there was no position that could not be cut off. The female titan severely stabilized after her leg was cut, but the body of the titan was too heavy. The female titan uncontrollably fell down. The female titan did have the ability to prevent. At the same time as the body fell down, the female titan's fists punched from top to bottom at Su Xiao. Bang! The dust was flying around. The ground was smashed, and a hole with 2.5 meters deep appeared. Su Xiao was covered with a lot of dust fog, his side was blocked, and a widespread dust fog was in front of him, but he was not panicked but closed his eyes. Since his sight was blocked, he turned to use the heart eyes to perceive. Closing eyes to perceive surrounding, the wind was flowing, and grains of dust was flying in the air. A stream of air came from the left side. The attacking position was above the shoulder. Su Xiao immediately made a judgment in his mind. Su Xiao's body sided, a partially crystallized calf of Titan slid against his head, and the accompanying wind pressure blew his hair. He felt the enemy's attack ahead of time without sight. This feeling made Su Xiao entered a new level. It turned out as what Sasaki Kojiro said, fighting did not depend solely on the eyes. The smoke and dust dispersed. Su Xiao still closed his eyes and stood in front of the female titan. Half of the female titan's body was now paralyzed, and the injured part of the calf was full of steam, gradually recovering. Seeing Su Xiao standing in front of her closed his eyes, Annie in the female titan's body was a bit confused. It was already amazing enough not to use the 3D maneuver gear to fight with the Titans. Now, this guy even closed his eyes. But this was an opportunity. The female Titan squatting on the ground raised a fist to hit Susiao. Huge fist with a wind pressure smashed towards Susiao, Susiao holding the dragon flash, the tip of the sword pointed to the ground, and did not have the attack. The left of center on the top, from the attack of the female Titan's fist. The fist of female Titan was falling. In Susiao's perception, it seemed to be slow motion. Susiao had predicted the next trace of female Titan's attack. 2 steps sided, the attack of the female Titan fell. Boom! The slate on the ground was smashed, the broken small stones flew to Susiao. The long knives in the hands smashed incessantly, the small stones were smashed or blocked. The impact of the fist hitting the ground made Susiao's clothes whistle by winds. Susiao had a different understanding of the heart eyes skills, and some conjectures about the skills learned in the Reincarnation Paradise. Perhaps the skills which he learned in the Reincarnation Paradise were like seeds. Upgrading skills in a Reincarnation Paradise was like watering the seeds and letting it sprout quickly. After that, the contractor did not fully understand this skill but needed to understand it in battle gradually. What he had to do was not to use the skills he has learned stiffly, but to have a deeper understanding of the skills in combat. After the contractor learned the skills, he would have a basic understanding of the skills. He only needed to fully understand the skills in the battle to reach the same level of the level the skill creators reached in 10 or 20 years. This was the powerful part of the Reincarnation Paradise. Susiao had a general understanding of the heart-eyes skills and would fully grasp soon. However, there were exceptions in the skills. The skill of destroying shadows was not in this way. The skill of destroying shadows was more like an instinct. After learning, he could master it perfectly, and could even develop it. 2 attacks were evaded in succession. Annie in the female Titan felt somewhat unbelievable. Her fists began to smash the Susiao randomly and quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The ground in front of the female Titan was smashed desperately. Susiao easily escaped the attacks of the female Titan on the broken ground. After nearly 2 minutes of attacking, Annie in the female Titan began to pant. The breeze blew the smoke away. Susiao's figure emerged. His clothes were not damaged at all. He stood in front of the female Titan calmly. The attack is very strong. I almost can't escape for a few times. Seeing Susiao, who was not injured, the female Titan's pupil constricted. The body of the female Titan had been completely restored. Annie immediately controlled the female Titan to get up and flee. She could not fight with this kind of monster human. She could not even hit the person. The bright sword light flashed. The female Titan's sole of the foot was cut in half, and the female Titan fell into the ground with a bang. The mouths of the members of the training corps around the roof were slightly open. The handles of some recruits even fell to the ground without notices. The scene they were witnessing was somewhat unbelievable. They never thought that human beings could be so powerful. Chapter 165. Thudding, boom. A compact cluster of houses was crashed. The female Titan was ruthlessly destroying the houses in the city. But the appearance of the female Titan was somewhat weird. Her height was very short at this time. She was only about 8 meters. It was not that the 8-meter Titan was short, but that the female Titan looked very strange now. Her legs were missing. She was crawling forward with her arms. Annie was desperate at this time. Her Titan's legs were cut off 6 times, so far she did not even touch the enemy's clothes. Annie had a feeling that as long as she could attack the man could not continue to pursue her even if he was not dead. Susiao jumped on the ruins that the female Titan destroyed, and followed the female Titan without hurry. He tried to avoid entering the female Titan's arm span. If he is attacked by the female Titan, the result will be terrible. When the female Titan just wanted to continue to climb forward, Susiao went up and attacked a few times, directly smashing the female Titan's waist into several large pieces. so that the female Titan had only the upper body. During the battle, Su Xiao discovered that the recovery ability of the Titan was not unlimited. Now the recovery rate of the female Titan had been very slow. Moreover, the body of these intelligent Titans should have no pain. He opened the Qingganyan to fight for a long time. He did not see that the female Titan had any reaction to having severe pain. In the female Titan's body, Annie's body was full of sweat, and her clothes were even wet. She had only one idea, that is, climbing near the wall. Rose and climbing on the wall to escape. She had no strength to fight. After Su Xiao observed that the female Titan's attacks became less, he immediately tried to approach the upper body of the female Titan. After discovering this situation, Annie was shocked and began to control the female Titan to wave her arms indiscriminately, intending to kill Su Xiao. After an arm waved in front of Su Xiao, he slashed his sword and cut the arm. A huge palm flew out of the distance. Annie wanted to recover her palm quickly, but the break of the wrist was just steaming. The recovery speed of the palm was very slow. Su Xiao was like an old hunter, gradually squeezed the prey's physical strength. Annie had changed from the fierce female wolf to a husky. After discovering that Annie's physical strength was almost exhausted, Su Xiao quickly stepped forward. Snigger, snigger. A lot of blood surged incessantly. The female Titan changed from the original 14-meter body to less than 4 meters, leaving only the head and one arm, and other body tissues scattered on the path of escaping. Those had now turned into steam rising. Annie in the female Titan's body was completely desperate, controlling the female Titan to make the last action, using that one arm to hold the back neck, but this struggle was too pale and powerless. Not more than 30 seconds, Su Xiao could pull Annie from the female Titan's body. The long word in his hand continued to smash. Female Titan's body gradually broke. Su Xiao cut open the back neck of the female Titan with a sword. A slender leg came into view. Just as Su Xiao was ready to smash Annie, there was a sudden white light on Annie's body. Warning: Hunter is inside of the energy absorption position. Please stay away as soon as possible. Without the hint from the reincarnation paradise, Su Xiao had found that his life value is rapidly decreasing. Stepping on the ground hard, Su Xiao jumped a few meters away from the range of white light covering. The white light even covered the sun. The body of the female Titan quickly melted. A kind of white crystal like ice wrapped Annie. After a dozen seconds, the female Titan's body disappeared, leaving only a transparent crystal looked like diamond about 2 meters long on the ground. The whole piece of crystal was like a crystal coffin wrapped Annie, who was sleeping deeply. This was Annie's last mean. The female Titan could crystallize. If Annie opens this ability, she can wrap her body inside. Su Xiao stepped forward and tapped the crystal with Dragon Flash. The hardness of the crystal was not low, but he could cut open it. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao held the sword in his hands and cut on the diamond-shaped crystal. Ding! The crystal fragments splashed. The diamond-shaped crystal was cut, and 5 centimeters deep crack appeared. The crystal near the gap showed large cracks. Su Xiao could break this thing in 10 minutes. Annie, who had closed her eyes in the diamond-shaped crystal, was trembling. She was in semi-dormancy. Only after the diamond-shaped crystal was broken, she will react. She clearly felt that the hardened crystal was broken. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps gradually approached Su Xiao. He looked sighted and found that the armored Titan who had previously fought with Levi was approaching. The appearance of the armored Titan was also very miserable. One of his arms was cut off, and the steam on the body was lingering. It seemed that it was almost impossible for him to hold on. However, the armored Titan's defense was very strong. If it is other intelligent Titans, it may have been killed by Levi. At this time, the armored Titan had stopped paying attention to Levi but rushed towards Su Xiao at full speed. The intention of the armored Titan was obvious. He came to save Annie. Although Su Xiao's fight with Annie seemed to be easy, he was like walking on a steel wire. As long as he was hit by Annie, he was declared to be over. Now, with the armored titan who was more difficult to get rid of came, he could not fight with two intelligent titans in a row. Su Xiao frowned tightly. If Annie is saved like this, he will lose a lot. The thoughts in his mind turned sharply. Su Xiao recalled that Annie's mental situation and her two companions. Su Xiao unnoticeably smiled. Annie, the life inside of the wall makes you no longer determined. We are the soldiers of the Marley Empire, not the soldiers inside of the wall. Let Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover come to find me after you wake up. You were exposed. If you still want to see your father, let them come to see me. Your father is in a bad situation and is being held in the isolated area. Su Xiao was racking his brain to talk these two paragraphs, giving the three people a sense of crisis, and then revealing that he was also the identity of the Marley, and then taking Annie's father that she cared very much as a threat. After Su Xiao said this, he suddenly found that the crystal wrapped in Annie gradually melt. This silly girl definitely believed. Although Su Xiao looked calm, he was overjoyed in his mind. Boom! A huge figure jumped near in the distance. The armored titan arrived. Su Xiao not only did not stop the armored titan but also let the armored titan grab the diamond-shaped crystals wrapped in Annie on the ground. The armored titan directly put the crystal into his mouth after grabbing the crystal on the ground. The armored titan Rainer Braun was also fierce. Su Xiao clearly saw the armored titan's throat became thick. This guy forcibly swallowed the diamond-shaped crystal wrapping Annie. After doing all this, the armored titan rushed to the hold of the second zone. Su Xiao did not go after him. He was somewhat curious about how would the armored titan break through the defense of the second zone. Boom! Golden lightning fell outside the city. The location was near the second zone. The fraternity might be unlucky. Chapter 166. Under the wall. Rose, the second zone. After starting to guard the defense line in the early morning, the fraternity found that the situation was not right today. Yesterday, the Titans' attacks were fierce became sparse today. The fraternity quickly understood the reason. The third zone was broken, and it was the news brought by the dust which just turned back to the group. After hearing this thing, the head of the group was not surprised. After all, the third zone was a temporary team composed of scattered people. It was normal for the defensive line to be broken. After Dust said the real reason why was the third zone broken, Adam felt not good. The head of the third zone surprisingly ran away. Although he did not bring the girl, this kind of fleeing behavior made Adam very speechless. However, after understanding the specific situation, Adam was vaguely worried in his mind. The disappearance of the protagonist Aaron and the attitude of the character of the plot Mikasa all represented that the head of the third zone might plan something. Adam had a headache. His team was in peace. He never actively provoked other contractors, but if other contractors come to provoke them, he will not tolerate them. After considering for a long time, Adam decided not to provoke Su Xiao, but the fraternity would not only sit and wait. The fraternity had a member that learned the skill about Fuinjitsu in the Naruto world. Although the level of Fuinjitsu was not high, as long as they give him 2 days, the hole on the wall could be completely sealed, so Adam did not pay attention to the third zone which was broken. The reduction of the Titans in the second zone would speed up the process of blocking the entrance of the second zone. Just when the Fuinjitsu sealed most of the hole, bad news appeared. The main character of the plot, Aaron, held the big stone and went straight to the hole in the third zone. When Adam saw this scene, he almost spits out the blood. The protagonist of the plot was so obedient, he turned to do the heavy job in less than a morning. With the roar of the boulder falling on the wall, the first place of the attack and defense war was taken away. Adam was not a person with a narrow mind. The 3 zones could complete their task by their own strength. If they can finish faster, that will be their strength. Brothers, the hole is about to be sealed. The blue equipment is also a good reward. Everyone has worked hard. Adam tried to boost morale. The boss is really optimistic. The boss is in second place forever. The members of the fraternity were listless to respond, but the atmosphere in the group was harmonious, there was no complaint. When he saw this scene, Adam smiled bitterly and shook his head. The hole in the second zone was about 3 meters in size. Most of the hole was blocked by gravels covered with a black tadpole pattern. After 3 or 4 hours, the hole would be completely blocked. But at this time, Adam heard a loud noise coming from the outside of the city wall. The golden light appeared in the hole. What is this? Adam just guessed what the golden light was in less than 0.5 seconds. Everyone gets away from the city wall. Adam screamed, though he shouted to ask others away. He rushed to the hole alone. Mokyutan Jukaikauten. Adam pressed one hand to the ground. A large number of trees grew rapidly in the soil, eventually forming a tree wall. Compared with Senju Hashirama's Mokyutan, Adam's Mokyutan skill could only be regarded as the light of the rice, but Adam only mastered several Mokyutan skills and had strong growth potential. Boom! A loud noise came from the side of the members of the fraternity. The wall they put hard to block was kicked to smash directly from the outside. Several titan toes with steam appeared in the hole. The colossal titan appeared again. The stones that were kicked away with huge kinetic energies, spurting outward like bullets. If these stones hit a human, the scene would be like a hammer hitting tomatoes. The wooden wall made of trees became fraternity's life-saving symbol. It blocked all the stones. The dozens of members of the fraternity were only blown by the powerful impact. The second zone was broken in less than 3 seconds. The members of the fraternity were blown away like the heavenly made scattered blossoms. A titan with a skeleton in his body rushed to the hole in the second zone, and the armored titan fled out of the hole without any blockage. The armored titan escaped with Annie. The colossal titan immediately turned into a large piece of steam. In fact, the third zone was the most ideal breakthrough point for the colossal titan. But there were a large number of the Survey Corps gathered there. Armor Titan did not dare to escape to that direction. The Berthold Hoover, colossal titan, which has been hiding on the wall, discovered this situation, so he chose the second zone, which had been blocked with not many Survey Corps. Compared with the contractors, these 3 spies who had the power of the Titan were more afraid of the Survey Corps. Inside of the wall, in ruins, Susiao picked up the 3D maneuver gear on the ground. This thing was better to use in fleeing, and he was now a member of the Survey Corps. Now the 3 intelligent Titans in the wall had all escaped to the outside of the wall. The difficulty of the attack and defense task would be much lower. Standing on the roof to see the miserable situation of the second zone, Susiao sighed that the fraternity was really unlucky, but the sudden appearance of the tree wall made him care a lot. The thing looked familiar. Susiao began to consider the next action, first of all to speed up the progress of the other 2 areas of the attack and defense task. If the attack and defense task is completed successfully, he can get the blue quality equipment. If the blue equipment is just right for him, his combat power will grow a lot. However, compared with completing the attack and defense task, Susiao looked forward to the 3 Titans coming to find him. He was now inside of the wall. The area inside the wall was not too small. It was too small compared to the entire mainland of the Titan world. The Titan world was not just a range of 3-sided circular walls. It was a very broad and interesting world. It could be regarded as a mixture of technology and micro-magic. According to Susiao's search for information, the general situation of the Titan world was as follows. A long time ago, on a wide continent, not the location of the wall, but a broader continent, there were 2 major countries on the continent, namely the Marley Empire and the Eldia Empire. The Eldia Empire was weaker than the Marley Empire. The 2 countries, in order to rob the territory, the Eldia Empire collapsed and immediately faced the country to perish. But one day, a woman named Emir in Eldia Empire gained a kind of power under the coincidence. This way of gaining power was called signing contracts with Devil of the Ground by the Marley people. Emir was a war orphan, so she hated the Marley people. After gaining strength, Ymir joined her motherland Eldia Empire and helped the Eldia Empire to fight. Yes, what did Ymir gain was the power of the Titan, the most primitive and oldest and the strongest power of the Titan. The body of 100 meters high, the whole body was covered by the armor, the invincible power, she even could tamper or clear the memory of nearby human beings. After this terrible monster joined the war, the Marley Empire was defeated. In less than 5 years, the Eldia Empire ruled the continent and established an empire that was extremely strong. As the strongest person in the world, Ymir became the queen of the empire, the only person who had power. Although Queen Ymir had a strong strength, she would also die. On the 117th birthday, Ymir died under the cries of her children. When Ymir died, she asked her 9 children and let her children eat her flesh and blood after she died. The children of Ymir did it, the power of the ancestor Titan was divided into 9, and the 9 children of Ymir got one of her ability. Her children gave the names of these powers of the Titans names, respectively Attack Titans, Armor Titans, Female Titans, Colossal Titans, Beastly Titans, and Jaw Titans. The glory of the Eldia Empire was still continuing, but the children of Ymir quickly found a situation, their lives became short after they got the power of the Titans, they only had 13 years, Ymir lived for 117 years after it divided to 9 copies, it was 13 years. Not only that, but the royal family of Eldia also found that only the Eldian people could inherit the power of the Titans, the Marley people could not inherit the power of the Titans. This made the royal family of Eldia care a lot. They enslaved women of other races and forced them to give birth to the blood of the Eldia. The power of the 9 Titans could be inherited by swallowing the previous generation of inheritors. If the previous generation passed away without being swallowed, the power of the Titans would appear randomly on a newborn of the Eldian. This had further consolidated the rule of the Eldia Empire, which ruled the wide continent for 1,700 years. The Marley Empire had long perished under the pressure of the Titans, but the Marley people were not willing to be ruled like this. After facing the rule of the 1,000 years, there was a genius with a high IQ in the remaining Marley royal family. The genius understood that a positive confrontation would never be able to fight with the Eldia Empire, but he thought of another way. Driving the wedge to provoke the relationship between the family of 9 Titans. The empire, which had existed for almost 2,000 years, had long since decayed. Under the efforts of several generations of the Marley people, the family of 9 Titans turned against each other. The brutal civil war began. The Marley people took advantage of this opportunity to seize the power of 7 Titans, almost to turn over their situations. But there was also a huge mountain in front of the Marley people. One of the 9 Titan families was too powerful. The Titan family had the strongest power of the Titans among the 9 Titans. It was very close to the power of the ancestor Titan, so the power of Titans was also called as the power of the ancestor Titan. The power of the Titans could control the secondary Titans awakened by the Eldian civilians, and the secondary Titans were very similar to the current brainless Titans. In the Long War, when the ancestor Titans passed down the 145th generation, the inheritors of that generation did not know what they suddenly realized. They left the continent with a group of Eldians and settled on a small island next to the mainland. In order to prevent the Marley people from using the power of Titans, the king of the 145th generation used his power of the ancestor Titan to control a large number of 30 or 40 meters Titans standing in a row and ordered those Titans to form a circle of walls with secondary hardening ability. It was the wall Maria that was broken at the beginning of the plot. After that, the king of the 145th generation used the same method to build the 2 other walls inside the wall Maria, the wall Rose and the wall Sina. The king of the 145th generation king became the first king in the city wall, murdered the only family of Titans who resisted with Marley people. The first king made his subordinates get the Titan power of that family, and the Titan power of that family could tamper and clean humans' memories. Under the command of the early king, the memories of the people in the wall were tampered with, and the people forgot the knowledgeable culture of Eldia. After that, the early king and the reborn Marley Empire signed a treaty of non-violation. But on one day, the early king discovered that there were many brainless titans outside the wall. The original Marley Empire had already initially found out the secret of the titan, and the brainless titans outside the wall were the experimental products of the Marley Empire. After the king of the first generation discovered that the power of the ancestor titan could control these brainless titans, he did not pay attention to these titans. The people in the wall did not dare to go out, just the same as his intention. In this way, the world inside the wall appeared, and the wall had thus lived a peaceful life for 100 years. But the early king did not know that the resources of the mainland not so far away were severely exhausted because of the successive years of wars, so the Marley Empire wanted to rob this vast island. The Marley Empire did not directly declare war. They were somewhat afraid of the king of the first generation's power of the Titans. Therefore, the Marley Empire sent 4 spies who mastered the power of the Titans to sneak into the wall and wait times to destroy the cities. Annie Leonhardt, power of the female Titan, she sneaked into the world of the wall at 13 years old. Rainer Braun, the power of the armored Titan, he sneaked into the world of the wall at 18 years old. Bertold Hoover, power of the colossal Titan, he sneaked into the world of the wall at 17 years old. Maruseru, the power of the Jaw Titan, he died, was swallowed by the brainless giants on the way. When the 3 people arrived outside the wall, Bertold Hoover, colossal Titan, kicked a door of the outside wall, and Rainer Braun, armor Titan, smashed the inner door. The story of the Titan world officially began. After that, the 3 joined the training corps, in the same period as the protagonist of the plot Eren. Now that the wall rose was broken, it was the second time that the 3 men attacked humans in the wall. Chapter 167. Inside the wall rose, 10:20 a.m. A lot of buildings in the wall were destroyed by Titans, the city was broken like ruins, a few black clouds of smoke floated in the wreckage of the building. The civilians gathered in a panic under the wall Sina, they were ready to withdraw into the old underground town. Now there was no such need, the 3rd zone was blocked, although the 2nd zone was broken, the fraternity would soon build the defensive line in the 2nd zone. Members of the Survey Corps shuttled between the buildings to clear the brainless Titans who invaded the walls. At this time, in front of the whole of the 3rd zone, the Titan that Eren turned into sat in front of the boulder. He was exhausted, the whole body was floating with sparkles would vaporize at any time. Puff. The jet sound of the 3D maneuver gear came, Susiao rushed to the 3rd zone. Head, how is the situation? Susiao looked at Eren, who was sitting on the ground. He wondered if Eren could lift the other 2 boulders. It's not very optimistic, Eren Yeager seems to run out of strength. Although the Survey Corps' plan proceeded to only 1/3, Erwin was calm. Eren. Mikasa and Armin tried to call Eren, Eren did not react. It seems that Eren Yeager can only move the other 2 boulders after he takes rest. Erwin sighed. What happened to the Titan who fought with you before? Erwin looked at Susiao. It's unclear, the Titan has mastered fighting skills and has self-conscious. Susiao did not reveal the identity of Annie, his net has been fell, he would not provide any information to the Survey Corps before regaining the net. Okay. Then. Just as Erwin was preparing to assemble members of the Survey Corps, Eren, who sat on the ground, suddenly moved. Roar! Eren screamed unwillingly, looking at the other 2 boulders in the town. Eren, who was full of sparkles on his body, stood up and managed to control the Titan to walk to the 2 boulders with struggle. Do you want to continue? This Titan has already had a gasification reaction. Hangzhou adjusted the glasses. After the war, we will try to train Eren Yeager to master this power. His loyalty seems to have no problem. Byakuya, continue your mission. Since Eren could still move, the task of blocking the wall would continue. Erwin began to mobilize personnel to protect Aaron. Susiao nailed the hook of the 3D maneuver gear on Aaron's shoulder, and the gas spurted. He stood on Aaron's shoulder. Done, done, done. Every step that Aaron walked was very difficult. In this state, he could not lift the two huge stones. 5 minutes later, Aaron manipulated the Titan to come to one of the boulders. "Aaron, can you hear me?" Susiao stood on Aaron's shoulder and shouted. The Titan that Aaron turned into stopped his action, a big head nodded. Susiao scowled. The speed that Aaron grasped the power of the Titan was very fast, and now had been able to control the Titan soberly. "It's better than you can hear. Don't try to lift this stone, you can't do it now. Drag it and push it to the entrance of the second zone, that's there." Susiao pointed to the direction of the second zone. When he heard Susiao's words, Aaron was obviously a little surprised. "Right, why should I raise the boulder? Although the speed would be faster, it would consume more energy." The Aaron beast stood in front of the boulder and pushed the boulder. Sure enough, under the push of Aaron, this round boulder gradually rolled up. Although the rolling speed was not fast, Aaron's current physical strength could insist on blocking all the holes. A funny scene appeared. Aaron beast dragged the boulder with full strength, and Susiao sat leisurely on the shoulders of the Titan and smoked. The boulder rolled on the stone road, crushing a large piece of road. No one cared about it now. About half an hour later, the people of fraternity in the second zone found the boulder that was approaching. "It's the protagonist of the plot, Aaron. What's on his shoulder?" Many contractors saw Susiao with curious sights, but they had not spoken. The situation was a bit strange. The firepower of the fraternity was significantly strengthened. After a collective wave to kill the brainless titans in the hole, Aaron pushed the boulder and arrived. Boom, the nearby wall was shocked. The boulder completely blocked the hole and the second zone was successfully defended. Adam stood in front of the members and looked at Susiao with a smile. "I didn't expect that we would meet in the derivative world. It's a coincidence." Adam's eyes were dropping, he looked listless. It was not easy to use Mokyutan. What a small world. After Susiao spoke, Aaron walked toward the last boulder. Adam hesitated for a few seconds, indicating that members of the fraternity to keep up. When the hole was completely blocked, the contractors of the Titan world became active. Susiao was considering this. He had not gained any source of the world since he entered the derivative world and had never met this situation before. Coming to the front of the third boulder, the Titan that Aaron turned into rested on the boulder for a moment. "Aaron, if you can't hold it, don't force it." Mikasa had been following said anxiously. Aaron ignored Mikasa's words. He was some stubborn to control Titan to continue to push the boulder. Aaron was surrounded by a large number of members of the Survey Corps and members of the fraternity. Those scattered contractors did not know when they arrived as well. At this time, in addition to the members of Lycoris Radiata, other contractors were basically present. Susiao stood on Aaron's shoulder and looked around. There were no two violators around. It seemed that the two guys were hiding somewhere inside the wall, but once Susiao had already perceived that the distance of one of them was not far away. The boulder was slowly pushed to a nearby area. Lycoris Radiata Adventurous Group also knew the current situation, so they immediately increased the firepower to solve the titans in the hole. Susiao gradually approached the first zone. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Susiao jumped down from Aaron's shoulder. He had killed the person of Lycoris Radiata Adventurous Group before, but he would not be close to this adventurous group, but he would not leave. The offender was nearby. At this time, a red blood flow appeared on the icy lunar body, head of Lycoris Radiate. Seeing this blood-red flow, the other women of Lycoris Radiata were somewhat surprised, but they soon had killing intention in their eyes. Warning, the bloody mark of Lycoris Radiata has been activated. This is the exclusive skill of the permanent adventurous group. Hint, bloody mark will only be activated once. Hint, the duration of a bloody mark is half an hour. Within half an hour, Lycoris Radiata Adventurous Group can use team skills to track the position of the hunter. The fake number has been activated. Lycoris Radiata Adventurous Group will not be able to track the correct position of the hunter. After the hunter leaves the site of Lycoris Radiata Adventurous Group, the Reincarnation Paradise will lock the fake position. A series of hints appeared. Susiao, standing on a roof, was a little surprised. He understood the meaning of the sentence that Black White said before she died. After killing the members of the Lycoris Radiata Adventurous Group, being close to the adventure group at a certain distance, he would be traced. Susiao knew this kind of thing. Dragon Flash appeared in his hands. Susiao was more interested in seeing the other women of Lycoris Radiata. There were a lot of beauties there. He even suspected that there was a demand for appearance to enter that adventurous group. It's Black White, Queen and Leaf, we must kill this guy to avenge them. Icy Lunar tied her long black hair on the shoulders. The women contractors around showed all cold looks. Adam is not far distance saw the scene was shocked. After seeing Susiao, Adam sighed. He thought that Susiao will die. There is no hope to win a fight against more than 50 people alone. Chapter 168. A strong wind blew. The icy lunar sorcerer robe was blown, slightly highlighting the sexy figure. All the contractors were silent. Those scattered contractors found out some things were wrong. Bang! Aaron dragged the boulder to block the hole. The attack and defense mission was completed. Detected that all zones defended successfully, beginning to settle the ranking of the final attack and defense contribution values. First place, Byakuya, the attack and defense contribution values are 11650. Second place, Cold Moon, attack and defense contribution values are 2230. Third place, Atom, the attack and defense contribution values are 2228. Fourth place, Dust, the attack and defense contribution values are 315. Fifth place, Blood Rose, the attack and defense contribution values are 268. All notices, the attack and defense tasks have been completed, and the follow-up return qualification tasks have been released. Due to the end of the attack and defense tasks, the contractors have obtained the source of the world. The first place of the hunter's attack and defense ranking will get the soul crystal, small, ×5, a random blue equipment treasure chest. 5 soul crystals, small, and a blue treasure chest appeared in Susiao's storage space, and the subsequent return qualification mission also appeared. Susiao didn't pay attention to this. He felt that the sniper on the towering wall had already aimed at him. The women of Lycoris Radiata stood in a row, staring at Susiao. Now no one dared to attack first. The people in the Survey Corps were still there. The wall rose is blocked. Erwin screamed. Hundreds of members of the Survey Corps cheered nearby, and some of them even had tears in their eyes. All the members gather and cooperate with the stationed corps to handle the follow-up issues. Although the threat of the Titans was relieved, things did not end there. The follow-up things after the war were very troublesome. Settling the people who lost their homes, dealing with the bodies of soldiers and so on. Hang Zoe carried Aaron who had fainted to Susiao. Byakuya, we will withdraw first, we need to deal with Aaron Yeager. Susiao stood in the same place. He had the opportunity to go, but he would not go now because he found the violator in the Lycoris Radiata Adventurous Group. I have something to deal with, see you. Hang Zoe did not doubt anything, just carried Aaron and left. The people of the Survey Corps began to diffuse around. The contractors did not move. Is this guy looking for death? He doesn't even go with the Survey Corps. Who knows, he may be too scared to escape. He surprisingly provokes those crazy women of Lycoris Radiata. How about opening a gamble? I bet the head of the team can hold on for 5 minutes. Hey? 5 minutes? Are you kidding? In the face of the siege of more than 50 people, he can't hold on for 5 seconds. These scattered contractors obviously wanted to rubberneck. They surprisingly began to discuss how Susiao will die. Adam heard their talking and sighed. This man is really ladies' man, there are so many women after him. Fire aside curled his lips. We have also fought against Lycoris Radiata once. The strength of these women made me have headaches, especially Icy Lunar. I don't even know what her position is now. Whoever says she's a sorcerer, I will kill him. The people of the fraternity began to retreat. They understood some means of Lycoris Radiata. A strong wind blew the flag on the wall whistling. The battle was about to begin. Did you kill Queen, Black, White, and Leaf? Icy Lunar stood in front of the women. The cold eyes stared at Susiao. Susiao saw that the person was the head of Lycoris Radiata directly. This woman was very temperament. She had cold queen spirit. Susiao jumped from the roof. He held the dragon flash and walked toward the other women of Lycoris Radiata. The two women are called Black, White, and Leaf? I almost forgot. If I remember it correctly, Black White is a sniper. Is the Leaf a very timid sorcerer? Although facing more than 50 contractors, Susiao had no fear. He had a vague feeling that these contractors were not terrible, or that he had the ability to deal with these contractors. This was not Susiao's confidence, but an instinct. He instinctively felt that comparing with creatures of the plot, he was better at dealing with the contractors. It seems. It is indeed you. Icy Lunar squeezed a slender staff in her hand tightly and made crack sounds. It was a very beautiful staff. The body was slender with many blue gemstones, and the color was silver. Large crescent-shaped wind blades emerged around Icy Lunar. Those wind blades spiraled around Icy Lunar to protect her. A wind blade swept over the stones on the ground. The stone was cut instantly. The fracture surface was as smooth as a mirror. Seeing the scene, Susiao frowned tightly. Is the head of Lycoris Radiata a wind sorcerer? No, this woman was not just as simple as the wind sorcerer. Little Black, lay out enchantment. Glass's sister, you command the sisters for the time being. Icy Lunar mobilized the entire team. They were ready to kill Susiao. Got it? The Little Black was also the ill-intentioned woman closed her eyes. A red glow appeared in her hands. 3 marks, the cage of death. A square enchantment spread out to the surrounding area, wrapping a range of 400 meters. The enchantment prohibited anyone from entering and leaving, and it was extremely strong. Sniper delays the target, the controlling department prepares, we will fully set a fire. Icy Lunar commanded under the team channel. On the wall rose, a sniper in a jungle combat uniform aimed at Susiao. The beautiful sniper's lips trembled. Go to die, you damn bastard. The sniper's name was B. B's mood was somewhat unstable now. It seemed that she hated Susiao extremely. This was also reasonable. Black White, who was killed by Susiao, was her master and savior. We've agreed to leave this damn paradise together. Why did you die? B held her breath after a few quick breaths and began to control the frequency of the heartbeat. The slight tremor of the sniper mirror disappeared. The green cross was aimed at Susiao's head. The index finger, which was full of callus, was lightly buckled on the trigger. Boom! The bullet detached from the bullet cartridge and accelerated through the spiral rifling to escape the muzzle. There was a wave of air at the muzzle. The smoke and fire produced by the gunpowder rushed out of the muzzle, and the tail of the bullet was dragged with some smoke. The bullet, which was as short as the little finger, flew at high speed in the air, breaking through the layers of airwaves in the air. The target pointed directly to Susiao's head. Susiao had pupils constriction slightly. The perception of the heart eyes immediately locked the flying bullets. 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, taking out of the knife. The dragon flash cut through a light blue glow. The sharp blade smashed in the middle of the bullet. Ding! The bullet was neatly split into 2 pieces, which were screamed across Susiao. Pop, pop. The bullets fell into the ground, and 2 holes as big as a fist appeared. What is this fucking situation? Cut, cut off the bullets of the sniper rifle. A scattered contractor looked at Su Xiao with stun. The other contractors nearby were the same. After discovering that Su Xiao surprisingly cut the bullet of the sniper rifle, Icy Lunar was very moody. Isn't it really like what Little Black said? This nerve reflection speed was too abnormal. His agility attribute may be close to 20 points. Icy Lunar whispered, but now she could not retreat. The moment when the bloody mark was activated, they had to fight until they died. Otherwise, she would not be the head anymore, she would not be able to command the members. After Su Xiao cut the bullets of the sniper rifle, the sniper on the wall seemed to be stimulated and directly fired 3 shots. Su Xiao's body moved to the side, the bullet slid across his shoulder. This familiar shooting method. After hiding the bullets, Su Xiao immediately remembered a person, Black-White. After avoiding the first round of attack on the other side of the Lycoris radiata, so she would not stand in the same place, he stepped on the ground and rushed to the dense position which had most members of Lycoris radiata. His agility attributes were 17 points, and he ran very fast, especially for this short-term acceleration. Icy Lunar only felt her sight was a blur. Su Xiao was in 50 meters away from them. The controlling department is ready. Once Su Xiao was controlled, he was dead. Now, at the most critical moment, whether it was useful that he strengthened the 3 attributes at the same time, he would know now. Chapter 169. Su Xiao quickly rushed to the crowd of Lycoris radiata. His goal was the row of contractors in the controlling department who stood in front. He had already simulated the order of the targets he wanted to kill. Killing these contractors of control department first, then the sorcerers, and then cleaned up the firepower in long distance. Finally, he would consider those contractors who were good at a close fight. Can the Lycoris radiata adventurous group be closed in easily? Of course not. After a few steps, Su Xiao suddenly felt the land under his feet surged. Boom! A stone pillar broke out under his feet. Su Xiao's body shook. The terrain changed was fatal when he ran at high speed. In the air, Su Xiao thorned the dragon flash into the stone pillar. His body focus was placed on the dragon flash. The long sword shook. Su Xiao regained his body focus after sliding a short distance in the air. Su Xiao, who was still gliding in the air, immediately noticed that a black mist entered into the chest. You are affected by the bewitchment mind effect. The intelligence attribute is judged. The judgment is passed. You have been immune to this control. Su Xiao's sights returned clear. His feet landed. Crack, crack, crack. A thin layer of ice floated on the surface of Su Xiao's body, and his movement was limited again. Crack. The thin ice was broken. Su Xiao forcibly broke free at the moment that he was bound. After continuously avoiding or breaking away 3 controlling skills, the controlling skills were not over. A golden energy spear directly penetrated into Su Xiao's chest. The speed of this spear was very fast, but it was energy which did not hurt Su Xiao. You are bound by the holy spear. You will be fixed for 2 seconds. In the judgment of the strength attribute, the judgment is passed. You are immune to this control. Oh, the golden spear was broken. There were more than 50 people in the Lycoris Radiate Adventurous group. Several of them mastered controlling skills, so the controlling skills did not finish. An energy net came to Su Xiao. His body was low. He rode to the side when he was running to escape the energy net. A total of 5 controlling skills. 5 controlling skills combined together to control Su Xiao for less than a second. Intensive bullets shoot through the position of Su Xiao's root. There occasionally was a mana skill. Su Xiao hid as possible as he could. If he cannot escape, he will use Dragon Flash to block. Further, he will use his body to fight back. He was shot twice. After a mana skill, Su Xiao rushed to the Lycoris Radiata adventure group within 10 meters. The women of Lycoris Radiata looked at Su Xiao with stun. How could this guy not be controlled? A short sorcerer in the center of the team was crying. She just saw Su Xiao's cold sight. Why do I always get injured? I am only responsible for saving the wounded and dying people. I will not be attacked. The sorcerer was wearing a white dress, giving a feeling of youthful and beautiful. The various glories of the sorcerer always let people want to solve her first, so the common problem of the sorcerers is that they were timid. Sisters, stop her. It's about to come soon. The sorcerer talked even with a crying tone. She remembered the man with the revolver at this time. Now the man with the sword was more terrible than the man with the revolver. The breath of the wind. The staff in the icy lunar's hand pointed to the ground, a green and a strong wind blew around. This cyan wind gave people a feeling of vitality, but the wind was very strong. Su Xiao was blown backward by 2 steps. No judgments appeared, it represented the skill was a control skill of the physical class. He thrust the dragon flash into the ground. Su Xiao's body was still slowly retreating. The wind dispersed, there were large cyan spots floated in the air. These spots did not show signs of dissipating. Instead, they were on the bodies of the members of Lycoris radiata and gradually formed a cyan armor with half-length. Su Xiao continued to rush forward, intensive bullets and skills flew in front. Seeing this overwhelming attack, Su Xiao grit his teeth and kept going on, waving a dragon flash to cut a few bullets. He passed through the gap between bullets and skills. Puff. A bullet entered Su Xiao's shoulder, but he continued to rush forward like he did not notice. Don't think about passing here. A female contractor held a heavy shield blocked in front of Su Xiao. This heavy shield was very technical, and it should be high-tech equipment. Buzz. A position spread on the heavy shield. Su Xiao clearly felt his shoulder became heavy. He could not get there, the surrounding was blocked. If he wants to continue to move forward, he must resolve the person in front. The dragon flash's surface rushed with the light blue arc. Qing Gangyin began. The real damage of Qing Gangyin was very useful against the contractors. The contractors' health points were generally not high. Su Xiao made power by his body, the arm muscles slightly raised, the 2 hands held the sword. He screamed out a roar and cut the heavy shield in front. The female contractor behind the heavy shield was at least 1 meter 9 tall, and the figure was as strong as the male. This is a tough girl. The tough girl behind the heavy shield saw Su Xiao raising his sword. She smiled coldly. As long as the person was delayed by her, he couldn't hold for 5 seconds in the firepower of her sister. She only had to delay the person. The long sword cut through the air and made a horrible whistle. The dragon flash passed a blue shadow in the air and slammed on the shield. Ding! The 2-meter-high heavy shield was cut off by Su Xiao. The tough girl was shocked. The attacking power of the dragon flash was not low, and the effect of the edge blade added 4 points of sharpness to the dragon flash. Now it was not exaggerated to say that dragon flash cut iron as the tofu, so the horrific lethality of the sword to break the shield appeared. Su Xiao's attack kept going, raising his hand and taking out the second knife. Now time was life. A layer of light bisque shell appeared on the surface of the tough girl's body. The tough girl was relieved. This was the attached skill of the blue quality pendant that could block 3 attacks, as long as the 3 attacks were not too horrible. Even if the person has the lethality to break the shield by 1 attack, he will not be able to smash the shell by 1 sword. When the blade fell, the tough girl only heard a crack. The shell around her body broke open and turned into large pieces of bisque fragments. Although Su Xiao did not have the power to break the shell by 1 attack, he had several judgments every time he attacked. The basic damage of cutting plus the additional damage of the sword specialization plus the real damage of Qing Gangyin against the energy and so on. The shell broke like a fragile eggshell, and the tough girl screamed in horror. Candy, take care of my HP. The sorcerer who was short in the crowd was stunned. The tough girl was not injured. How could she take care? But Candy still raised staff, preparing to take care of the tough girl. Su Xiao cut down the 3rd sword after the 2 sword attacks broke the enemy's defense. Snigger. The blood splashed, the tough girl's shoulder was split into two pieces, and the main tank of Lycoris Radiate was killed in a second. Candy raised the staff with stun, her skills had not been used, and her teammates had already died. Seeing that the main tank was killed in a second, the other women of Lycoris Radiata was surrounded by something called fear. The man with revolver killed the main tank of their team in 5 shots, this one was more perverted, counting to break shield and defense, he only used 3. Beware of his real damage, everyone attacks. The tough girl left such a sentence on the team channel before she died, which was her final contribution to the team. After Susiao killed the main tank of Lycoris Radiata, he immediately jumped to the side. From the beginning to the end, he used less than 2 seconds, but even then he was almost attacked by their full firepower. He faced too many enemies, but he did not have fear, just thinking about how to solve these enemies in front of him. Chapter 170. Boom, boom. The intensive attacks fell to the position where Susiao was before, the smoke was rising. Huh. A figure rushed out of the smoke, Susiao rushed to the Lycoris Radiata adventurous group with his sword. As long as he was close to these people, he would take advantages, but there was something that made him care a lot, the head of Lycoris Radiata had never attacked. 10 meters, 5 meters, he would soon rush into the crowd. At this moment of victory was almost arrived, Susiao's figure suddenly stopped, a feeling of making his hair on end appeared. The staff on Icy Lunar's hand disappeared, it turned to a metal bow which was similar in color to the staff. The front of the metal bow filled in with a row of milky white gemstones. Icy Lunar's fingers buckled the bowstrings and pulled the metal bow into a full moon. Halo. Bomb. A silver energy arrow flew, this arrow left a silver ray in the air and shot at Susiao. He could not escape, even if the speed of this arrow is not fast, he could not escape. This feeling suddenly appeared, Susiao immediately made a decision. Since he couldn't escape, he would not do it. Susiao took the sword and slammed it on the energy arrow. Boom. An explosion came, and the energy arrow surprisingly burst open. The arrow's attack was not strong, but it produced very powerful shock waves. All objects in his sight had double images, at the same time, a lot of attacks came. Susiao rolled sided to avoid a lot of attacks, the dizziness gradually eased. This was an arrow with 3 effects of tracking, explosion, and control. The strength of the head of Lycoris Radiate was not weak. The staff and the robe of her maid Susiao mistakenly thought that Icy Lunar was a sorcerer of wind, but now it seemed that it was definitely not, the person changed from a sorcerer to an archer like becoming a different person. He stared at Icy Lunar, the things made Susiao more unexpected happened. The bow and arrow in Icy Lunar's hand quickly dissolved, they became 2 rapiers in a sudden. Each hand was held in 1 rapier, the blue gems were filled in the rapiers. This woman may have 3 fighting methods, a sorcerer, an archer, and a warrior. Icy Lunar rushed to Susiao with a pair of high heels, the pair of high heels flashed a blue ray, it was a piece of blue equipment. The speed of Icy Lunar held rapiers in both hands was not slow, she rushed to the front of Susiao in a few steps. Susiao scowled, this woman actually dared to be close to him. Dragon Flash in hand slammed directly with huge momentum, Susiao's power attribute was the highest, it had 20 points, Icy Lunar immediately crossed the 2 rapiers in front to block. Ding! The crisp sound of gold and iron collided came, sparkles spurted high, and Icy Lunar's high heels fell into the ground. So heavy. Icy Lunar obviously could not resist Susiao's attack. Her agility attribute in current state was higher, so her whole body bowed. Susiao's left hand pressed on the back of the Dragon Flash. This was not finished, because the body of Icy Lunar bowed, and Dragon Flash was about the same height as that of Susiao's chest. He directly lifted 1 foot to step on the back of the Dragon Flash. Huh! Icy Lunar groaned, the white knees directly down to the ground, her face became pale. Now this woman who was aggressive may be more uncomfortable than death. Half of her body pressed down hard, the dragon flash's blade kissed on Icy Lunar's collarbone, the blood immediately overflowed, Icy Lunar was in danger. Su Xiao made another force, the blade continued to cut downwards. Icy Lunar raised her head reluctantly. Although she was in the danger of death, Icy Lunar did not surrender. Su Xiao knew that he could not kill Icy Lunar now. The other members of T. Lycoris Radiata were not watching around. A lot of bullets and skills had already come. Go to die. Guns rushed, the blood rose with a long gun stabbing into Su Xiao's throat. Head back, Su Xiao stepped on Icy Lunar's shoulder and pulled back. Boom. A bullet of a sniper rifle entered Su Xiao's lower abdomen, he retreated 2 steps. Blood rushed out in the lower abdomen, Su Xiao just ignored the wound after glancing it. He was used to this pain, the battle made his willpower stronger and stronger. Su Xiao was heavily injured, but he had already injured the head of Lycoris Radiata, the person could not cause him troubles in a short time. Su Xiao continued to rush to the crowd of Lycoris Radiata, aiming at the controlling department of Lycoris Radiata. Those female contractors with controlling skills sweated on their foreheads, and controlling skills were used one by one. Rolling, jumping, and forcibly exempting, Su Xiao incessantly escaped several control skills. 3 meters, he had arrived in front of the crowd of Lycoris Radiata. Distribute the formation. One of Icy Lunar's arms softly hung down, Blood Rose desperately was chasing Su Xiao, but Blood Rose was good at strength, her speed was much slower than Su Xiao. The women of Lycoris Radiata immediately dispersed, but it was too late, Su Xiao directly rushed into the controlling system of Lycoris Radiata. He killed a frightened female contractor by one attack, the long sword in Su Xiao's hand flew, there was no wave in his eyes. After 3 seconds, he had 6 more bodies under his feet. The people of Lycoris Radiate dispersed like running away, Su Xiao took the sword and tried to catch up. Their main force died under only an attack, not to mention the contractors of these controlling department. A tiger among a flock of sheep was the most vivid metaphor now. A contractor fell down in 2 steps. 7 seconds later, Su Xiao killed all the exposed contractors of the controlling department, he turned his eyes to the sorcerer who was protected in the center of the team. Candy's breath suddenly stopped, the girl felt that the whole world was targeting her. Candy was bitter in her mind, but she shouted out loudly. I am not a sorcerer. This yelling made Su Xiao stun, is the girl insulting his IQ? Don't think about hurting my sisters anymore. Icy Lunar suddenly appeared behind Su Xiao, Su Xiao had pupils constriction. Did this person teleport? Su Xiao immediately denied this idea. Blood Rose appeared at the position that Icy Lunar stayed before, the two just exchanged positions. Icy Lunar's rapier entered Su Xiao's back shoulder. This attack was stabbed into his heart. But he escaped. He perceived the attack from behind by Heart Eyes, and the avoidance was too late, so Su Xiao made a move. After Icy Lunar's rapier entered Su Xiao's body, a feeling of a cold appeared. You are suffering from the erosion of Cold Moon, and you will be implanted with the poison of Cold Moon 3 seconds later. The situation was not good, the dragon flash in Su Xiao's hand rolled back, he held the sword by backhand and stabbed to Icy Lunar's throat. Icy Lunar consciously escaped, the rapier was pulled away from Su Xiao's back. Su Xiao did not give up only because he did not attack Icy Lunar, his body jumped backward. Snigger. Dragon flashes directly stabbed through Icy Lunar's flat belly. Su Xiao's whole person was also in Icy Lunar's arm, he even felt her soft body. He held the handles of Dragon Flash by both hands tightly, Su Xiao dragged the Dragon Flash to his side heavily. Icy Lunar groaned painfully, a large piece of blood stained with her white robe. The feeling of scratching the flesh appeared, but this feeling suddenly disappeared as soon as it appeared. Su Xiao turned and looked, he found that Icy Lunar was emitting a white moonlight. Icy Lunar seemed to become the goddess of the moon, giving a sense of holiness and inviolability. After he took out the sword and retreated, Susiao breathed somewhat heavily, and his body was full of blood. Although he injured heavily, he killed all the contractors of the controlling department in the Lycoris Radiata adventurous group. Taking out the C-type battlefield syringe, Susiao put the syringe into the side of his neck. This thing was more effective when it injected into the vein. He held the sword in right hand and held a metal injection to stab into the neck by left hand, and the whole body was covered with blood. Susiao's appearance was now very fierce. The hatred of between him and Lycoris Radiata adventurous group made him very speechless, and this incident was because Queen and others wanted to assassinate him. Although these female contractors were beautiful, the head Icy Lunar was even unsurpassable, but Susiao would still kill them. The woman had no privilege, no genders in the battle, there were only enemies. Susiao gradually calmed down. Icy Lunar and the women of Lycoris Radiata gathered together again. Fighting with Susiao, the women of Lycoris Radiate were desperate. He was not controlled at all, and all the skills could be avoided, and the skills could not be avoided. He could forcibly pass by judgment. And the long sword in his hand was too sharp. Except for their head Icy Lunar, no one could resist one attack. He could not be controlled and could not be attacked. The speed was extremely fast. Several mana skills did not affect him. How could this battle continue? Under the intentional cultivation of the reincarnation paradise, the hunter identity of the Susiao had already begun to appear. The hunter was going to hunt those who violated the rules. It will be ridiculous if his ability to fight the contractors is not strong. Go on. Susiao gradually stepped near the women of Lycoris Radiata after his injuries recovered a little. Stop, madman! Icy Lunar shouted. Susiao looked at Icy Lunar with doubts. Do you want to talk about it? Yes, we can forgive that you can kill our members. But you can't take the initiative to fight with us from now on. If you continue to fight, you can't get benefits. This is a derivative world with peace mode. There is no scarlet card. Icy Lunar made the most reasonable choice. If it continues, even if they kill Susiao, the Lycoris Radiata group will be almost destroyed. Oh? To this extent, you still want to talk about it? It's really the adventurous group that Queen stayed. Your style is very similar, but... Susiao wiped the blood on his chin and looked straight at Icy Lunar. I refuse. Chapter 171. Susiao's firm attitude made Icy Lunar look awkward. The enemy presented and directly attacked them with no nonsense. Now the reconciliation was also expected. The shrewd woman whispered to Icy Lunar and said, Sister, how can we do? This guy is stronger than the man with the revolver. We can at least delay the man with the revolver for a while, but now. Icy Lunar was also aware of the current situation. If it continues, even if Lycoris Radiata adventurous group is not killed, there will escape in disorder. They will die quicker when the formation disperses. And the injury on her shoulder was heavy, her entire left arm was numb. Candy, close to me. The sorcerer in the crowd hesitated a while and rushed forward with small steps. Icy Lunar grabbed Candy and kissed her under Susiao's strange sight. Candy's face turned red, but she did not escape. Her body had green light emerge. The thing that made people more shocked appeared. After Candy and Icy Lunar kissed for a few seconds, the wounds of Icy Lunar's shoulders healed at a speed that was visible by naked eye. This kind of attracting treatment, perhaps only the soft girl like Candy could learn if it was replaced by a man who was touching his feet. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. The end of the deep kiss, Candy who was blushing returned to the crowd. Susiao put his hand on the wound in the lower abdomen, the blood hole which was as big as the fist had healed more than half. Good, continue. Susiao rushed to the women of Lycoris Radiata. He comes. Don't disperse the formation. Icy Lunar was holding the double rapiers in the forefront. Blood Rose was aside to help her. The controlling department and main force of Lycoris Radiata were all killed. only Icy Lunar could block in front. But Lycoris Radiata had been used to the close fighter stood behind the main force, and the controlling department stood behind the close fighter, after that was sorcerer and remote fighter. This type of formation was very useful in dealing with the plot creatures, but it seemed to be a bit rigid to against Susiao. The main force could not fight with him, and the controlling department was also useless to him. Only Icy Lunar with rich combat experiences could stop Susiao for a while. Because the contractors of the controlling department all died, Susiao rushed forward smoothly. After escaping some remote attacks, he directly fought with Icy Lunar. Icy Lunar immediately held the double rapiers in her hand tightly. She was ready to face Susiao. A blue shadow that was as fast as a thunder rushed from the front. Icy Lunar was bitter in her mind. The speed of the person's sword was too fast. After learning the lesson, Icy Lunar did not resist Susiao's attack. Instead, she used a single sword to greet Susiao's attack. Another rapier stabbed to Susiao's throat. Susiao did not see the rapier that was about to stab him, but slammed into Icy Lunar with all force. Ding! The powerful attack came. Icy Lunar body stepped back with struggle. The attack of the other hand deviated and stabbed through Susiao's ear. Although Icy Lunar could change 3 forms, after a preliminary observation, Susiao found that her rapier skills were not strong. Icy Lunar was not strong in strength attribute. The agility was not too high. As long as he was not stabbed by her, there were no problems. The current state of Icy Lunar was somewhat similar to Force Blader. The knife skills had no attacking power, but the attached state of the double sword was very abnormal. After he fought with Icy Lunar, Susiao left without nostalgia. A lot of bullets and mana skills hit him. An arcane ball hit on his body. Susiao was hit back and retreated a few steps. The magic surged on his body surface, the magic intention to erode his body, but because of the devil physique, those magic dissipated after continuing for a few seconds. The pain of being eroded by magic did not stop Susiao's footsteps. After avoiding a lot of attacks, Susiao rushed forward, but Icy Lunar blocked in front of him. Susiao frowned tightly. If he has been entangled by Icy Lunar, he may be killed. Since you want to die like this, I will help you. Susiao breathed calmly and focused his attention on the surface of the dragon flash. He began to perceive the energy of Qing Gangyan on the surface of the dragon flash. Perceiving the surge, release, and convergence of that energy, Susiao's eyes suddenly sharpened. Dragon flash in his hand suddenly shined a blue light. The blue arc surged heavily. Biz, biz. Dragon flash seemed to turn into a lightning blade. The energy of the surface of the Qing Gangyan was many times stronger than before. Susiao's mana value dropped like a stream of water, consuming at 30 points per second. There was no much time. Susiao rushed to the front of Icy Lunar in 2 steps. A strong force was transmitted from the foot into the arm. The sword that was too dazzling to be seen in his hand cut to Icy Lunar. After Icy Lunar noticed the horrible whistling, the cold sweat instantly wetted the fitting clothes. I must not be hit by this sword, or I will die. At least I cannot be hit in the current form. The double rapiers in Icy Lunar's hand immediately deformed and turned into a slender staff. A row of cyan gems were on the staff. Wind King's anger. Icy Lunar raised the staff with one hand and an extremely strong impact spread out to the surrounding area. A large stone with a diameter of 1 meter was blown like a bubble. Several crescent-shaped wind blades shoot outwards from the center of Icy Lunar, a dance of attacks. Susiao's body shape of rushing forward was obviously slowing down, but he did not retreat. He will be killed if he does not kill Icy Lunar. Icy Lunar was a person in the last controlling department of Lycoris Radiata. Dragon flash with arc surged cut incessantly in front. The wind blades disappeared like snow touched the fired iron. They suddenly dispersed. Brush, brush. The wind blade flew over Susiao's cheek and neck. 2 deep wounds appeared, but Susiao did not care. He had already rushed to the front of Icy Lunar. This is impossible. Icy Lunar found that Susiao was rushing to the front and back of the silver teeth. and how stubborn this guy was. The long sword turned into a chain, and the wind passes, and the dust passes. Pucci. Dragon flash cut over Icy Lunar's chest, Su Xiao passed by Icy Lunar. Icy Lunar fell into the ground with a bang, a large piece of blood stained the ground beneath her. How could real damage be so strong? Icy Lunar's body became completely soft, she almost entered a state of death. In the state of death, did not say to resist, she could not even stand up. If Icy Lunar is not switched to the Wind King mode, she will have been killed by one sword. The indescribable pain was eroding Icy Lunar's nerves. Large energy of Qing Gangyin ran in Icy Lunar's body. Fortunately, the energy in her body had been exhausted. Otherwise, she will die faster. Icy Lunar was actually very lucky. Her Wind King mode was not a sorcerer skill. Otherwise, the Qing Gangyin energy that went straight to the brain would burn her brain. The arc on the dragon flash decreased and gradually returned to normal frequency. What he had just used was not some kind of skill, it was the knowledge of the portion that energy could cover on weapons he learned with Uchiha Sasuke. The principle was to increase the output frequency of Qing Gangyin to the limit, which originally consumed 3 mana values per minute would become 30 points per second. This did not mean that the real damage of Qing Gangyin would increase by several times. After the previous tests, it had increased by about 6 times, causing 96 points of true damage. However, mobilizing a lot of Qing Gangyin's energy had a great burden on the body. Su Xiao could hold up to 5 seconds at most. A total of 150 mana values were consumed so that Su Xiao felt that the energy in the body had disappeared a lot. Fortunately, he had a lot of mana now. Chapter 172. Checking the remaining mana, there were more than 200 mana values which were enough to support this battle. When he guarded the hole in the third zone yesterday, his talent ability Devil Psychic had reached the upper limit and gained a total of 100 mana values, so his current mana values were 403 points. What was the concept of 403 points of mana values? If he removes the equipment bonus, he will need 40 points of intelligence attributes to achieve. Although Su Xiao's mana values were a lot, the Shadow of the Law also consumed a lot. This was the most suitable career for him chosen by Reincarnation Paradise. They did not waste his talent, and his hunter identity, him inheriting the Shadow of the Law was reasonable. Suddenly ignoring the weak feeling in the body, Su Xiao rushed to Icy Lunar. Icy Lunar almost died, Su Xiao must first solve her first. But Su Xiao just rushed out in 2 steps, the overwhelming bullets and skills forced him back. Head, how are you? Blood Rose rushed to the front of Icy Lunar with red eyes. Blood Rose's hand trembled after touching Icy Lunar's body. At this time, Icy Lunar's body was slightly trembling, the pain of Qing Gangyin had not faded away. Blood Rose carried Icy Lunar and quickly ran to the crowd of Lycoris Radiata. The women of Lycoris Radiata spontaneously protected Icy Lunar inside. Candy, help heal her. Candy nodded and released several skills for Icy Lunar. The jade green light wrapped Icy Lunar inside. The light was attached to the wound with a few tens of centimeters long in Icy Lunar's chest. What made Candy and Blood Rose could not imagine happen, light blue energy suddenly appeared in Icy Lunar's body. The light blue energy was extremely fierce. After it combined with the jade green light disappeared. Candy did not believe and used 2 recovery skills again, but she still got the same result. Treating skills was useless. Candy stood in the same place. Icy Lunar continues to lose blood, she would die in less than 2 minutes. This was not the worst situation. Su Xiao had already rushed forward with his sword in a short distance. In the scene of the tiger among a flock of sheep appeared again, Su Xiao quickly rushed into the crowd of Lycoris Radiate and smashed the members of Lycoris Radiata. Blood was splashed, and the screams were incessant. Kill a person in 10 steps? No, it was killing 10 people in 1 step. In just a few seconds, Susiao smashed a bloody road in the crowd of Lycoris Radiata. He was 6 meters away from Icy Lunar, and blood rose. Lycoris Radiata had already lost 15 people from the beginning of the battle. 5 meters, a total of 20 people from Lycoris Radiata were lost. 4 meters, a total of 27 people from Lycoris Radiata were lost. 3 meters, a total of 30 people from Lycoris Radiata were lost. After more than half of people were killed and injured, members of Lycoris Radiata escaped in disorder. "You bastard!" A female contractor with a ponytail rushed to Susiao. Susiao immediately gave up other people and met the female contractor with a ponytail. She was the violator in the Lycoris Radiata adventurous group. The female contractor with a ponytail rushed forward, and the black mist surged in her body. This kind of black mist made people feel ominous. All the contractors touched the black mist, their skins immediately dried up. After discovering this, the misty black woman quickly shrank the smoke. "Icy Lunar, thank you for accepting and taking care of this kind of heresy like me, thank you, thank you, thank you." The black mist women did not look like a human at this time. The whole body was surrounded in black mist, only the human form could be seen vaguely, but the bloody red pupils were particularly conspicuous. It was a pair of demonic cat pupils. "What is this? What kind of creature?" Blood Rose stared at the black mist woman with stun. She never knew that there was such a contractor in the group. "Do not go, Dot." Icy Lunar in the state of death whispered. The nearby Blood Rose did not hear it clearly, but the black mist woman in the distance heard it. "No, you can't handle him." The black mist woman shook her head. Although she could not see the black mist woman's expression, Susiao felt that the person was laughing. "I shouldn't join you. The heresy like me will only bring trouble to others, but I am really happy with the sisters." The black mist woman turned her head and looked at the women of the Lycoris Radiata. The eyes were full of sentimental attachment. The black mist woman suddenly looked directly at Susiao. Her eyes were full of uncovered hatred. "You guys are killers with full of blood on your hands. What mistakes did I do?" The black mist woman's voice disappeared suddenly when she hadn't finished her words, but it could be seen that the black mist woman's mouth still opened and closed. "Well? Interesting, it seems that you know something." Susiao felt that the person may recognize his hunter identity and must be killed as soon as possible. Once the identity of the hunter is exposed, he will be targeted by each of the derivative worlds in the future. The black mist woman mouth opened and closed for a long time, and still, no sound appeared. "Damn, I even have no qualifications for speaking." The black mist woman stamped her feet. A shallow hole appeared on the ground under her feet. "Nothing you want me to say? You're the son of this reincarnation park." The black mist woman looked at Susiao with banter. Susiao only looked at the black mist woman in silence. Some secrets were hidden by the reincarnation paradise. He was still too weak now. It was not a good thing to know too much. With not strong strength and exploring truth all day long, it was waiting for death in Susiao's view. As for the son of reincarnation paradise, it was entirely bullshit. The risk that the hunters bear was dozens of times more than the ordinary contractor. There were some privileges in the reincarnation paradise, but he would be treated completely equal in the derivative world. The task gave a hint, and he needed to look for it in all the world. After finding the target, he may find that the enemy was very strong. Was this really the treatment of Sun? It was totally not. "It's a cold guy, it's normal, ordinary people." The words of the black mist woman were blocked again. It could be seen from the appearance of the black mist woman who was gnashing her teeth in anger. She must be yelling. "Forget it, let's fight for life." After finishing her words, the black mist woman rushed to Susiao. The speed was not fast, but the footsteps were extremely heavy. The power attribute of these women must be terrible. Susiao gazed at the black mist woman. The black mist woman rushed to the front of Susiao and punched his head, and the fist wrapped in black mist brought a fist wind. Su Xiao turned his head to avoid this punch. He immediately felt a little numb on his cheek. Huh! The strong and violent fist wind blew Su Xiao's black hair. A blood mark appeared on his cheek. Being beaten by this punch, his head would be directly broken. Su Xiao sighed. A bullet of sniper entered the ground under his feet. The long sword was raised. The blade crossed the body of the black mist woman. He did not have the feeling to touch the physical item. Huh! The black mist woman groaned, and the black mist surged over her body. You really can hurt me, huh? Damn! The black mist woman retreated for a few steps. Su Xiao just wanted to catch up and felt a few bullets hit. Boom, boom, boom. Su Xiao escaped a few bullets, leaving some blood on the way. I can only try my best. The black mist woman arms hugged in front, and the black mist spread. The black mist was distorted in the air and quickly approached Su Xiao. Su Xiao once again retreated, but a small piece of black mist stained his shoulder. Biz, biz, biz. The skin dried up in the moment of touching the black mist. Signs of drying up also had a tendency to spread throughout the arm. Cutting a piece of flesh on his shoulder, the flesh turned into dust in the air. Su Xiao looked at the injury on the shoulder. Although he lost a piece of flesh, he did not hurt the internal muscles, it was just a flesh wound. The black mist was surging. The figure of the black mist female reappeared. It seemed that being a complete black mist was a great burden to the black mist woman. The black mist woman breathed heavily. It doesn't work, damn monster. The firm sight flashed over black mist female's cat pupils. Chapter 173. The situation on the battlefield became strange. The women of Lycoris Radiata gathered. The black mist woman and Su Xiao looked at each other. I'm not your opponent. The black mist woman clenched her fists tightly. The fist wrapped in the black mist was full of strong strength, but even if the strength was stronger, it was pale in Su Xiao's speed and sword skills. It was useless when the power was strong but could not hit the target. Wait, you will die sooner or later. I will wait for you in hell if the hell exists. The black mist woman laughed, and there were two magical circles in the bloody cat pupils. Jo, plus H and Ma asterisk C Guinness. The black mist woman shouted like a psychic, and the black mist on her body gradually changed and became a magical circle which was similar to her pupils. Su Xiao subconsciously felt not right. It was not a dangerous feeling. He vaguely felt the power of space was emerging. This feeling was very similar when Reincarnation Paradise transmitted him, but the fluctuations were weak. Su Xiao decisively gave up the black mist woman and rushed to the members of the Lycoris Radiata. When they discovered that Su Xiao came and the women of Lycoris Radiata subconsciously retreated for 2 steps. They were all shocked by Su Xiao. This was human nature. Su Xiao killed them like cutting vegetables and fruits. He didn't need a second attack. The goal of Su Xiao was not them, but Icy Lunar. Su Xiao rushed to the front of Icy Lunar in a few steps. Blood Rose stood in front of Icy Lunar. The gun shadow flashed incessantly. Su Xiao's simple and unadorned sword smashed on the long gun. Blood Rose bit her silver teeth tightly, barely resisting Su Xiao's attack. Just like even the long gun danced was fancy, it was also broken by Su Xiao's one sword. Blood Rose was good at strength. Her strength was only 1 point lower than Su Xiao. Her blue quality rifle was also abnormally strong, so the Blood Rose blocked against Su Xiao. The attack was blocked. Su Xiao was not surprised. He lifted his foot and pointed it at Blood Rose's belly. Boom! Blood Rose spit out a large amount of blood with screams. Her kidneys were kicked, and the intestines broke. When Blood Rose flew in the air, Su Xiao cut Blood Rose's throat. Blood Rose subconsciously used her arm to block in front. Snigger. 1 arm and a half of the chin were also cut to fly. Blood Rose's throat was split by 1/3. The throat was cut to 1/3 was not a fatal injury. If her artery and veins are not cut off, she will not die for a short time. Although Blood Rose was seriously injured, she extended Icy Lunar's life for 2 seconds. Susiao looked at Icy Lunar lying on the ground. Icy Lunar did not lose consciousness at this time. She could not be seen from her black and white pupils. "Bad man, don't hurt my sister." A short figure lied on Icy Lunar, the sorcerer called Candy, who was afraid of death but actually came forward. Candy lied on Icy Lunar and back to Susiao, which was no different from sending her life to die. Dark Elegy. In the distance, the body of the Black Mist women had only the head left, and all other parts were turned into black mist. Boom. Susiao only felt a huge force coming from the side. He was hit to fly away, and his ears were humming. Susiao hit into a residential building, the walls on the first floor of the house were collapsed, and smoke was rising. "See you, Icy Lunar, no, it is goodbye." The Black Mist woman had only her head left at this time. There was a large-scale circle with 5 meters in diameter in front of her. The magical circle was covered with mysterious black lines. The black mist was lingering on the magical circle. There were occasionally some phantoms of fierce ghosts appearing on the magical circle. The black light flashed. The women of Lycoris Radiata with shocked appeared in the magical circle. "This is the reward for saving my life, Icy Lunar." The Black Mist woman dissipated after leaving the sentence. At the same time the magical circle was completely activated. Boom. Several black iron pillars appeared in the 6 corners of the circle. Crack, crack. A large crack appeared in the space near the magical circle. Icy Lunar and other people suddenly disappeared in place. The random large transmission circle, which was the ability that Black Mist women sacrifice her life to make. If you want to run away from the derivative world, the contractors at this stage can never do it. It was not a question of space. Unless you can get some kind of items from the reincarnation paradise, you need to be strong to the limit. Susiao walked out of the dusty building. He patted the dust on his hair and glanced around. The women of Lycoris Radiata had disappeared, but the hunting task had been completed. The hunter has cleared the 16,770 offenders, and the killing mission has been completed, 2/3. They can escape in this situation. I will kill you all sooner or later. Susiao sat on a pile of ruins. He felt the sense of fatigue. He took out the last golden fried rice in the storage space. Susiao was eating slowly. The enchantment that Lycoris Radiata Adventurous Group built disappeared and the contractors around did not dare to approach. At this time, those contractors saw Susiao with fear. He was too strong. He fought with more than 50 people and still almost destroyed their team. "What, do you want to fight with me?" Susiao looked at those contractors around. Dragon Flash was in front of him. The sword was still stained with some blood. The contractors quickly shook their heads. Don't misunderstand, we don't mean that. Don't come over, if you come I will run." Those contractors subconsciously retreated. The horrible scene of Lycoris Radiata was still vivid. The bodies on the ground were the lesson of blood. Adam winked at the members. The members of fraternity quickly retreated. They did not even look at Susiao. If this guy suddenly rushed up, it would be terrible. Susiao's horrifying sword skills that cutting the contractors like cutting the fruits and vegetables made Adam feel numb. Adam secretly estimated in mind that if the fraternity fights against Susiao, they might not be much better than Lycoris Radiata. Most contractors chose to leave, but a small number of contractors were tentatively close to Susiao. They were not trying to fight with Susiao. There were not contractors at all. They were workers who were protected by Lycoris Radiata Adventurous Group. As a strong, adventurous group, Lycoris Radiata recruited some workers every time they entered the derivative world. Now that Lycoris Radiata had been killed away, these workers who had paid the paradise coins had lost their protection. This was a very dangerous situation. "Mr. Contractor, I don't know if you're interested." A worker dressed as a businessman tentatively asked a question. "Not interested. If you want to find someone to protect and go to ask the fraternity." Su Xiao ate golden fried rice, took out a cigarette to ignite. The feeling of smoking cigarettes after killing people is so good. It could dilute the bloody smell on the body. He was not interested in taking these cumbersome people. Although he could earn money, he needed to sign contracts. This would lead him to be controlled in the subsequent actions. Compared with the income from the workers, Su Xiao was more optimistic about the gains in the derivative world. Su Xiao found a nearby house without people. After entering the house, he placed some simple traps at the window and the door to use as a warning. Su Xiao went to the wooden bed in the house with struggle and lied on the wooden bed. Oh! They are actually scared away. Su Xiao smiled when he was lying on a bed. He just ran out of his strong power. If there is no such an offender, he will not be so tired. The person's ability is too strange. He felt a strong sense of weakness when he contacted with the black mist, and his life values fell like a stream. After fighting with Lycoris radiata, Su Xiao knew one thing: he was strong against the contractors. Especially the ability of Qing Gangyin, it was very useful when fighting against contractors. However, Su Xiao was not blindly arrogant and believed that he was the strongest in the derivative world. The development direction of Lycoris Radiata Adventurous Group and his was different. The Lycoris Radiata Adventurous Group was more inclined to deal with plot creatures, and his focus was on dealing with contractors. This did not mean that Su Xiao could not deal with the plot creature. The female titan was smashed by him. It was only relatively speaking. With the heart eyes to perceive the environment, Su Xiao's breath gradually calmed. He now needed a rest. Chapter 174. Boom. A loud noise came. Su Xiao, who slept slightly, suddenly sat up. He quickly got up and came to the window. The sky was getting darker. Several bonfires were raised in the town. The previous loud noise was military police regiment strengthened the boulder in front of the hole. Su Xiao sighed and sat back to the bed and began to check his injuries. His main injury position was his lower abdomen and chest. These two injuries were respectively pierced by bullets of sniper rifle and rapiers. Fortunately, his vitality was 12 points. Otherwise, the injuries would cause him to enter a state of death. At this point, the two places recovered a lot. The new muscle tissue could be seen in the wound. C-type battlefield syringe was no wonder a green-grade recovery item, which would restore most of his injuries in less than 5 hours. Even the position of flesh that had been cut on the shoulder produced a layer of meat that would be healed in less than 2 days. Su Xiao found the oil lamp and ignited it in the dimly lit room. There was no such thing as electricity in the world inside of the wall. After the oil lamp burned, a strange smell spread in the room. The flame inside the glass cover swayed. The lamp oil was not much. The room shined yellow. The rough wooden furniture, he could see the bare stone on the wall, and muddy ground under his feet. The ground was very wet, and the life inside of the wall was very difficult. Su Xiao sat on the bed and took out suture needles, surgical blades, bandages, medical alcohol and other items from the storage space. First use the medical alcohol to sterilize surgical blades, suture needles, etc. Su Xiao pressed on the shirtless upper body by fingers and quickly felt the foreign materials inside the muscle. It was a bullet that had been hit into his body. Because the wound had recovered, these bullets were left in the body. Su Xiao took a deep breath. Injuring in the battle and taking out the bullets now were two concepts. In the battle, he was prepared to get injured, and at most he will pass after feeling pain and numb. It was like two people fight. It didn't feel too painful when you fight, but you would cry when you deal with the wound. People would secrete adrenaline when they fought. Adrenaline could make people feel excited and temporarily relieve pain. Cutting a wound with a surgical blade and the tweezer explored inside the wound. Su Xiao's sights were black. This feeling was so surprising. Boom. A bisque bullet was stained with blood was placed on the wooden table. He had 6 bullets in his body. Although it sounded cool to leave a few bullets in the body to memorize, it was a stupid behavior. When the bullet was wrapped in muscle, it would cause the muscle to break more easily. The battle was part of Su Xiao's daily life, so he needed to remove the bullets as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Su Xiao sweated all over his face and leaned on the bed. The bullets were all removed, the wound was stitched up and bandaged, his shirtless upper body was almost full of bandages. The next time I will kill those gunners. After relieving his breath, Su Xiao opened the task list from the mark. The Reincarnation Paradise had already issued the return qualification task. He never had time to check. Main mission, the source of the world. Difficulty level, LV.5. Mission description, get more than 15% of the world's sources. Mission information, all means can be used to obtain the source of the world. Mission period, 16 natural days. Mission reward, return qualification. Mission punishment, forcibly executed. The return task of the Titan world appeared very early, much earlier than the Ghoul's world. Su Xiao had a feeling that the previous attack and defense mission was Reincarnation Paradise's way to let them adapt to this task. In the attack and defense mission, the Reincarnation Paradise had a tendency to force contractors to cooperate. He could not get the source of the world without completing the attack and defense mission. This large-scale task Su Xiao also experienced in the first time, with hundreds of contractors and heavy rewards. The world outside the wall, in a desolate place. The women of Lycoris Radiata cuddled together, the joy atmosphere disappeared, everyone's face was full of bitterness. There was a tent near the women. Some people came in and out of the tent from time to time. The contractors who came in and out wore medical gloves on their hands, and the gloves were stained with blood. Candy, how is the head? The sight of the shrewd women was full of fatigue, her heart was full of frustration, their team of more than 50 members was almost destroyed by a person, this was an unbelievable thing. When the injuries of the head stabilized. Although she's almost dead, the head has only one fatal wound. Rose's injury was harder to deal with. The shrewd woman got up and walked into the tent. When she entered the tent, she smelled a strong bloody smell. Icy Lunar was pale and lying on a blanket. She seemed to sleep deeply, she sank into unconsciousness deeply. Morphine, inject me another morphine. A hoarse voice came, it was a Blood Rose. Seeing Blood Rose now, the shrewd woman felt her throat was dry, her bladder tightened. Blood Rose pressed on the throat by one hand, the injury at the throat had somewhat recovered, but she was still slowly losing blood. Because one arm was cut off and the chin was smashed, Blood Rose had been wrapped into a rice dumpling. Just one sword, the injury of it was so terrible, the shrewd woman prayed not to meet the monster again. Where's the recovering drugs? We bought 20,000 paradise coins worth of recovering medicines before we entered the world. The shrewd woman's question made the bee's head low down, the bee was not injured because she was a sniper. Holding a sniper rifle in her arms, the bee sighed. The drugs are used by the head, this barely kept the head's life. The energy in the head's body is so fierce that it excludes foreign drugs. What, and Rose sister? This is what Rose sister meant. We want to use for her, but she refuses. The bee looked at the Blood Rose, and her sights were full of admiration. Rose sister, my mana values have recovered, I will help you recover for your injury now. Candy's eyes were full of tears. Help, head, recover first, I, temporarily, will not die. Although the blood rose to Paintu almost had consciousness, her mind was still firm. Nothing, the head's injuries are stable. When the candy was talking, her hand emerged a jade green light, and this jade green glow was full of vitality. The eyes of the candy also turned into jade green, which was her strongest recovery skill. The blood rose's injuries recovered at a rate that was visible by the naked eye, the white chin's chin grew again, but the broken arm did not grow. Huh? I think that I have to lose a kidney all the time. Blood rose's words let the candy speechless, wasn't the injury of throat more urgent? How is the head's injury? The body's injury has recovered, but she is not awake. So. Blood rose to put her hand on icy Lunar's pale cheeks and sighed. I'll kill the bastard sooner or later, absolutely. The bee's cold sound came. Is it? It is very difficult. The sound of the blood rose was very calm, which made the candy and the shrewd girl quite surprised. Rose sister, don't you want to kill the man with the sword? The candy asked with fear. Of course. He killed so many sisters, but he is only an enemy. Do you remember what the results did the female contractor who was defeated have? Blood Rose's words made Candy face pale. The female contractor defeated would be killed after being humiliated, especially they were as beautiful as the women of Lycoris Radiata. In my opinion, the guy is just a simple enemy. Although his strength is terrible, I hate him very much, but I am more willing to fight with this enemy than other male contractors. He will only kill us and will not humiliate us. Also, the guy is called Byakuya. Although Blood Rose was a woman, but she was a warrior, a persist warrior, can die, could never bear the humiliation. I hope that I won't meet the man with a sword in the future. The sight he looks at me reminds me of the experience of encountering a lion in the wild before entering the reincarnation paradise. If Candy has the list of fear in her mind, Suxiao will definitely be in the first place. Below was the man with the revolver. Although Lycoris Radiata escaped, they were still in the Titan world. There was still the possibility to encounter Suxiao. If they encounter him again, there is the only possibility of the group was destroyed. Making the group took a long time, the destroying group was only a moment. In the house inside the wall, Suxiao was holding a blue treasure chest in his hand. This treasure chest would surely open out a blue state. Suxiao took a deep breath. He was very much looking forward to this treasure chest. The value of blue equipment was very high. So far he had only one piece of blue equipment, that was, the Dragon Flash. Although it could open a piece of blue equipment, the scores may not be high. Between the 31 to 70 scores, if the score is 31, it is the chief. If the score is 70, he will earn a lot. It must be 70, no, 60 is also okay, 50 I also can accept. The treasure chest opened slowly, a blue light appeared. Chapter 175. Blue light flashed, and a black metal bracer appeared in Suxiao's hand. This metal bracer was worn in the left arm. The overall structure was precise. It could protect the fingers, palms and most of the arms inside. There was an opened mechanism at the bracer of the arm. Suxiao tried to press it. Pop! A few strands of steam ejected from inside of the bracer. The overall bracer was open. Suxiao put his left arm into the bracer, and the bracer closed immediately. Poof! Buzz! Inside the bracer seemed to have a small furnace. Several red stripes appeared on the surface of the bracer. Suxiao tried to move his fingers. He did not feel difficult to move. The entire metal of the bracer was very thin. The overall weight was no more than a kilo. From the outside to see this black metal bracer was very beautiful. Suxiao satisfied with the nod. The score of such an equipment score should not be low. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Quality, blue. Category, bracer. Durability, 43/43. Equipment requirements, strength 10 points, agile 10 points. Equipment effect, honor, the recovery rate of HP increased by 30%. Rate, 31. Introduction, one of the 8 pieces of the equipment of the Night King series, a total of mercy, bravery, sacrifice, humility, and much other equipment. After collecting 8 pieces of the equipment, it will form the body armor of the Night King. Price, 4,900 paradise coins. Suxiao looked very calm. Although the score of this blue equipment was only 31, its value was not low. It could be seen from the introduction that this was one of the components of the set. If 8 pieces of the equipment are gathered, the attributes will change dramatically. Su Xiao knew his own luck. It was impossible for him to get the other pieces. But if someone gets more than 5 pieces, he could definitely make the other person protect his life, and give out a super high price. Especially for the occupation of the night, these 8 pieces of the equipment could become an exclusive set. Trying to use the left arm to block. This was good to defend. He could not use a shield, that kind of heavy things, in his fighting style. This bracer looked strong, and it could block attacks in crucial times. And this bracer looked very handsome. Hey, handsome is useless. Su Xiao hit the wooden table by his left arm. The wooden table suddenly broke. Trying to hold the sword with his left hand, there was no feeling of discomfort. This was the only comfort, but Su Xiao has generally held the sword with his right hand. It was not bad to wear this thing on his left arm. Su Xiao took a deep breath. Su Xiao decided to open the higher value treasure chest after the Lucky Flame to cool down time ended. The cool down time of Lucky Flame was very long. 10 natural days had yet to pass. When staying in the real world, the storage spaces would be locked, and the cool down time of Lucky Flame would be locked. Su Xiao was sitting on the wooden bed. The sense of fatigue had been reduced a lot. Getting out of the house, the sky outside was dark. Su Xiao hesitated for a while. Now there was no entry point. He would return to the Survey Corps first. The 3 fishes he was fishing were not hooked. He needed to be exposed to the bright side so that the 3 fishes could see the fish bait. After asking the civilians who passed by, Su Xiao came to a stone building in the town. The stone building had 4 floors. The outer walls were covered with green moss, and one side of the wall was covered with a large number of vines. The stone building was a bit old, and the windows were foggy. This old stone building was the headquarters of the Survey Corps, which was somewhat disgusting compared to the headquarters of the military police regiment on the other side of the town. It seems that the life of Survey Corps in the wall is not very good. It's expected. The will of the king of the first generation was to let the civilians live inside of the wall all the time, but human beings always wanted the freedom. Even if they have tampered the memories, they still wanted to explore the world outside the wall. The king of the first generation also knew that civilians could not be imprisoned, and the Survey Corps was born. The establishment of the Survey Corps by the king of the first generation was not to investigate outside of the wall. This was just a hope for the civilians. If there is hope, they will not be desperate. If there is hope, they will not resist. Look, we have sent people to investigate outside of the wall, but it was too dangerous outside of the wall. You should live safely in the wall. The true meaning of the Survey Corps was not to explore the world, but to give civilians a mental comfort. The small island world inside of the wall was vast. The Survey Corps had not yet reached the ocean. Perhaps the moment the Survey Corps knew the truth, it was the moment when the royal family killed them. For this reason, the position of the Survey Corps in the wall was not high, and some right of the high level that Survey Corps was not able to contact. Su Xiao was stopped when he just entered the headquarters of the Survey Corps. He did not wear the uniform of the Survey Corps. Civilians can't enter. It seems you look familiar. The dim light in the headquarters made the guard unable to see Su Xiao's appearance. The member of the Survey Corps Byakuya. The guard suddenly realized. I said his familiar, it's Byakuya. The head was still looking for you previously. The guard just took Su Xiao and went inside of the headquarters. Quick, the temporary meeting has already begun. Su Xiao was puzzled. Erwin was looking for him. And what does the temporary meeting mean? After going to the 3rd floor of the headquarters, Su Xiao knew what did the temporary meeting mean. It turned out to be a dinner. Around a square wooden dining table, Erwin sat in the first place. Levi, Hangzhou, and others were there, and Aaron was sleeping in his seat. Find a seat and sit down. Erwin gestured to Su Xiao to have dinner together. Su Xiao did not speak after sitting down. A plate of food like a potato was put in front of him. The soup was deep yellow, and a basket of bread was placed in the middle of the table. Picking up the spoon and eating the potato, Su Xiao frowned. The taste was very light, except for a little salt, no other seasonings, and this was not a potato, it was the root of a plant. The taste was rough, just like eating a sugar cane. Su Xiao didn't want to eat any more. He was very polite that he didn't spit it out. As a Chinese, he passed on the food culture for 1,000 years. This thing made him have no luck to enjoy. Looking at Levi and others eating with appetites, Su Xiao couldn't help but think that after being trapped inside of the wall, they almost became the royal family's livestock. The civilians inside the wall worked hard every day, but some civilians could not even satisfy their basic demands. Looking at the royal family, it could be described as a sumptuous food and luxurious clothing. Life was almost no worse than the real aristocracy, although there was no law of the virgin right, but if the royal family wants any woman, the woman could not resist. The military police regiment exists for this purpose. Did the king of the first generation move to this place for the sake of the people's peaceful life and establish a city wall? Su Xiao thought it was not at all. The king of the first generation should feel that the Marley people would win sooner or later. It was better to bring some people to flee during the period of having the power and let those people serve him and his descendants. It was obvious that the king of the first generation succeeded, although the civilians inside of the wall were like pigs and dogs. The royal family was still the royal family. As for the slogan of avoiding wars, Su Xiao never believed that the outer world had developed airships and cannons. If it was not for the king of the first generation's power of ancient Titan, the Marley had already killed him. This made Su Xiao think that if he reveals that the royal family has lost the power of the ancient Titan, what will happen? The scenes must be wonderful. Cough, Byakuya, what is going on with the female Titan you fought during the day? Erwin's words interrupted Su Xiao's thoughts, and everyone looked at Su Xiao. If these people know Su Xiao's thoughts at this time, they will definitely fight with Su Xiao. Chapter 176. The female Titan is similar to the existence of Eren Yeager. Su Xiao's words surprised several people present. Levi had fought with the armored Titan. These things were not necessary to be hidden. Is it another wise Titan? Counting Eren, 4 appeared. Levi wiped his mouth after eating. He frowned when he saw the unmoving food in front of Su Xiao. Don't waste food. I have no appetite. If you have no appetite, you still need to finish it? Oh. Levi looked at Su Xiao with anger, and he felt that the person was slightly hostile. Oh, these two people have started again. Hang Zoe touched her forehead with one hand. She looked like having a headache. How, after a few days of staying in prison, you become a picky eater? Although Levi sneered at him in words, Su Xiao did not feel too strong hostility, which made him feel very strange. The situation only happened when his predecessor may have friendships with Levi but have fought after. He was not weak, so the predecessor which was arranged for him by the reincarnation paradise would not be weak. Hostile but not hateful, is he his competitor? Su Xiao shook his head. It was impossible for Levi's characters. Your mouth is as sharp as your height. I heard that you become taller recently. Su Xiao said calmly. He saw blue veins stood out on Levi's forehead. Stop it. If you want to fight, you can fight in an open space. Do not destroy the facilities at the headquarters. Erwin spoke. Levi no longer spoke. Hang Zoe brought the food that was in front of Su Xiao to herself and ate the food in a few bites. Su Xiao secretly admired. She could eat such a terrible thing with appetites. Nonsense will stop here. The next step is the countermeasures of the future. I suspect that the 3 wise Titans are members of the training corps. Erwin spoke made people shocked. Su Xiao admired his IQ. Head, do you have any evidence for this? The time when the wall was attacked. Erwin took out a few yellow papers. This is the first time the wall was attacked. After that, the 104th recruiting of the training corps was completed, but it was somewhat unreasonable because it passed 2 years. The wall was broken in the second time, which was the day of the 104th's graduation. Everyone's eyes were shining, the timing of the second time was too coincidental, the training core was just close to the wall. Susiao had some headaches. The three wise titans were too silly, the time they chose to attack the wall was too stupid. My classmates? It's impossible. Aaron couldn't believe, he memorized those faces in his mind. Do you have any clues? Erwin handed the documents to Aaron. Although Aaron could become a titan, Aaron was absolutely credible. This, probably, no, they are very good people, although some of them are more isolated. Isolated. Levi captured the word isolated sensitively. Crack. The legs of Hang Zoe's chair were suddenly broken, Hang Zoe's body leaned back and kicked the table in front of her, the table was sudden in a mess. The table slammed over, and Aaron in front screamed, his body subconsciously leaned back, and Aaron's chair fell back. Boom. Aaron's back head hit on the ground, he hugged his head and screamed, a trace of blood spilled along with his fingers. The two figures rushed to Aaron at the same time, Susiao and Levi. Susiao locked Aaron's throat like a guillotine, and Levi pressed Aaron's body. Aaron Yeager, calm down. Erwin yelled, if Aaron becomes a titan now, it will be bad. Forgive me. Aaron rolled his eyes because of being choked by Susiao, his hands clapped to the ground to surrender. Do it lighter. Levi said in a hurry. Susiao properly released his arm, but Aaron had already rolled his eyes. It seems that your speed has not slowed down after you stayed in prison for a few days. Levi released Aaron and Susiao also let him go. Aaron's body fell down softly as he fainted due to Susiao's attack. Sorry, I'm just a little excited. Hang Zoe looked guilty, she vaguely felt that she had just reached a certain moment. Susiao took a sigh of relief. If Annie was known, the other two were not far from being found out. Erwin rushed to Aaron and checked Aaron's breath. They had to subdue Aaron in the situation just happened. Once Aaron became a titan here, everyone in the room would die or be disabled. The seat of the headquarters seems to have to be replaced, arranging Aaron Yeager to rest, Levi is responsible for monitoring him. Couldn't see Erwin's emotions now, he glanced at the people around and left. It's awful, we make mistakes. Hang Zoe scratched her head and kicked the broken leg of the chair. The chair took out far away, and there was another trace of damage. I'm going to rest, I'm so sleepy. Susiao left and yawned and walked down to the dormitory. The dormitory of the Survey Corps was a common sleep quarter. Susiao found a clean bed and lay down, his hands were scratching his head, and crossed his legs. At this time, only Susiao was in the dormitory, other members of Survey Corps were dealing with the matters after the war. Clop, clop, clop. The footsteps approached, Susiao turned his head and looked. It was Hang Zoe. This is a male dormitory. Who are you preparing to sneak attack? Ha ha ha, of course not. Hang Zoe laughed directly and sat on the bed next to Susiao. I just came to ask the information of the female titan. Susiao and Hanji Zoe talked about it. Most parts of the questions were about the female titan. Byakuya, where did you go after the war, you had such a heavy injury? To observe the traces of fighting with the female titan. As for the injury, it was the injuries that fighting with the female titan previously. Hang Zoe nodded. Well, where did you get the bracer? It's pretty handsome. Susiao's eyes slightly closed. Are you asking me? Don't mind it, it's the concern from the partners, I have always crushed on you, ha ha. Hang Zoe waved and laughed. I picked up in an abandoned house. Is it? Hanji Zoe lowered her head, and there was too much hidden in her eyes. Hey? Byakuya, we have fought together and been through a lot of things. What? You came in the middle of the night only to say this. Ha ha ha, nothing, I'm just a little emotional. Hang Zoe got up after she hesitated for a while. She left the male dormitory. Su Xiao looked at the back of Hang Zoe. His brain started to run fast. He was suspected, he contacted with the Titans a lot, and the accident just let the Survey Corps begin to doubt him. At least Erwin and Hang Zoe have begun to suspect. He did not clear whether Levi suspected him or not for the time being. Even if Su Xiao was suspected, he would not regret it. If he did not do so, Aaron would seriously destroy his plan. Whether he was suspected, Su Xiao did not care. He did not even care about the identity of Survey Corps' member. The Survey Corps was too poor, there was no future for joining the Survey Corps. As for the freedom that Survey Corps presented, it had nothing to do with Su Xiao. He was not coming to save the civilians inside the wall. Come to find me, you three fools, you can't hide anymore. Su Xiao blamed it on Annie, Rainer Braun, and Bertold Hoover, who were the three stupidest spies that Su Xiao had seen. Perceiving the alertness around, Su Xiao began to take a nap. He needed to take time to rest. He may not have a rest in the next few days. Chapter 177. Su Xiao left the Survey Corps early the next morning. He said he needed to deal with things after the war. Although he was now suspected, Su Xiao's behaviors had always been loyal to the Survey Corps before and had great contributions to block the hole. Walking fast on the street, and he could see the bodies wrapped in white cloth on the street. The hot weather would make these bodies rotten quicker. If they don't deal with it as soon as possible, the plague will break out within a week. Su Xiao's goal was to the gathering place of the training corps. After the discussion last night, the Survey Corps decided to gather the members of the training corps in the period of 104th. In a playground, a large number of members of the training corps were gathered together. Mikasa, Armin, and others were inside. Su Xiao glanced at the people on the playground. He did not see Annie, Rainer Braun, and Bertold Hoover. It seemed that his previous words worked. The three hid. This was good news. One thing Su Xiao could confirm, the three would definitely return to the inside of the wall. They had not completed the mission. If they hide it for a short period, they won't be suspicious. The dead body after the war had not been processed yet. The three would be temporarily counted as the casualties. Su Xiao left the playground and began to wander on the streets in the town. He also deliberately inserted the dragon flash on his waist, making his identity more recognizable. After wandering for 3 hours, Su Xiao's pupils suddenly sharpened. Someone was following him. After seeing the general appearance of the stalker, Su Xiao's footsteps began to speed up. He began to intentionally walk in the direction of fewer people until he walked into an alley. Go out, if you're a warrior, don't be sneaky. Su Xiao shouted with a low voice. There was no movement around. At this time, I think of something. If I didn't rescue you from the siege yesterday, you are now a wanted criminal inside of the wall. It is a dream to return to the hometown. Su Xiao's words finally touched the stalker's nerves, and two figures with gray hoods blocked at the alley exit. Who are you? The companion to support, the experimental warrior outside the formation. Experimental warrior. The strong one of the figures spoke. You think that ordinary humans can be as strong as I am? I don't heavily attack Annie. She can't continue to spy inside the wall. She was directly exposed to me. If it changes to other people, all three of you will die. Rainer Braun took off his hood. He was a little excited. Are you really a companion? I have been too long. Don't come over. Are you still a Marley? There are so many years past. Are you still the young deputy warrior? Absolutely. Rainer Braun made a military salute different from the inside of the wall. His body stood straightly, and his sights were firm. Rainer Braun's body was muscular, a short yellow hair, the whole person looked mature and stable. His father was from Marley, his mother was from Eldian. His true identity was the armored titan. Rainer Braun, can we really believe in him? Bertold Hoover was next to Rainer Braun spoke. Bertold Hoover was thinner than Rainer Braun, and he seemed to be listless because his sleeping position was strange. He was often ridiculed in the training corps. His true identity was the colossal titan. Bertold Hoover was a more unqualified spy. He had no opinion on his work, he was often indecisive, and forgetting his mission happened occasionally. Things happen till this: he knows our identity from the beginning, also understands Marley, and even knows that I am a position of the deputy warrior. He is temporarily credible. Rainer Braun walked to the front of Susiao and carefully looked at Susiao's face. What is your warrior number? TK 317. Susiao made a number according to the information obtained from the original plot. TK was the Marley language. Your number is on the front. There are very few experimental warriors. There are about 7,000 people in the same period of me, and only 3 people survived. Rainer Braun had left the Marley Empire for a too long time. He did not understand Susiao's words mostly. Is the technology of the Empire already reached this level? It is really gratifying. Susiao patted on Rainer Braun's shoulder passionately. How long is the duration of the Titan's power? Rainer Braun looked serious, but the trust to Susiao rose again. It's only a few years away now, the task is still far away to be finished, but why did you help the people inside of the wall to block the hole? Rainer Braun's problem was very difficult to respond. If Susiao's answer was not good, all the efforts before would be in vain. Because I found out that the power of the ancient Titan is not in the body of the royal family inside of the wall. Susiao's words made Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover stunned. How is it possible that the power of the ancient Titan is on Aaron's body? I can confirm this, I feel it. Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover looked at each other with joy in their eyes. If they get the power of the ancient Titan, they don't need to break the wall anymore, and they could directly grab the power of the ancient Titan, and then the Marley Empire would attack soon. How can you perceive it? The tactical value that I was created was to perceive the power of the Titan. There are 2 kinds of Titan power in Aaron's body, namely, the power of the attack on Titan and the power of the ancient Titan. How about Jakku? I had not been able to contact him. Susiao spoke out hot gossip again and talked another companion of the 3 men of Rainer, the beast Titan Jakku. This time, Rainer Braun believed in Susiao more. Jakku is outside the wall, we haven't contacted him for a long time. Is it? Now we need to consider the plan afterward carefully. Do not think about breaking the city wall, the efficiency is too slow. I am more optimistic about capturing Aaron away than breaking the wall. By the way, if the timing is right, we can almost capture Crystallenz, the head ordered it before. This time, not only Rainer Braun but Bertold Hoover also came forward kindly, as Susiao knew all about their plans. How is your hometown now? Did it change a lot? A lot, but the war with the Middle East Alliance is continuing, and resources are getting scarcer. The Middle East Alliance was a powerful force in Rainer Braun's hometown and was now having war with the Marley Empire. Sigh. Rainer Braun sighed and continued to talk. We have to speed up the action. The resources here are very abundant. The coal mines and iron mines outside of the wall have not been mined. Susiao used the known information to chat with Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover. Susiao took the initiative to speak and tried to avoid mentioning the situation he did not know. The more Susiao talked, Rainer Braun were friendlier to Susiao. The doubts in their minds had already vanished. We cannot wait much. Is Annie outside of the wall? Yes, Annie has exposed her identity in front of you, so she temporarily hides outside of the wall. Very good, now we are missing an opportunity. Rainer, you find a way to contact Annie. You two don't keep hiding, pretend like you're injured. Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover listened carefully. If you do fast, the plan will succeed easily. Let's go to contact Annie now when the time comes. As soon as possible, this afternoon. I can feel that Aaron is gradually awakening the power of the ancient Titan. Both of them nodded after Susiao confirmed the plan. Rainer, I know that you're good with Aaron, don't be emotional. Okay, okay. After finishing his words, Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover left the alley, the two revealed pleasant expressions on their faces. Looking at the back of the two men, Susiao gradually smiled. The world outside of the wall? I'm really looking forward to it. Susiao also left the alley, he had to prepare for some things. Chapter 178. The blazing sun on the sky, rows of members of the training corps stood under the strong sunlight. Now start to roll call. Erwin held a list in his hand and started to roll call it. The members of the training corps were very puzzled, they were a little dizzy under the sunlight. The Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover standing in the row were inevitably nervous, they did not look at Susiao. Aaron Yeager. I'm here. Mikasa Ackerman. I'm here. 5 minutes later. Annie Leonhardt. Is she dead? The body was not found for a while. Erwin's eyes slightly closed and he continued to roll call. Boom. A loud noise suddenly came in the direction of the city wall, everyone was shocked, and their sights were attracted by the sound. Not good, Titans are attacking the huge stones which blocked the hole, gather, quickly. Erwin shouted, and the members of the Survey Corps gathered and rushed to the wall. Erwin took Aaron when he left, Aaron couldn't leave Erwin's sight. Susiao scowled. This could not hinder his plan. Erwin was very smart, but the intelligence gap between them was too great. Susiao won this game. The Survey Corps quickly rushed to the vicinity of the huge stone. When they arrived near the huge stone, they found that the boulder was only slightly moved. Up on the city wall. Erwin took people to stay on the wall. Susiao was injured because his body was full of bandages, so he did not have to move as the Survey Corps. After discovering that Erwin and others boarded on the city wall, they winked at Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover. The two followed Susiao to the wall. Mikasa and Armin also rushed behind, Aaron was there, so they will not let him alone. The Survey Corps now only unilaterally suspected and was not qualified to control the actions of the Training Corps. The Survey Corps at most in the name of the investigation to patrol and did not have the right to arrest members of the Training Corps. Everyone boarded the wall, and the Survey Corps had already patrolled along the edge of the wall. There was no Titan appeared outside of the wall, the Titan who attacked the boulder seemed to disappear suddenly. Susiao followed in the team of Survey Corps. The heads of the team included Erwin, Hangzhou, and others. Levi was surprisingly not there, which made Susiao think it was unbelievable. After patrolling around, the Survey Corps and Training Corps gathered. Mikasa and Armin came near Aaron. If you don't discover anything, you can't treat it lightly. Everyone patrols freely. After Erwin commanded, everyone gradually dispersed. What the hell is going on? Titans are attacking before. Armin scratched his chin and walked forward slowly. Who knows? Mikasa casually answered, she seemed to be somewhat spaced out. Boom. A sound of a clap of thunder. The sunny day suddenly turned into an overcast day, the sky was black, and the thunders were rumbling incessantly. Susiao had been observing Aaron's movements. Aaron. Rainer Braun suddenly spoke. Susiao frowned tightly, this guy's mental state was a bit weird, but Susiao could not speak and talk to Lena Rainer now. After Armin, Mikasa, and others walked for a distance, Rainer Braun spoke. Can I talk to you? I have something I want to tell you. Aaron turned to look at Rainer Braun, he was confused, but it could be seen some fears from the depth of his pupils, it seemed that he was afraid what Rainer Braun would say. A few years ago we started to destroy the walls and attacked humans. I am an armored titan, this guy is a colossal titan. Rainer pointed to Bertold Hoover, these words made Bertold Hoover's face turned white. What are you talking about? Aaron looked at Rainer Braun with shock. What are you talking about, Rainer, have you forgotten our previous plans? Bertold Hoover spoke with a tremble and looked at Susiao with panic. At this time, Susiao looked down. He felt very weird. The plan was going too smoothly. The actions that people left were affected, especially Mikasa. Our goal is to eliminate humans. Reiner Braun broke free from Bertold Hoover's arms. But there is no need now, Eren, as long as you go with us, we don't have to destroy the city walls. Do you understand? Reiner Braun looked forward to looking at Eren. Eren had a good relationship with him. He usually played the role of a brother, and in fact, Reiner Braun had already admitted that Eren was his brother in his mind. In Reiner Braun's opinion, Eren would go with him, he firmly believed. Reiner Braun's schizophrenia became more serious. I don't understand it at all. Eren's pupil was shaking, he didn't want to accept the facts. Just go with us, although it is very sudden, let's go now. Now. Where are we going? Reiner Braun pondered for a while. I can't say it now, but there is our hometown, how about it, Eren? This deal is good, as long as you go with us, we will not destroy the city walls, and no one will die. Eren didn't answer, just looking up at the sky, he remembered the temporary meeting organized by the head of the Survey Corps last night. Moving the time to 9 hours ago. Inside the underground base of Survey Corps' headquarters. Numbers of torches were placed on the wall to illuminate the base after the animal fat was burned created a smell of scorching suffused the base. Eren woke up slowly, the two faces that he saw immediately made him very surprised. Mikasa, Armin. The three reunited again, Eren could not help but be happy. Eren, continue your previous topic. Erwin, Levi, Hangzhou, and others were aside several members of the Survey Corps nearby. Head, don't you tell Byakuya? Hangzhou asked tentatively. No, the Byakuya is now very tired, let him rest. Erwin looked at Eren. Eren was asked a lot of questions with stun. Erwin mainly asked Eren about the reclusive character he mentioned before. Annie was suspected, but the Survey Corps only suspected, they did not have evidence. Head, I got the documents. This is the human relations of the 104th Training Corps. Erwin looked at the documents and suddenly stopped when he turned to a page, which wrote that Annie Leonhardt, Reiner Braun, and Bertold Hoover came from the same place. 3 people? 3 different wise titans, Armin, are these 3 people familiar with each other during training? Erwin's question made Armin silent. Reiner Braun and Bertold Hoover are generally inseparable, Annie. I have never seen her talk to these 2 people. They never talked. Well, at least I have never seen Annie talk to these 2 people. Erwin was thinking silently. So? I want to ask, you just mentioned Mr. Byakuya, he? Eren tentatively asked. I don't know now, but I have a feeling that he is pushing everything from beginning to end. No matter it is arresting you, interrogating, or blocking the whole of the city wall, he had never been so active before. The current situation is too complicated. We are not trying to suspect Byakuya. So far his actions are loyal to humans. This is only to be prudent. In fact, Erwin never believed Susiao. Susiao also noticed this, so he never thought about staying in the Survey Corps. Eren, you can become a Titan, so keep your eyes on the 3 people in the future. The meeting ended here. It had to say that Erwin's ability was terrible. Time went back on track, on the wall. Reiner Braun patted on Eren's shoulder. This was their normal movement, but Eren's body trembled at this time. Reiner, you must be too tired, how can you start talking nonsense, right? Bertold Hoover. Bertold Hoover was very nervous. Yes, Reiner is really tired, he is talking nonsense. Bertold Hoover, who was not determined in his mind, sweating all over his face. Eren showed an unwilling smile. Right, Reiner, what you just said was too outrageous, as if I should say okay, let's go. Eren finished his words, and he found that Reiner Braun was staring at him with stun. Yeah? It turned out to be like this. What am I thinking about? We should just follow the plan, right? Did I become crazy? Rainer Brown lowered his head, and his lips kept shaking. The strong wind whistled, and the flagpole on the wall was blown off. Boom, clatter, clatter. The flagpole fell along the city wall to the ground. It's just that I stayed here for too long. I have lived with a group of idiots for 3 years. At that time, we were only children, we didn't know anything, maybe it's because we had a sense of mission or orders. I don't know what the right choice is, but Rainer Braun pulled off the bandage on his body, the steams gradually appeared in the wound, and the wound recovered quickly. As a soldier, I want to take this responsibility until I die. Rainer Braun's voice was low, he was no longer confused, the sparkles were floating on his body, Rainer Braun's injuries completely recovered. Rainer Braun. Do you want to wear it? Just here. Now. Bertold Hoover screamed for a few times, a long-term depression broke out now. Let's fight for a result here. Although the plan is ruined, this is our ultimate goal. Rainer Braun walked quickly to Aaron. Aaron had been scared to be stunned. You. A beauty with black hairs appeared behind Aaron, the pupils flashed coldly. It was Mikasa. Mikasa held the sharp sword and rushed to Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover. Snigger, snigger. After 2 attacks, Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover were seriously injured. One of Rainer Braun's arms was cut off, Bertold Hoover was even worse. Half of his throat was cut open. A shrill scream came behind Mikasa. When she heard the familiar voice, Mikasa immediately turned her head. The scene she saw made she shocked and angry, and her whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Aaron was hurt terribly by Susiao's 3 attacks. Susiao held Aaron's back neck and caught him in his hand. Crack! Aaron's cervical vertebrae were smashed, his body hung down softly, his eyes were dull, the consciousness was in a state of confusion, and he completely lost the control of his body. Let's go, I got the goal. I got it? Yes. Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover shouted at the same time. No. Mikasa screamed shrilly, tears went out from her eyes, she thought that Aaron had been killed. Susiao just looked at her coldly and stopped paying attention to her. 2 golden lightning fell on the wall, the impacts spread to the side. At this time, a large number of members of the Survey Corps came over in all directions, including Levi. Rainer, swallow him. Susiao threw Aaron into Rainer's mouth, who had turned into an armored titan. The armored titan swallowed Aaron directly and waved a hand to ask Susiao to stand on his shoulder. After Susiao used the 3D maneuver gear to reach the shoulders of armored titan, the armored titan immediately put his big hands on his shoulder. Puff! Some noisy puff came, the colossal titan who turned on the wall blew out hot steam. Because of the limited space, the colossal titan only had an upper body. Mikasa and the members of the Survey Corps screamed and retreated. Because of the protection of Rainer, Susiao did not hurt by the hot steam. Rainer controlled the armored titan to jump directly down the wall. At the same time, the colossal titan also moved. Bertold Hoover broke out from the back neck of the colossal titan, using the 3D maneuver gear to reach the armored titan's shoulder. The colossal titan's upper body with 30-meter height began to fall down. The target was the people on the wall. Bang! A large piece of steam surged on the wall, the loud noise could be heard within a kilometer. Susiao stood on the armored titan's shoulder, and the armored titan was running quickly. He had already seen that the Survey Corps acted weird, he had never received news from the ambush on the wall, which meant that he had been treated as a suspect. It was fortunate that the Survey Corps had not been completely destroyed. The falling attack of the colossal titan was not easy to escape. Chapter 179. Boom, bomb, bomb. The armored titan quickly ran away to get away from the wall. Susiao stood on armored titan's bumpy shoulder, his sights fixed on the wall which was covered by the steam. "Reiner, something is coming, watch out." A figure rushed out of the steam. It was a Titan about 7 meters. Bertold Hoover looked at the Titan rushing out of the steam. His sights were complex. "Is it Maruseru?" "No, Maruseru has been swallowed up by the brainless Titan, is it?" Bertold Hoover recognized the identity of the Titan, which was the power that their companion who had died, the Jaw Titan. Now that they were far from the city wall, Susiao was not worried that the Survey Corps would catch up. There were no horses outside of the wall. It would take at least a few hours for the Survey Corps to lift the horses from inside of the wall to the outside. It was impossible for them to catch up with Susiao by their own feet. "Jaw Titan? Don't worry about it, go ahead." Reiner Braun, who turned into the armored Titan, hesitated for a while and finally nodded and continued to go forward. The armored Titan ran ahead. Susiao and Bertold Hoover stood on the armored Titan's shoulder, and Jaw Titan chased behind. The body type of Jaw Titan was about 7 meters, he looked fierce, had long hands and short legs, he ran like a beast with limbs. The most conspicuous was the shiny canine teeth. The occlusal force of the canine teeth must be terrible. The location of Susiao and others was in the wall Maria, which was broken. The range of the wall Maria was very wide. It took a long journey to go straight through the range of the wall Maria. The armored Titan, Reiner Braun, did not have the endurance to run for a long time. He needed to find a place to rest on the way. "Reiner, let's go to the Titan's forest," Bertold Hoover suggested. The Titan's forest was a dense and profuse forest, located in the wall Maria. The trees there were usually a few meters high. People could rest on the tall trees to prevent the attacks from the brainless Titans. "We can't go to the Titan's forest." Susiao refused. "Why?" Bertold Hoover looked at Susiao with doubts. After being refused by Susiao, Bertold Hoover immediately hesitated. "The goal is too obvious. The Survey Corps will think of the Titan's forest at the first time after lifting the horses." Susiao tried to remember the terrain inside of the wall Maria. "Do you remember the location of Aaron's hometown?" Susiao looked at Bertold Hoover. "I vaguely remember some. We have to leave the wall Maria as soon as possible. That is the only way we have to pass. We will meet with Annie first, then go straight there. If Reiner Braun runs out of strength, Annie will carry us. We can't go to the Titan's forest." Susiao, who knew the original plot clearly, Reiner and others took rest in the Titan's forest before the Survey Corps found them, then Aaron was taken away. He would never make this kind of mistake. Reiner Braun, who turned in the Titan, nodded to agree Susiao's opinion, and Bertold Hoover, who had no opinions, immediately agreed as well. "Roar." Suddenly the armored Titan suddenly roared, which made Susiao somewhat confused, but his doubts were quickly lifted. He saw the female Titan who was running from a distance. The female Titan ran near the armored Titan, immediately removed the Titan mode. Annie used the 3D maneuver gear to jump on the armored Titan's shoulder. Annie was still cold, she subconsciously kept a distance from Susiao. Is this person really worthy of trust? Annie showed up made Bertold Hoover very excited. Bertold Hoover had always secretly loved Annie, but his weak character did not dare to show this. He's very, very credible. Annie, you are okay recently? Bertold Hoover became stammered, and Annie just nodded. Susiao, who was sitting on the armored Titan's shoulder, smoked, and after looking at Bertold Hoover, he looked at Annie again. Susiao's EQ was not low and immediately found out that Bertold Hoover's love to Annie, but Susiao felt that this guy had no chance at all. Annie treated him at most like a companion. Pursuing a woman with the attitude of pursuing the goddess would never succeed. How long will he run with us? Annie raised her white chin and looked at the Jaw Titan behind. The current position is not safe enough. Reiner, talk to him after 10 minutes. I feel he is not hostile. Susiao did not order Reiner. Now he and Reiner Braun and others were criminals. they did not have a subordinate relationship. The blind high self-esteem would cause others to resent. This was inconsistent with Su Xiao's later plan. If he wants to go to the Marley Empire, his current false identity will be broken after arriving Marley Empire. Rainer Braun thought for a while and nodded. In the spy team, Rainer Braun was the captain. He continued to move forward. After 10 minutes, it seemed a village appeared vaguely. The village was attacked by titans, the houses collapsed a lot, and the grass was overgrown with weeds. The armored titan stopped in front of the village. The jaw titan behind quickly caught up. The jaw titan was not good at running long distances. He lied on the ground after stopping, lying flat on the ground like a wild wolf after running fast. Rainer did not release the Titan mode just in case. Su Xiao was the representative to negotiate. Bertold Hoover was decisive. Annie was not good at communication. Su Xiao jumped from the armored Titan's shoulder and went toward Jaw Titan with Dragon Flash. The reason why he dared to cooperate with Rainer Braun and others was that he was not afraid of fighting with the Titans. Even if the three men attacked him together, he could find a chance to escape. If Su Xiao does not have this kind strength he had, Rainer Braun and others will not easily cooperate with him. No one is willing to bring someone useless along. Remove the Titan mode. Su Xiao stood in front of the Jaw Titan with Dragon Flash. From a person's attitude, the person was not hostile. Pip. The Jaw Titan spat out a woman with blonde hairs from the mouth. The muscles on the back neck of the Jaw Titan open. A woman with a training core clothing broke away from Jaw Titan's body. Jaw Titan quickly vaporized. The woman was about 1.7 meters and her skin color was tan with a black ponytail. Ymir. Annie also jumped from the armored Titan's shoulder. Annie, Rainer, Bertold Hoover, I knew that's you. Ymir glanced at Su Xiao and other. She was also an Aaron's classmate of the training corps. Su Xiao was shocked when he heard the name Ymir. After memorizing initially, he remembered who the woman in front was. The Ymir in front was fake. She was not the Titan ancestor Ymir. The woman's background was very complicated, but not dangerous. Speaking of this Ymir, it had to say from 70 years ago. Ymir had not had a name for 70 years ago. At that time, she was a little girl wandering inside the Eldian shelter in the Marley Empire. She was like a street cat, even could not full her stomach. But the one thing was a bit special, she was an Eldian. A local cult organization saw this point and took the wandering Ymir in and named her Ymir, falsely claiming that she was the ancestor goddess. To deceive those believers. Ymir grew up in the worship of cult believers. In her teens, the cult was discovered by the Marley government. Ymir and many believers were arrested. Chapter 180. After Ymir was arrested, she admitted that she was Ymir in the eyes of many believers, and wanted to save those believers. The Marley government did not care about them at all. The government even punished them without going through the court. They directly subjected Ymir and the believers with a Titan injection, turning them into brainless Titans. This was the punishment to the Eldians after they committed a crime. Turning into a brainless Titan could be said that is worse than death. Although they had self-awareness, they could not control the Titans' bodies, they just could wander like ghosts. Marley Empire did not waste those Eldians by turning them into brainless Titans. The government sent them to the island where the walls were located. It was why there were inexhaustible Titans who could not be killed to that extent outside of the wall. After Ymir became a Titan, she wandered for 60 years. Under the coincidence, he swallowed one of a companion of Rainer and others. She obtained the power of the Jaw Titan and restored her body. At that time, Ymir still had a body of 10 years old. After restoring her body, Ymir decided to live for herself and do what she wanted to do. But because there were too many brainless Titans outside of the wall, Ymir could not cross the ocean as well. She could only sneak into the wall and had been stealing for a living until Ymir met a woman who changed her life. Though Ymir was also a woman, she fell in love with the woman. Su Xiao looked at Ymir after he finished his memories. He was clear about the person's background. He also guessed the reason why did she person come. You come to surrender. Of course, of course. Emir's character was candid, although she sometimes spoke sharply. She was kind-hearted, but under cover of her bitter words, she often made people think she was hard to make friends. And Emir's sexual orientation was different, so she generally treated men with bad attitudes. Cough, cough. A serious cough came. Emir had brought the woman she had spotted out before. In Susiao angle, he could only see that the woman with blonde hairs and her body was short. Crystalens, wake up. Emir sounded very anxious. Cough, cough. Crystalens coughed for a few times. She glanced around emotionlessly after waking up. Emir? How can I be here? After Emir turned into a titan during the chaos, she immediately swallowed Crystalens and jumped from the wall. Crystalens' external identity was only a member of the training corps, but she had other identities. She was a child of a member of the royal family and a servant. She was born without marriage and led her to be excluded by the royal family. But Crystalens had the blood of the royal family, who was qualified to be the king inside of the wall. The king had the right to control everything. Don't think that anyone could be the king inside of the wall. The power of the ancient titan could not be played fully without the blood relationship of the royal family. Crystalens. Annie stepped forward and carefully looked at Crystalens, whose face was full of titan saliva. Today must be our day. We not only catch Aaron, Crystalens actually come to us actively. Bertold Hoover was happy. Their mission had been completed, and now they only needed to return to the Marley Empire. Emir, what the hell is going on? Crystalens, a stupid sweet girl, was very confused. She was swallowed for no reason and now appeared here. Emir held at Crystalens' shoulder and began to whisper with Crystalens about the current situation. Emir was born in the Marley Empire and now knew the identities of the three men, so she has already guessed the situation now. Is it clear? Crystalens, there is no hope in the world inside of the wall. Now, these 4 spies are ready to return to Marley. This means that their purpose has been achieved. The world inside of the wall had already been very unsafe. If we want to continue living, we can only go to Marley Empire. Crystalens stayed in place and could not accept the situation at the moment. Then what should I do? What about the companions inside of the wall? Crystalens hesitated. Crystalens was a very inconsistent girl. She always thought about others, or she had no goal to live. The unfortunate childhood experience made her want to be a useful person. It will not be a matter if she dies. Are you finished? Susiao looked at Emir coldly. This kind of gaze made Emir shocked. What do you mean? A sudden surrender. Susiao directly rushed forward with a knife. Emir was shocked. Reiner, subdue her together. Susiao shouted. Annie and Bertold Hoover on the side were stunned, while the armored titan, Reiner, rushed ahead directly. I am not hostile. Susiao did not pay attention to Emir's explanation and cut into Emir's chest. Pucci. Blood splattered. A deep wound was cut in the chest of Emir. It seemed to be seen the heart was beating vaguely. You bastard. Boom. Golden lightning fell. Susiao raised the left hand with black metal bracer in front of him. The attack was temporarily forced back. Although Emir forced Susiao back, the armored titan rushed forward. The armored titan raised his arms and hammered on the jaw titan which just formed. Boom. Large pieces of skeletal muscle splashed. The impact stopped. Susiao rushed forward for a few steps, holding his sword to cut the calf of the titan. 5 minutes later, Emir, whose arms were cut off, lying on the ground and gasped heavily. The steam rose in the wound of the broken arm. Losing heavy energy made Emir unable to recover her arms, not to mention to become a titan. Susiao brought up Emir on the ground and threw Emir away. The armored titan's mouth opened wide. He bit on Emir's body with a crack. Ymir screamed shrilly. The armored titan, Reiner, was not trying to kill Ymir. This was to aggravate her injuries and prevent her from becoming a titan in a short time. Susiao did not accept Ymir investment with reasons. Ymir was indecisive in the original book. She helped Reiner and others for a while and then helped the Survey Corps. For this unstable factor, Susiao would not give the person a chance to betray, he would just injure her and took it away. So, it's time to you. Susiao held the knife with one hand slowly and approached Crystallen's. Wait a minute, that. Crystallen's, the stupid sweet girl, was a little bit nervous, the situation in front of her was too complicated. Her unwise brain could not work. A huge figure blocked in front of Susiao, the armored titan Reiner. Reiner, it seems that this woman has something for you. Susiao pondered for a while, now he could not fight with Reiner and others. Puff. Reiner came out from the back neck of the armored titan, and there were some muscles around his body. Tie her up, will be fine, don't hurt her, please Byakuya. Susiao put away the dragon flash and rushed for a few steps to the front of Crystallen's. This time Reiner did not stop him. Crystallen's was trained by the training corps, so she had some ability to resist. He could fight against Susiao. Crystallen's was knocked down when she was making a fighting position. Sobbing. Crystallen's, who was tied into a rice dumpling by a rope, her mouth was blocked by a white cloth, she struggled with tears in her eyes. The stupid sweet girl was carried by Annie. Several people jumped on Reiner's shoulder and moved on. Ymir and Crystallen's were completely unexpected. Ymir was a somewhat smart ass and thought that the same identities of Marley would let Reiner and others accept her. On the way, the armored titan was tired, it changed with Annie and kept going. They did not stop, it was impossible for the Survey Corps to catch up them. Chapter 181. At night, inside of the wall Maria. In a church of a small town. The church was about a few tens of square meters, the seats inside were kicked broke as firewood, a pile of bonfires rose inside the church. Several people sat around the fire, Susiao, Annie, Reiner, and Bertold Hoover. In the corner of the church, Aaron and Ymir were weak and leaned on the wall. Aaron had regained his consciousness at this time. But the injury caused him to be without the strength to become a titan. He could not even get up. At this time, Aaron was staring these four people with hatred. Aaron had tried to blame before, but under Susiao's careful persuasion, Aaron chose to shut up. At most he would not have the danger of being kicked to death. Compared to Aaron, Ymir was much calmer. Ymir, who looked somewhat decadent, leaned on the wall. The treatment of the two was not the worst one was Crystallen's, this stupid girl. Crystallen's did not have the power of a titan. She could not be controlled by breaking her limbs. If they cut her arms, this stupid girl will become disabled. So Crystallen's was tied tightly and threw to the corner. How long until you recover your strength? Susiao looked at Annie and Reiner. Although the two hurried on their journey, the female titan was not good at endurance, the main force of hurry on their journey was still Reiner. Up to 5 hours, we can set off in the midnight, we can travel faster without the interruption of titans. The time Reiner gave made Susiao satisfied. Now they have to leave the wall as soon as possible. If more than 1,000 members of the Survey Corps chased, the four of them were probably not able to resist. Susiao turned over the roast wild pig on the fire, which was caught on the way. There was no pollution in the world inside of the wall, the titans would not prey on the beasts. The ecological environment here was very good. The wild boar was roasted, the outer skin became browned and crispy, and the oil dropped in the fire made it smell charred. This kind of wild pig can be sprinkled with some salt, other spices will cover up the flavor of the flesh itself, and the farmed pigs need spices to cover up the smell of the meat. Annie swallowed secretly, she had stayed in the wall for a few years, now she saw the meat, the expectation flashed in her beautiful blue pupils. Byakuya, when will it okay to eat? I'm starving. Reiner came somewhat anxious after waiting but did not hide his expectation. He also had not eaten meat for a long time. It can be eaten now. Su Xiao's palm flipped, a delicate dagger appeared. The wild boar meat was distributed to 3 people. Su Xiao used a dagger to cut a crispy cover and ate it. The wild boar meat was crispy, and the smell of the meat was filled their mouths. Annie got to the softest pork loin. Although she ate elegantly, she could eliminate food at a fast rate. Hey! You guys are too cruel, you not only giving me a meal but eating with satisfaction in front of me. Emir sneered and no longer looked at the 4 people. The hunger in her stomach was torturing her. Aaron did the same movement as her. In addition to the drinking water which could ensure the life, the 2 were not given any food. Helping the enemy to restore their physical strengths was extremely a stupid thing. Reiner, who was enjoying dinner, suddenly stopped and walked up to Emir after hesitating. You suddenly have consciences? I say that, although you looked not good, you will not. Emir stopped her words suddenly, because Reiner did not pay attention to her, but brought the silly sweet girl Crystallen's up, and pulled the white cloth on Crystallen's mouth. Crystallen's, eat some meat. Reiner tore a piece of meat and handed it to Crystallen's mouth. Crystallen's hesitated for 2 seconds and ate it. Seeing this scene, Reiner smiled with a gentle smile. It didn't take long for Crystallen's to eat a large piece of meat, but she still looked a little scared. Thank you, thank you. Crystallen's thanked him with little voices. Speaking about this, from the appearance of the Titans yesterday, we have been running around. So sleepy, but fortunately, the whole of the wall is blocked. I should take a break. After doing so much, the treatment after joining the Survey Corps must be good, and it should be no problem to promote. Reiner sat in front of Crystallen's and began to murmur. Aaron, Emir, and Crystallen's, including Annie, were stunned. They didn't understand what Reiner was saying. Blocking the city wall? Joining the Survey Corps? Promote? The wall was destroyed by Renner and others. When the matter reached this situation, he surprisingly wanted to join the Survey Corps. Bertold Hoover sat next to the bonfire and held his legs. He helplessly looked at Reiner. Reiner! Su Xiao shouted. Reiner's current mental state was very wrong. What happened, Byakuya? Right. Reiner seemed to think of something suddenly, both hands patted on his legs and continued to say. You are a member of the Survey Corps. When I join the Survey Corps, you must take care of me. As a soldier, my performance is already excellent. Well, it is excellent. After Aaron and Emir heard his words, they felt a chill running down their spines. Crystallen's carefully moved backward. That. Mr. Reiner, what are you talking about? Emir looked at Reiner with stun. Well? What do you mean, shouldn't I be promoted? Reiner chuckled and looked relaxed. It seemed that he was still a member of the training corps. Now he just talked with his peers. Reiner. Su Xiao sounded a bit angry. What happened? Byakuya, why did you stand up, tomorrow? You are not a soldier at all, you are a warrior. Marley warrior. Su Xiao's words made Reiner irritated strongly. Reiner gradually recalled all kinds of things inside of the wall. He began to have pupil constriction, and his shoulders kept shaking. After a few seconds, Reiner became calm. So this is a... Reiner raised his trembling hands and pressed his hands on his face. Ha? What do you mean? Aaron's gaze was still full of hatred, but the sight looked at Reiner was somewhat different from before. I seem to understand what is going on. Emir looked at Reiner with certain. If I guess right, he lives in the wall for a long time, had already let him integrate into the training corps fully. He used to be a warrior who was trying to destroy the city wall. Because he was pretending to be a soldier for a long time, now he can't tell whether he is a soldier or a warrior. No, it may be the guilty in his mind is hard to bear. he has another personality in his mind. One is Reiner, who is a soldier, the responsibility is to defend the city wall, and the other is Reiner, a warrior, who is committed to destroying the city wall. The contradict thought to let him get schizophrenia and to tamper with his own memory. This situation just happened should not happen for the first time, it can be seen from Bertold Hoover's speechless expressions. It's so good that it can do to this extent, both. Emir said more and more, but she did not notice Reiner's expressions gradually distorted under his hands. Shut your mouth up. Reiner's voice was low and a little scary. Emir shut up immediately after seeing Reiner's trembled pupil. Sorry, I'm over the top. Emir was very acquainted, if she dares to continue saying, Reiner may kill her. It could be seen from the sneer from Emir's face, her apology was not sincere. Interesting, if you go back to Marley. Emir was more interested in looking at Reiner, the smile on her face had a unique charm. Shut up, or I will cut off your tongue. Su Xiao's voice was not big and looked at Emir aside. Emir immediately bowed her head and closed her mouth. The smile on her face also disappeared. She knew clearly that this man was essentially different from Reiner. Although this man looked calm, he was 100 times more dangerous than Reiner. Su Xiao looked at Reiner, whose shoulders were shaking, this guy's mental state was getting more and more unstable. The relationship between the team members was now complicated. Bertold Hoover loved Annie. Reiner loved Krista Lentz. Emir also loved Krista Lentz. Reiner had a mental illness, this kind of people generally not very good to interact with. Bertold Hoover lacked opinions, he could be commonly said as soft eggplant. Annie looked strong, but her mind was fragile. It could be known when she cried in front of Su Xiao that her mind was actually very fragile. Krista Lentz was a stupid girl, this girl was easy to deal with, tying her would be fine. Emir loved to talk nonsense, and she was shrewd, if she dares to talk something, Su Xiao does not mind to cut off her tongue. Aaron in the team was the easiest to deal with, if he doesn't obey, he will be punched by Su Xiao. Su Xiao suddenly had some headaches. The relationship between these people was not as simple as the love triangle. They must leave the range of Wall Maria as soon as possible. Otherwise, these teenagers with different personalities may have some problems. If he kills two of them, he will be in trouble. And the basement of Aaron's house, Su Xiao must go there, it was likely to get a lot of benefits there. Su Xiao threw the key in his hand, he couldn't help but expect it. Chapter 182. On the endless grassland, the breeze flew, the whole grassland rustled like a green ocean. A hare was hiding in the green grass, the two long ears swayed from time to time, bowing its head and eating the sprout of the green grass. The hare's head suddenly lifted up, it looked around with a panic, hurriedly fleeing after feeling the vibration on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A figure more than 10 meters high passed by, the grass was stepped leaving big footprints. Su Xiao sat on female Titan's shoulder, he yawned because of being bored. They had already traveled for 7 hours, Annie and Reiner alternately carried several people on their backs, occasionally taking a break. Yet, Reiner sat up and stretched his body, he was tired enough to fall asleep on the female Titan's shoulder. What time is it? Reiner's sight was not clear, he had bloodshot eyes. 8 am. Is there anything left from what we had yesterday? Using the power of the Titan continuously is very exhausting. Su Xiao took out a piece of barbecue and handed it to Reiner, and took out a bottle of water. Turn to you after eating these, you were sleeping while Annie held herself with all of her strength. Reiner nodded and bit the meat listlessly. You seem to have never slept for 1 day and 1 night, don't you rest? For the time being, I still can't rest. Although Su Xiao cooperated with several people, he did not fully trust them, the perceptions of Reiner and others were not strong. You're indeed an empire's warrior. It seems that I have been lazy in recent years, Annie stop. After Reiner ate the food, he shouted, and the female Titan Annie stopped. They completed the alternation skillfully. After 50 seconds, Annie, who was tired, sat on the armored Titan Reiner's shoulder. Does it really make sense to travel like this? Will the Survey Corps really catch up? Annie looked at Susiao with doubts. If I kidnap a very important person in the Marley Empire and then destroyed the borderline, and I fled with a few spies inside of the wall, do you think how much military power the Empire would send? Susiao's description made Annie speechless. This was an endless hatred. Don't say that the Survey Corps, even the royal family sending the military police regiment would not be strange. So we have to leave Paratitivue as soon as possible. Paratitivue was an island that everyone knew now. Although it was an island, the area was definitely not small. Otherwise, the Marley Empire would not covet the resources there. Reiner walked slower than Annie, but Reiner was better at endurance. About 3 hours later, a town could be seen vaguely. Eren, who was fixed on the armored Titan's shoulder, was obviously restless. This is hometown. Eren sounded choked up. Although it was only 5 years later, the city became ruins. There were trees in the town could be seen faintly. Most of the houses collapsed because of no one inhabited for a long time. From a distance, they could see the hole on the wall that was kicked out by Bertold Hoover. We finally arrived. Susiao overlooked the town below. There were thousands of houses in the town. It was impossible to find Eren's home by luck. I finally got here, finally. Bertold Hoover got up and looked down at the town below. He was a bit guilty because the place was attacked by him. Bertold Hoover? Eren whispered, and Bertold Hoover's body trembled. I will kill you one day, I swear. Eren didn't shout but remained very calm. This tone made Bertold Hoover somewhat fearful. If you can, kill me, then do it. I had already had the consciousness of sacrifice when I lifted that foot 5 years ago. Bertold Hoover, who had always been indecisive, his tone became firm. Byakuya, you took the keys to enter the basement of my house, right? Although I don't know where you get this information, I can't believe you can find my home in many houses. Eren looked up at Susiao with a plastic smile. The experience along the way made Eren become mature. The betrayal of his classmates, the great changes inside of the wall made Eren accelerate to grow up. I don't need you to find the way. Susiao was not ready to torture and ask Eren. He had his own way. He began to recall the details in animation quickly. The colossal titan kicked the wall break. The young Eren ran in the direction of his home. The mother was crushed by the house. Susiao's thoughts turned sharply. When Eren's mother was crushed by the house, the Titan had not yet entered the city. The only reason why the house collapsed was the stone that the colossal Titan kicked to fly when he broke the wall. Looking around in the town, 4 or 5 big stones came into sight. Reiner, look over there. As we discussed before, if we can't find Eren's home in 2 hours, give up. The armored Titan, Reiner, walked toward the direction that Susiao pointed and soon arrived in front of a large stone. The big stone was surrounded by grass. The whole big stone was set in a wooden house. Not here, go over there. Reiner began to move around the town, passing one stone after another, but each stone was different from the scene in Susiao's memory. The last one. Susiao looked at the big stone in the town closest to the city wall. That was the last hope. The armored Titan moves a step. Susiao's sight quietly swept toward Eren. Although Eren was trying to keep calm, the action that looked up from time to time revealed his intentions. This boy was still too young. It can't be wrong, that's it? Susiao could be sure. You bastard! Eren roared and tried to struggle, but he injured seriously. He only drank a small amount of water every night, which made him weak extremely. The footsteps of the armored Titan Reiner stopped. Susiao carefully observed the surrounding terrain. A collapsed house, a boulder crushed the roof and a half of the female body in the nearby grass. This was the home of Eren, the beginning of the plot. Reiner, Open this roof. Reiner did not think too much, the two big hands opened the roof easily like an excavator and continued to dig down. Soon, Reiner cleaned up the collapsed house, a black hole appeared, there was a step leading to the basement. Below was the basement of Aaron's house. This place was an important turning point in the original plot, so Xiao could not help but look forward. Reiner released the Titan mode and took Aaron to the front of the steps. Bertold Hoover carried at Emir. Annie brought Krista Lentz. The treatment of this silly sweet girl was different. Is this? I heard you mention it many times before. Rainer looked at Aaron in his hand. Reiner, can I ask you something as we were companions? Say it. Help me to collect the bones over there, that is my mother's bones. Reiner did not hesitate to step forward, took off his shirt and wrapped the half of bones, and tied his shirt on Aaron's body. Don't thank me, I have known that my crime deserves more than death. I knew it 5 years ago. After finishing, Reiner ran for a few steps to keep up with Su Xiao's pace. Su Xiao held the flashlight in his left hand and took the key that Aaron carried in the right hand and walked down the steps. This key that Aaron's father asked Aaron to conserve, and it should have a key role. Su Xiao took the lead, Annie and others followed. The expressions of several people were a little nervous. Su Xiao easily walked in the forefront. The basement was unlikely to be dangerous. The downward steps were not long, a wooden door appeared in front. Standing in front of the wooden door, Su Xiao looked at the key in his hand and looked at the old wooden door. Su Xiao suddenly lifted his foot and smashed it, the wooden door was smashed with a crack. The basement appeared in sight. Su Xiao looked at the key in his hand and threw the key back to Aaron behind him. The key was useless, then the key slammed into the ground. Aaron's expression was like doubting his life. He unbelievably looked at the key that he kept for 5 years. The door that the key could open was opened by a kick. Chapter 183. Su Xiao took the lead into the basement. The entire basement was made of wood. The furniture in the basement was very simple. There were a wooden desk and a chair. There were wooden cabinets on both sides of the wall. There were several wooden boxes placed next to the wooden cabinets. There were a lot of bottles and jars in the wooden boxes. Su Xiao began to look for valuable things in the basement and picked up a few slightly yellowed papers. The above were various calculation formulas. He could see the words of reconciliation and division vaguely. Su Xiao continued to search until he picked up a test tube in a wooden box. You get, the bone marrow of the attack titan, dot. The bone marrow of the attack titan. Quality, green. Type, experimental items. Rating, 17, note, the green score is 10 to 30. Introduction, the bone marrow of the attack titan, extracting the bone marrow would reduce the life of the person who had the power of the titan. The research cost extremely high, deep research is not recommended. Price, 3% of the source of the world. After seeing the attributes of this test tube, Su Xiao was stunned. He first saw the items that could be sold as the source of the world. It is very unlikely to get the power of attack titan through these bone marrows. This thing may not sell at a high price. The power of the titan was not very popular in the reincarnation paradise. It was not that it was not strong, but wanting to acquire this kind of power. The price you paid was far more than the return. It could be seen from the remarks from the reincarnation park. The biggest use of this thing was to sell for the source of the world. Su Xiao chose to sell it. Get 3% of the source of the world, and now you have 3% of the source of the world. This was a good start. Su Xiao began to look for other things by turning cabinets upside down. Titan's life drawing sheet. T-shaped Titan's anatomy. 8 Miss report. The bone marrow of the ancient Titan. A lot of items are placed in front of Su Xiao. The quality of these things was good, but these were not useful in real function. There was a characteristic that could be sold as a source of the world. Su Xiao felt that this was a reward from the reincarnation park to enter this basement. He sold all the items. Get 2% of the source of the world, and now you have 5% of the source of the world. Get 1% of the source of the world, and now you have 6% of the source of the world. Get 6% of the source of the world, and now you have 14% of the source of the world. The price of the bone marrows of the ancient titan sold by Susiao was very high, and it surprisingly had 6% of the source of the world. His gaze can't help but look at Aaron. Now the power of the ancient titan was in his body. This idea was vetoed by Susiao when it first appeared. No matter how he thought the titan's bone marrow was not so easy to extract, it may take complicated steps. Entering the basement to obtain a total of 14% of the source of the world, this had already made Susiao satisfied. The source of the world represented the attribute points, the much more. The basement became messy because Susiao turned the cabinets and boxes upside down. Annie and others stood at the door stunned. They all could not understand Susiao's behaviors. The only neat thing in the basement was the desk. Susiao took out the chair from the desk and sat at the desk. On the desk, there was the ink bottle which had dried up, the scale and so on. Aaron's father, Grisha Jaeger, was not only a doctor but also a researcher of titans. Opening the drawer of the desk and 3 diaries were placed inside. Susiao took out his diary, Reiner and others all gathered up. They also wondered what was written in the diary. Opening the first diary, the first page of the diary was full of mottled blood. This was Aaron's father Grisha Jaeger's diary. The contents of the diary were as follows. Today is my 8-year-old birthday. My father bought a cake. But the cake has too much cream. I don't like it, but I have to pretend to be very happy. It's my father's mind, but my sister ate a lot, and the cream was stained on her little nose. My sister is happy, so it's fine. Sister is dead, a large piece of ink. The damn Marley let the dogs bite her to die, just because we walked out of the isolated area. We just wanted to see the airship. Large piece of ink. Those animals. Animals, 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 animals. My sister's death was all my fault. I invite her to see the airship. My mother only cried silently. Dad even flattered those Marley officers. He didn't care about his daughter's death. I hate him, hate, hate, hate. The broken page that was pulled down. The broken page that was pulled down. I am 18 years old, now I am mature, and I understand that as long as we are still under the control of the Marley people, we, the Eldians, cannot be free. The broken page that was pulled down. There was such an organization, the Eldia Restorationists was my destination. I am very fortunate to join the Restorationists. The broken page that was pulled down. It's incredible. The member of Restorationists Owl turned out to be the government staff of Marley. I finally understood why the Restorationists would always escape dangers from a crisis, and I really hope to see Owl. The broken page that was pulled down. Today I met a woman named Dina Fritz. She is beautiful. My heartbeats are accelerating. What's going on with this strange feeling? Dina Fritz is actually the royal family of Eldia. It's really surprising news. The broken page that was pulled down. I'm married to Dina, not for the organization, we just love each other. Susiao saw the diary written here and looked at Aaron. This is Aaron's father's wife? That's Aaron's mother. Several people were surprised to see Aaron. Aaron's family was actually from the Marley Empire. My mother was not Dina Fritz. Aaron murmured. Maybe that's your father's ex-wife. Men have a problem of preferring new things to old one. Emir started talking nonsense. Although Aaron's limbs were cut off, his sights were very dangerous. Susiao continued to check the diary. I will remember this day forever. I have a son. I decided to name him Zeke Jaeger. The broken page that was pulled down. The power of the Titan in the 13th year is coming. The time for changing the host is coming. Zeke is 7 years old this year. I have used the thoughts of the restorationists to educate Zeke for many years. I decided to let Zeke go to the selection. Although only can live for 20 years is somewhat cruel. But this is the glory for the LDS revival. The broken page that was pulled down. I can't believe that my 7-year-old son, Zeke, actually sold us and sold his biological parents. The Marley soldiers have already come outside. A large piece of blood stains. The content of the first diary was over. It recorded the experience of Grisha Yeager from childhood to youth. The papers that were torn down should be useless content, which made it easier to read. Su Xiao opened the second diary. The content was as follows. I don't know if I am fortunate or unfortunate. I haven't been turned into a brainless titan. Aal saved me, but Dina has become a brainless titan and has been exiled to Paratitivya forever. This is the old method that Marley punished Eldians. I finally know the identity of Aal. He was actually one of the 2 soldiers who caught my sister and me when I was young. It was the time when my sister and I went to see the airship. Without him, my sister wouldn't have died, but why didn't I hate him? Aal's name is Aaron Kruger. He has the power of the attack titan. Today he passed on this power to me. I swallowed him after becoming a brainless titan. This is obviously revenge, but why am I so sad? I will always remember your name, Aaron Kruger. Aal told me the truth about Paratitivya. The so-called king of the first generation actually signed a non-war contract with the power of the ancient titan in his body, never fighting the Marley Empire. The guy's head must have problems, this stupid pig. The Marley people have begun to covet resources of Paratitivya. The broken page that was pulled down. I successfully sneaked into the wall. The knowledge that I learned in the restorationists made it easy to sneak into the wall. The outbreak of the plague let me build prestige inside the wall. Should I find a woman to get married, which would be safer? The broken page that was pulled down. I met a woman at the hotel today. Her name is Carla Yeager. I should probably pursue her. I want to fall in love with her. Second marriage, which reminds me of Dina, is she still okay? It may be a blessing to become a brainless titan in this desperate world. I have a second son. I decided to name him Aaron Yeager. Yes, this name is to commemorate Aal Aaron Kruger, who was already dead. Aaron, the father will not instill any thoughts on you. Although you are not as smart as your brother, you are happier than him. It was my fault before. It was not my son. Zeke betrayed me. From the very beginning, I betrayed Zeke. I am sorry. I am not a good father. Read till here. Everyone looked at Aaron. Aaron's worldview had been strongly impacted. He was not only a second child but also had a mother, perhaps aunt? However, it was more intimate to call her Dixie. Chapter 184. The content of the second diary was about to end. Su Xiao opened the third diary. The third diary was a message from Grisha Yeager after the wall Maria was broken. It detailed the origins of the Titans and the history of the War of the Eldia Empire. These contents Su Xiao all understood. Su Xiao threw 3 diaries aside. After reading these diaries, he knew more about the Marley Empire. Now the Eldians were not in a good position in the Marley Empire, but they were much better than living inside of the walls. After Su Xiao threw the diaries, a photo was dropped from the gap of the diary. This photo was a group of 3 people, including Aaron's father Grisha Yeager, ex-wife Dina Fritz, and young Zeke Yeager. As it could be seen from this photo, this family of 3 was very happy. Grisha Yeager wore a good suit. From the background, it could be seen that this family was not poor. Is my father, the royal family of the Marley Empire? This expensive clothing. Aaron looked at the photos on the wooden table with stun. Royal family. Reiner talked with ridicule. This is just what the people in the middle stage of the Marley Empire wear. Don't compare our empire with the inside of the walls. Even if the empire had wars for years, the residents were still very rich. Bertold Hoover was also proud as he straightened his back. Susiao ignored the conversations of several people, he continued to look for something on a desk. Although these 3 diaries were valuable, these gains did not match the origins of this basement. 3 minutes later, Susiao turned the desk upside down and still had no other gains. Is there only these things? Susiao put the drawer out and put on the wooden table and began to look at the interior of the wooden table, still nothing. Just as Susiao was about to give up, he suddenly found that the drawers on the wooden table were weird. Compared to the overall width of the drawers, the depth of the interior of the drawers was somewhat shallow. The interior of the drawers was engraved with some symbols, which seemed to be a reminder to someone. It could not be seen clearly if they did not look it carefully. It was the reminder of Grisha Jaeger to Aaron. Susiao knocked on the inside of the drawers. Thump, thump, thump. It's empty. Susiao took out the dagger to tilt the bottom of the drawer. With a crack, the bottom of the drawer was lifted, and a blue light appeared in the interlayer of the drawer. Susiao's side widened and put his hand into the interlayer of the drawer. What is inside? Annie's curiosity was attracted. Several other people were very curious about the things in the interlayer of the drawer. In the basement, several people had a feeling of a treasure hunt. I didn't find anything. Susiao took the drawer and broke it. The drawer was slammed into a pile of broken wood. I thought there is a secret. It is really disappointing. You will not secretly take it for yourself, right? Emir started talking nonsense again. There's nothing in this basement, let's withdraw. Susiao walked calmly toward the ground. At this time a test tube that occasionally flashed blue light was in his storage space. Titan Refined Extract, Semi-finished product. Quality, blue. Type, experimental drugs. Rating, 60, note, blue items scored from 31 to 70. The higher the score, the more precious the item. Description: this medicine could be completed after returning to the Reincarnation paradise, which cost 13,000 park coins. After completing, you will gain strength +2, agility +2, vitality +2, intelligence +2 after injection. Price, 8% of the source of the world. Susiao would not sell this blue medicine. It could be completed by spending 13,000 paradise coins. After injecting it, he could add 8 points of attributes. Susiao was a bit grateful. He seriously searched the basement, otherwise, he would lose a lot. Entering the basement this time, Susiao harvested 14% of the sources of the world and obtained a bottle of blue quality medicine with extremely high value, which was a huge harvest. The returning task required a total of 15% of the sources of the world, and Susiao was about to complete the returning task. Going out of the basement, under the bright sunshine, the warm breeze gently flew by their cheeks. This made Susiao feel better. The whole of the wall Maria was in front after Reiner turned into an armored titan. The few men sat on the titan's shoulder and continued on their way. The armored titan walked to the hole of the city wall. As long as they came out of this hole, no one could find them. At that time, they would be like a fish that returned to the sea. We finally come here again, we can go back home. Bertold Hoover sighed, and the happiness on his face was not hidden. After the armored titan got out of the hole about 10 meters high, Susiao's pupil suddenly constricted. He suddenly jumped from the armored titan's shoulder and looked through the hole of the wall Maria. They indeed do their best. Susiao pointed to the ground by his index finger. A subtle vibration came. What happened? Bertold Hoover looked at Susiao with doubts. If I guess right, the Survey Corps arrived. Susiao thought of a possibility. If the situation is really like that, he will not care whether the Survey Corps come. What? Bertold Hoover was shocked and immediately jumped from the armored titan's shoulder. I didn't see it, it's impossible. Bertold Hoover looked far away incredibly. A large piece of cavalry looked dark in the distance was approaching quickly. There is nothing impossible. The Survey Corps has more horses for each person. If they are on a non-stop journey, they can check the Titan's forest and go straight here. We want to leave the Wall Maria in the shortest time. This is our only way. Even if Susiao knew that he would be caught up by the Survey Corps, he would come here. The basement of Aaron's house could not be given up. Go, get ready to start fleeing. Susiao and Bertold Hoover returned to the armored Titan's shoulder. The armored Titan ran at full speed after identifying the direction. Aaron! A shout came in the back. Listening to the voice, it was Mikasa. Aaron was stunned after hearing this sound. Mikasa? Is it? Aaron's eyes were shining. The Survey Corps came. How did they catch it? We hurry on our way at full strength. Bertold Hoover looked nervous. The 700 or 800 members of the Survey Corps gave him a lot of pressure. Annie's fist tightened. If they're caught up, everything will be over. Unlike the two nervous people, Susiao looked relaxed and sat on the armored Titan's shoulder. Although I don't know why you are so confident, it seems that we are going to be saved. Emir looked at Susiao with a smile. Oh? Are you sure? Susiao's calm attitude made Emir frown. Continuously traveling around the day and night, it is useless for Survey Corps to have more people. I don't believe that they have the fighting power after traveling for a day and night. Susiao took out the telescope and observed the Survey Corps pursuing behind. The head of the group, Erwin, was exhausted and had dark circles around his eyes. The dry and cracked lips represented that they did not carry much food and fresh water. Susiao's mouth tilted up. A regiment of the few hundred people could not solve the problem of food by hunting. Looking at the horses of the Survey Corps, now everyone was riding a horse as some shared horses. After traveling with high intensity, the horses' lips appeared white foam vaguely. These horses had not been drinking for a long time. Reiner, can you persist for 4 hours? The armored Titan Reiner nodded. Now he had no need to retain his physical strength. If he runs to collapse can insist for 4 hours, it will be no problem. Since you have sent the head for thousands of meters, then I will accept it with politeness. In Susiao's hands, there was a revolver with a slender gun barrel. The Survey Corps had no long-range attack ability, but he did. Chapter 185. Reiner, slow down. Susiao observed the people of the Survey Corps through a telescope. He was deciding who to shoot. After considering shortly, Susiao chose the target to shoot. The speed of the armored Titan Reiner had slowed down. This scene inspired the Survey Corps. Continue to pursue, these traitors are already tired. They killed more than 200 our people, and we must pull out their tendons and tear their skin off after we catch them. No, send them to the cells in the north and let them live a life worse than death. The people of the Survey Corps were in a chasing frenzy and the pursuing of a day and night made them physically and mentally exhausted. Head, are you ready to fight? Hang Zoe was riding close to Erwin. Get ready to fight, it seems that they can't run anymore. Erwin looked calm but didn't know why he was a little worried. On the armored Titan's shoulder, Susiao's legs were slightly opened and stood on the armored Titan's shoulder. He held Broken Elf in the right hand. His shooting method was not good. Under this distance, it was impossible to point a target to shoot. The skill gaze shooting attached to the Broken Elf could. Susiao used gaze shooting. The left hand wrapped black bracer hung naturally flat, the right hand held guns and aimed. A red circle appeared in his sight. The red circle was gradually lessening. When the red circle reduced to the size of the needle's light, it meant that the target was locked. The time was 5 seconds. The red circle gradually narrowed. Susiao's muscles of the arm which held gun gradually tightened. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, lock successfully. The killing moment had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Susiao continuously pulled the trigger of the Broken Elf. The 6 bullets rushed out of the gun. 6 bullets cut through the air, breaking open airwaves in the air. The 6 bullets flew to the Survey Corps at a high speed. all the members of the Survey Corps were still rushing forward. They did not know the weapons like guns. Snigger, snigger. The sound of bullets came into the meat came. Hang Zoe, who was riding a horse, was splashed with blood. Blood? This is... Hang Zoe saw the unforgettable scene after she turned her head. The head of the Survey Corps, Irwin, had 5 blood holes which were as big as the fist in the upper body, and the entire head had disappeared. Head. The blood ran down through Hang Zoe's cheek. Irwin's body slammed down from the horse. Head. Head Irwin. The formation of the Survey Corps was immediately chaotic. Their head died. He died under the unknown attack. Seeing this scene, Susiao relieved. The first target of the shooting was of course Irwin. As long as Irwin died, the Survey Corps would have no one to lead. The Survey Corps though had many captains, no one could replace Irwin, and other people would not follow their orders. If he chooses to shoot Levi or Mikasa, he can't guarantee that the one bullet can kill one person. Even killing these 2 people will only make the Survey Corps lose their combat power. It had no crucial effect. The horse team of the Survey Corps obviously scattered. Some members of the Survey Corps even stopped chasing and went down to check Irwin's body. What should we do, Levi? Hang Zoe asked urgently. You become the head. Levi looked down. Me? Yes, you. Can I do it? Levi stared at Hang Zoe. No, you have to do it, or those guys will run away soon. Levi's fighting power was strong, but he could not command. Understood, now I am the head, everyone should not stop and continue to pursue. At this moment, Hang Zoe could only do it forcibly. But the head, he. The suspects immediately appeared. Although Hang Zoe's reputation in the Survey Corps was not low, she could not replace Irwin. Now she is the head. Do you have any opinions? Levi said quietly. No, but... Shut up. I ask Hang Zoe to be the head. Another captain, Mike Zacharias, spoke. His power was only lower than Levi. The Survey Corps became stabilized, but internal conflicts appeared quietly. Don't stop, continue to pursue. The team continued to move forward. Dozens of members of the Survey Corps did not move. They drove the horse to Irwin's body. These stubborn guys. Hang Zoe whipped the horse's bottom hard. The large team of the Survey Corps moved forward again. Susiao and others had already run far. Susiao had been watching the scene with a telescope. Hang Zoe, the next one is you. The broken elf took 2 minutes to fill in the bullets, and the cooling time was 24 hours. Susiao checked the tips given by the Reincarnation Paradise. You killed the head of the Survey Corps, Irwin Smith. Irwin Smith is a key figure in the story. You have gained 2.1% of the source of the world and now have a total of 16.1% of the source of the world. Killing Irwin made him gain 2.1% of the source of the world. Susiao suspected that Irwin should drop the treasure chest. The Reincarnation Paradise was not a game. The treasure chest that was dropped needed him to take in person, so the treasure chest could only be given up. After 2 minutes, Susiao pointed the gun at the Survey Corps behind. Now the Survey Corps was the target. It was not a word awesome could describe. Boom. Susiao shot. A member of the Survey Corps dropped down from the horse. Susiao shot on the shoulder of the member of the Survey Corps. The bullet of the broken elf burst, and the horrible wound appeared. This was not a fatal injury. The member of the Survey Corps was not likely to live. After he fell, there were hundreds of horses waiting to step on him. 3 seconds later, the member of the Survey Corps was stepped into a pile of rotten meat and made 2 companions fall down. This gun was shooting where he aimed. His goal was Hang Zoe, and the target that he hit was 5 meters away from Hang Zoe. Deeply taking a breath, Susiao stabilized the muzzle. The pupil gradually contracted and highly concentrated. Boom. It was another shot. The gun was obviously better than the one just shot. The bullet flew directly through Hang Zoe's side and hit the member of the Survey Corps behind her. Boom! Boom! Su Xiao shot several times. Although he did not injure Hang Zoe, he found some good feeling in the shooting. Su Xiao's current physical quality and his strong perception, he found that it was not difficult to hit the target. The broken elf could generate 6 bullets in 2 minutes, which meant that 180 bullets could be generated in 1 hour. Reiner could run for 4 hours incessantly. It meant it could generate 720 bullets in 4 hours. Even after Reiner ran out of the strength, Annie could turn into a female titan to replace him. The female titan was probably able to run for more than 2 hours with full strength, so that Su Xiao had more than 6 hours of safe shooting time, and the broken elves could generate thousands of bullets. What was the concept of thousands of bullets? If Su Xiao can ensure that 3 bullets hit one person, the Survey Corps will be killed more than half. Raising the broken elf, Su Xiao pulled the trigger, and a member of the Survey Corps fell. He had a feeling of getting more and more accurate. The rate of shooting the target just now had a relationship with Survey Corps' dense population. After shooting hundreds of bullets incessantly, Su Xiao's shooting method should grow a lot. Hundreds of live targets were helping him practice his shooting. Chapter 186. The armored titan ran at full speed. A large number of members of Survey Corps chased in the rear. The clops were connected. Su Xiao stood on the armored titan's shoulder, lifting the guns, adjusting the angle, breathing smoothly, and shooting. Boom! The bullets left the gun. Ding! The crisp sound of the metal collision came. This could count as hitting an enemy, but the enemy did not fall. Members of the Survey Corps would not be passively beaten. After Su Xiao shot more than a dozen members of the Survey Corps, these guys untied the 3D maneuver gear on both sides of the waist and closed the 2 3D maneuver gear to block in front, which formed a shield that barely blocked the upper body. Although there was a danger of falling from the horse, it could save lives. Even so, the Survey Corps had a large team of nearly 800 people. Now there were only about 600 left. He could not easily shoot the members of the Survey Corps, but Su Xiao was not silly. If he could not shoot people, then he would shoot the horses. In the situation where the horses fell down, the members of the Survey Corps will be seriously injured if they are not dead, and they could not continue to pursue. The second force of the Survey Corps, Mike Zacharias, left the team because of this. The guy broke one leg. After Armored Titan ran for more than an hour, Su Xiao shot more than 200 bullets. The broken elf in his hand turned hot. The durability was reduced by 1/6. Su Xiao's shooting method had obviously improved a lot. Compared with the human's body, the horse's body was obviously much larger. Boom, boom, boom. After shooting 6 bullets incessantly, the broken elf spun for a few times in Su Xiao's hand. He was getting better and better. 6 shots to make 4 horses fell. Those members who fell off the horses were either injured or fainted. None of them caught up. It was absolutely horrible to fall from horses which were running at full speed. Even if you are not stepped by your rear companions, it will be inevitable to break a few bones. Su Xiao waited for the broken elf to fill the bullets. Annie and others were no longer nervous. Seeing from the current situation, it was impossible for the Survey Corps to catch up with them. As long as they didn't run into the forest, the Survey Corps' 3D maneuver gear was a pile of useless iron. 2 minutes later, the bullets were filled. Su Xiao shot 6 bullets. This time, 3 horses fell, but a member's head was shot, unfortunately. Waiting again. Su Xiao here felt nice as the sun is shining over him, but the side of Survey Corps will be overcast. This is absolutely impossible. We have to find a way. The blue veins stood out on Levi's temples. He had never been so upset. If he is defeated, he will not say anything, but now he had no chance to approach. How about throwing 3D maneuver gear away? It will be faster. Petra Ral proposed, but she immediately vetoed her own opinion. This was a very stupid way. Throwing away the 3D maneuver gear, even if they catch up with the enemy, how can they fight the Titan? If some people throw away the 3D maneuver gear and catch up with them, the following team will have a chance. Hang Zoe made a choice in the dilemma. This can't work. Levi immediately vetoed. Why? Hang Zoe looked at Levi with doubts. If the head is still alive, this is a viable method. If it is our two orders, there will be problems within the Survey Corps. Hang Zoe blamed reluctantly. What Levi said made sense. Untied the 3D maneuver gear and rushed forward, was waiting for the death. If she issues such an order, it will definitely have problems. Hang Zoe looked at Susiao with hatred. The choice of the person killed their leader first was too evil, resulting in the Survey Corps could only use 5% to 10% of the total combat power. The chasing was still going on. Susiao could only shoot 6 bullets in 2 minutes. After 2 hours of chasing, the Survey Corps had only 500 people left. The successive shooting made Susiao's shooting skills more and more accurate. Now he could shoot 4 horses with 6 bullets averagely. After the broken elf filled the bullets, Susiao pointed the gun at Hang Zoe. The feeling of lacking confidence in the shot where he aimed had disappeared. Susiao was not a shooter, but he had mastered the basic shooting skills. The 21 points of power attribute made his arm steady as a rock. The 17 points of agility made the speed of his nerve reflection extremely sharp, and the 17 points of intelligence attribute and heart eyes made his perception increased a lot. The support from these hardware and shooting practice in high intensity, his current shooting method could at least not miss the target. As for hurting the target every time, it was a dream. He breathed calmly. The broken elf, which became very hot, made Susiao understand that it was impossible to shoot thousands of times. His body could support, but the broken elf could not hold it. Boom! After the bullet was fired, the light red bullet flew over Hang Zoe. Feeling the broken hair of her sideburns and the burning sensation from the bullet, Hang Zoe shrank her head subconsciously. Boom! Another shot. Huh! This bullet flew over the left side of the horse under Hang Zoe. The well-trained horse did not respond. As long as it was not hit, it would not stop running. Boom! The third shot. The ding sound, the bullet hit the 3D maneuver gear in front of Hang Zoe. The kinetic energy attached to the bullet made Hang Zoe's body begin to lean back, but her legs tightly clamped the horse's belly. Boom! The fourth shot. Snigger. Blood splashed on Hang Zoe's lower abdomen. There was a bloody hole which was as big as a fist in her lower abdomen. Ah! Hang Zoe yelled. Her legs clamped the horse's belly tightly. She looked like that even she died, she would die on the horse's back. Boom! The fifth shot. The horse under Hang Zoe screamed. The horse rolled forward. The whole horse slammed to the ground after it leaped a half loop in the air. Hang Zoe, the head of the Survey Corps, detached from chasing team of the Survey Corps. This situation caused a chain effect. More than half of the members of the Survey Corps tightened the reins and stopped chasing. Hang Zoe, the head of the team, was defeated. They did not want to keep chasing. This was just an excuse. They became the targets for 2 hours. The endurance of these people had reached the edge of collapse. They were not afraid of fighting with titans. They were not even afraid of death, but this kind of fights where they could not resist made them very unwilling. The Titans' footsteps did not slow down at all. They will die if they continue. From the 800 people initially to only about 100 left now. It was not that the strength of the Survey Corps is weak. It has been running for a day and night to let the horsepower reach to the limit. These horses could persist until now was good. Most of the remaining 100 people had begun to hesitate. The Levi in front was their last spiritual support. Susiao also noticed Levi, who was rushing to the forefront. He didn't shoot immediately. He was waiting for the broken elf to fill 6 bullets. Chapter 187. After pursuing for 3 hours, Susiao still held the broken elf and continued to shoot. There were only a few dozen people left in the Survey Corps. The members of the Survey Corps were very miserable, leaving only a few dozen people from the original 800. This was the price of chasing without strength. It was not that Aaron was stupid to cause the scene to appear, but Su Xiao's surprise attack on the walrus was too sudden. From Reiner being exposed to kidnapping him and fleeing, the Survey Corps did not have time to prepare. The current situation was only a chain effect. Su Xiao just took the preemptive opportunity. Survey Corps chose to face the situation when the people and horses were exhausted. If they don't chase, they'll feel unwilling. It was an infinite loop. On Armored Titan's shoulder, Su Xiao tried to touch the broken elf's barrel with his hand. Shhh. It was very hot. If he continues to shoot for a while, the broken elf may break. A maximum for the shooting was dozens of bullets. Broken elf must not be able to hold if he shoots more. The barrel was too hot. Su Xiao's sights gradually sharpened. The muzzle was aimed at Levi. Boom. Without hesitation, it was a shot. Levi's horse screamed, and a bloody hole in the chest of the horse appeared. The whole horse fell down with Levi. Levi was quick in movements. He tried to adjust his figure in the air. Levi landed with a boom and squatted to the ground after rolling for a few loops on the ground. Although Levi looked unrestrained, he felt faintly painful. He immediately got up and wanted to chase with another horse. The pain in the joint made Levi stagger for 2 steps. A shot hitting Levi's horse made Su Xiao very surprised. He aimed at Levi's trunk. Sure enough, wanting to be a sharpshooter was just a dream. However, Su Xiao, who is away from the level of shot where he aimed, was already very satisfied. The previous shooting skill was really embarrassing. Levi falling from the horse represented the Survey Corps collapsed. Members of the Survey Corps stopped chasing. There was no meaning to chase. The enemy's means were too shameless. Although the Survey Corps stopped chasing, the figure was still going on. She was Mikasa. After discovering that there was only Mikasa left, Su Xiao put the broken elf away. The Survey Corps was still nearby, so the Armored Titan could not stop. If they run out for a distance and Mikasa dares to keep chasing, she will fall into the snare. Moving the right hand, which was a bit numb, Su Xiao sat on the Armored Titan's shoulder. Looking at the remaining time of the main task, there were 12 days and 17 hours, which made him feel a little worried. He did not know how big Paratitivul was, but it should not be small from the world inside of the wall. He could only look forward that Paratitivul was not far from Marley Empire. Su Xiao had some concerns whether he could arrive at the Marley Empire in the time limit of the main mission. If it is not the pattern inside of the wall is too small, there is no potential to dig. Su Xiao will not cooperate with Reiner and others. Several organizations in the world inside of the wall were the Training Corps, Survey Corps, Stationed Corps, Military Police Regiment, and the strongest royal family. He did not consider several corps. The gains from joining these corps were not great. As for the royal family, Su Xiao even did not want to join. In his opinion, the royal family inside of the wall was not a good choice as well. It was 10 times more dangerous to join the forces than to join the CCG in the last world. So Su Xiao thought of the world outside the wall. The Marley Empire was a good choice. There were Reiner and others who could help him. And the basement of Aaron's house. Even if he can't reach the Marley Empire, there won't be much loss. If there are no Reiner and others leading the way, trying to find the basement of Aaron's house was found a moon in the sea, which is the main reason for Su Xiao to cooperate with Reiner and others. What's more, Reiner and others were still a kind of insurance. Now Su Xiao had gathered the 6 inheritors of the power of Titans that Su Xiao intended to gather. When the plan failed, he could get the final benefit. The main question now was how far the Marley Empire was. Su Xiao sighed in his mind. He had a feeling that the Titan world was not suitable to dig vaguely. The duration of the task was too short, and the number of tasks was less. The scope of the derivative world was so broad to let people speechless. the distributions between the forces were far away, there was no way to travel quickly. This derivative world was like the reincarnation paradise wanted him to familiarize with the small and medium wars. Temporarily forgetting all kinds of thoughts in his mind, these things would be concluded later. The speed of the armored titan gradually slowed down, but Mikasa behind was not close, her horse also gradually slowed down. 5 minutes later, the horse under Mikasa gradually stopped. Even if Mikasa whipped it, the horse still stood in the same place. The horse was squatting to the ground, the foam appeared in its mouth. The undulations of the horse's belly were getting slower and slower. Finally, the horse stopped breathing and died. Mikasa looked at Eren, who was gradually going far away. Her sights began to dim. Mikasa squatted on the grass, her arms hung down powerlessly. She had tried her best to pursue, but Eren was still going far away. "Eren!" Mikasa shouted. Susiao sighed to look at Mikasa. The winner took it all. The person lost this game, and she was lucky not to lose her life. After being chased for 3.5 hours, Susiao got rid of the Survey Corps. Although the Survey Corps looked very miserable, the real casualties were not great. Because he could not accurately shoot, Susiao chose to shoot horses, but it was not known how many members of the Survey Corps could return to the wall. The armored titan, Reiner, ran for an hour and then stopped. At this time, the armored titan began to vaporize. After Reiner released Titan mode, red marks appeared on both sides of his cheeks, which was a feature of physical strength overdraft. We finally get rid of the Survey Corps. Reiner lied on the grass without strength. Bertold Hoover stepped forward to give some water to Reiner. Susiao sat silently on the ground to think about something. Thinking about 2 minutes later he went to Reiner. "Reiner, how long it will take to return to the Empire from here?" Susiao, this question seemed careless, was related to the lives of several people. "At our current speed." Reiner seriously pondered. "It will take about 3 days to leave Paratitivua. After that, we will travel on the sea for 8 or 9 days back to the Empire. We hid a boat at the seaside when we came, so don't worry about crossing the sea." Reiner barely sat up. "You don't know the way back, how did you come?" The doubts appeared in Reiner's mind. Susiao calculated that the time limit of the mainline mission was more than 12 days in his mind. It could take about 12 days to reach the Marley Empire. There were still 8 or 9 days of traveling on the way. If the weather at sea is not good, time will be longer. His heart gradually sank. The most fearful thing happened. The Titan world was really not suitable for development. It was indeed a reincarnation paradise's way to make him adapt the small and medium wars. "I almost have a headache." Susiao lightly pressed his forehead. "Byakuya, you haven't answered my question yet." Reiner's tone became serious. Susiao was not a spy with them, so they would not fully believe in Susiao. "Ah, that question." Susiao's body was getting tighter. He actually had a good excuse. Just say that he came by airship, but it was not necessary now. "I have never told you a secret message." Susiao spoke to see Eren and other captives and indicated Reiner and the other 3 people were close. Reiner and Bertold Hoover looked at each other. Because of Susiao's previous performance, the 2 men approached Susiao, but Annie stood in the same place and did not move. This may be a woman's intuition. "I am not actually a person from the Marley Empire." Susiao smiled, his eyes flashed a cold light, the dragon flash appeared in his hand. When Reiner saw Susiao's expression, his pupils tightened, and his face was full of fears. Chapter 188. Quickly spread out. Reiner screamed with a distorted expression, at the same time put his thumb into the entrance, ready to bite his fingers to turn into a titan. The bright knife light passed through. Reiner lost consciousness after his sight turned black. "Pucci." A lot of blood splashed on Bertold Hoover's body, and Bertold Hoover's mouth opened, his expression was astonished. After Susiao killed Reiner, the action kept going, and he turned his back to cut through the head of Bertold Hoover. Bertold Hoover had lost his life before turning into the colossal titan. His body fell down softly. Susiao's movements kept going, he threw off the blood on the blade, the blood glazed on the green grass. He rushed to Eren in 2 steps. What is this? Pucci. Eren's half of head was cut off, he slammed down and lost his life. Susiao looked at Annie, Ymir, and Crystallenz. At the moment, Annie was frightened. Susiao's attitude changed too fast. He just helped them to get rid of the Survey Corps previously. At this moment, he suddenly turned to kill them with a knife. Susiao rushed to Annie, only Annie need to fight on this battlefield. Reiner was unable to resist because he was too weak, Bertold Hoover had no opportunity to respond. The first to kill Eren to prevent any unknown things, Annie's distance was a little far away, she was not close to Susiao previously. Susiao leaned and rushed forward, he was already in front of Annie in a sudden. In this very short time, Annie bit on her white index finger. Boom! Golden lightning fell, and the impact force came. In Susiao's sight, he was emotionless. He had fought with Annie before, he could easily kill her. A huge foot stepped on, Susiao jumped over to escape the foot. Boom! The soil and the burrs splashed, the knife light appeared. Pucci! The toes of the 2 titans were smashed, and the female titan staggered for a few steps. Annie now finally understood that they were cheated, but why did this man do this? Annie tried to recall the scenes on the way in her mind. She suddenly thought of Susiao's moves of overturning cabinets in the basement of Eren's house. This man wanted to find the basement of Eren's house through them. Annie was right, Susiao cooperated with them was to find the basement. There were not many places could get benefit in Titan world, the basement was a good choice. The humans in the Titan world were not too strong, so the plot of the whole world developed around the Wisdom Titans. Susiao gathered most of the Titans inside of the wall by arrangements and helped them get out of the wall. It was a good thing to be able to arrive at the Marley Empire. If he can't reach the Marley Empire, he'll use these Titans to make up for the loss. There were 9 wise Titans in the Titan world. After the arrangements, Susiao gathered a total of 5 wise Titans, another one came actively, a total of 6 wise Titans. After successfully escaping from the Survey Corps and knowing that he could not reach the Marley Empire, Susiao chose to kill the inheritors of the power of Titans directly. Crack, boom. Susiao and the female Titans fought together, the soil on the grassland splashed, and the sound came far away. One of Titan's arms was thrown outwards, Annie's situation was in danger. Ymir witnessed this scene, she had high intelligence and knew that all of this was done by the man. Ymir looked around, she saw a small puddle in the grass not far away. She climbed to the front of the puddle with struggle, Ymir did not care how turbid the water in the puddle, she put her head into the puddle and began to drink. Ymir, who had not been drinking water for a long time, drank a lot of dirty water, and she obviously felt the strength of her body recovered. Trying to stand up, Ymir walked slowly to Crystallenz. Crystallenz, listen to me, I will let Annie take you to go first, goodbye. Crystallenz, who was tied, understood what happened, tears welled up her eyes, and she kept shaking her head. Ymir shouted after deeply breathing. Annie, you take Crystallenz to go first, I can help you delay this monster. The female Titan who was fighting with Susiao looked at Ymir sideways. Just a side move, the female Titan was almost had a leg cut off by Susiao. Annie only hesitated for less than a second and nodded. Ymir's face was filled with joy and bit her palm. Boom! Another Titan figure appeared, Ymir surprisingly had the physical strength to become a Titan. Ymir, who had become a Jaw Titan, was about 7 meters tall. Because of the lack of physical strength, the Jaw Titan had not even formed the skin. The whole body had only muscles and skeletons, there were no arms. When the Jaw Titan appeared, She rushed to Susiao, the big mouth full of fangs biting at Susiao, and the female titan took the opportunity to flee away from the battle and grab the crystal lens on the ground. Quick, escape. The hoarse voice came from the jaw titan's mouth. This titan could surprisingly speak. Susiao held the dragon flash tightly in his hand. The long knife whistled. He broke the titan's calf by one knife. With the appearance of the jaw titan, it could be seen that she could not last long and did not pay attention to her. Because of this, Ymir did not take crystal lens to escape. She could not run too far. Annie knew how terrible the sword in Susiao's hand was. After catching crystal lens, the female titan turned and ran. Don't even think about escaping. Susiao's electrifying burst of speed was faster than the female titan. He could stop the female titan before she ran. A few steps rushed to the feet of the female titan. The female titan just ran 5 or 6 meters away. The body's inertia had not been raised. Susiao held a sword in one hand and aimed at the female titan's Achilles tendon. Pooh! A loud spitting sound came from behind which made Susiao's flesh creep. The action of waving his sword stopped and tried to move sideways. Shh! A white object flew across his ear. The kinetic energy of this thing was not worse than the bomb, whizzing and flew out of Susiao's sight. Susiao escaped an unknown attack, but the female titans had run out for a few meters away with crystal lens. The most important thing was that the female titan had already run up. Now with his speed, he won't be able to catch up. Turning his head and looking behind, the jaw titan climbed on the grass. She had no strength to continue to move. There was one fang disappeared in the jaw titan's mouth. The attack was a tooth spat out after holding it in her mouth. Is this a power of the jaw titan? The power of that tooth should not be underestimated. It was no better to be hit by that tooth than by a bomb. Shhh. The steam rose and the jaw titan's body rapidly vaporized. Ymir climbed out of the wreckage of the titan. Cough, cough, ha ha ha. Ymir lay on the ground and laughed. Susiao walked to the front of Ymir. Reiner and Annie are really stupid. If it's me, I will not believe you, no matter how much you know about Marley or know their mission. Ymir had given up on resistance. Ha, do you still think that their mental states are normal? They need a hometown too much, and I have prepared a lot of ways to convince them to believe in me, but I haven't used it. Look at your smart intelligence and give you a time for the last word. Susiao put the dragon flash on Ymir's neck. Ymir looked calm, and there was no fear in her eyes. I'm satisfied that crystal lens can leave. There is no last word. I am defeated by you, this kind of guy with horrible power and full of plans. I have nothing to say. You have integrities. Dragon flash cut over Ymir's neck. After 10 seconds, Ymir died because of excessive blood loss. After several bodies appeared on the grassland, 3 of the 4 men dropped treasure chests. 1 blue, 2 green. Chapter 189. Susiao put away the 3 treasure chests. There were a lot of tips from the Reincarnation paradise. He didn't check it because he had been fighting with Annie. Now he had time to check. You kill Reiner Braun, the inheritor of the power of the armored titan, gaining 4.2% of the source of the world, and now you have a total of 20.6% of the source of the world. You kill Bertold Hoover, the inheritor of the power of the colossal titan, gaining 4.1% of the source of the world, and now you have 24.8% of the source of the world. You kill Eren Yeager, the inheritor of the power of Attack on Titan, gaining 9.6% of the source of the world, and now you have 34.4% of the source of the world. You kill Ymir, the inheritor of the power of the Jaw Titan, gaining 4.9% of the source of the world, and now you have 38.9% of the source of the world. Because more than half of the inheritor of the power of the Titan was killed at the same time, the power of the Titan appeared the phenomenon of chaos. The ancient Titan, initial, rebirthed, drop, did not find a suitable carrier, the power of the Titans collapsed. Warning, the rules of the Titan world have collapsed. Warning, the rules of the Titan world have collapsed. Warning, the rules of the Titan world have collapsed. This derivative world will reset the timeline reset. Derivative world collapse, Hunter, please leaves as soon as possible. This series of tips made Susiao a little surprised. He had a feeling that he played the Titan world to make it break. Boom. A loud noise came from behind. Susiao looked behind. He could see a large number of buildings' wreckages rising into the sky. There, the world inside of the wall. Crack, crack. The ground under Susiao's feet began to crack, the surrounding grasses and trees quickly withered. In less than 5 minutes, the grassland where Susiao was located had become a desert. The sky was black, the rumbling of the thunders, and several horrible lightning flashed across the dark clouds. Shhhh. A fireball slid down rapidly from the sky, a long tail flame and slammed to the ground with a bang. The island where the world inside of the wall located instantly broke into pieces, the sea water overflew from the gaps of the island. Is this resetting the world? Why does it feel like the end of the world? Susiao felt that the ground under his feet was constantly shaking. Fortunately, he had completed the returning condition and could return at any time. He was ready to see what would happen in the Titan world. Crack, crack. Suddenly there was a large crack in the sky. Susiao looked up. At this time, there was a magic circle made by space cracks in the sky of the Titan world. The whole magic circle was boundless. Perhaps this magic circle covered the entire Titan world. Warning, the power of space-time is about to invade, the hunter need to leave immediately, and the survival rate of the hunter in the invasion of the power of the space-time is 0%. After receiving the hint of the reincarnation park, Susiao no longer looked around, but now it was important to escape. Return. A force of time-space covered Susiao. This familiar feeling made him subconsciously hold his back head. Boom. Susiao cursed angrily in his mind, then fell asleep deeply. Reincarnation paradise could destroy the world. Was it impossible to change the way of transmission? Susiao was full of resentment unconsciously. When he recovered his consciousness, he was already in the exclusive space. He returned to the reincarnation paradise. Transmission is completed, the hunter returns to the exclusive room. Exclusive room is an absolute security point, except for the hunter, no one is allowed to enter. The hunter returns to the reincarnation paradise starting to calculate the rewards of the derivative world. Derivative world, the attacking titan. Difficulty, LV.7, difficult. The source of the world, 38.9%. Number of completed tasks, 2. Attack and defense mission times 1, main mission times 1. Comprehensive evaluation, A+. Note, the score is E to S+. The comprehensive evaluation is based on the sum of the sources of the world and the number of completed tasks. Start collecting the source of the world. The source of the world was collected, and the rewards were settled. Earn rewards, 12 points of the attribute points, including the attribute points obtained in the derivative world, 12,000 paradise coins. The overall rating was A+, the hunter level increased 2 levels, you upgraded to LV.7. The rating was increased based on the comprehensive evaluation. The hunter level had reached LV.7, and the storage space had increased to 7 cubic meters. The settlement was completed, the reward had been automatically deposited into the hunter's brand. Checking the completion of the hunting task, of course, the completion, 2/3, reward the bronze honored medal times 2 which could exchange items in the honor store. After seeing the various rewards, Susiao got up and walked to the bed. The whole body fell on the bed. After 10 meters, he fell asleep. In the Titan world, Susiao could be said as he was physically and mentally exhausted. Although he did not encounter the enemy with horrible power, he thought for a long time. The Titan world was a world that made Susiao familiar with the battlefield mission. The time limit of the mission was not counted, and the map was so large that people could spit blood. What was even more speechless was that the task in Titan world could be received very few. In addition to the 2 missions released by the Reincarnation Paradise, Susiao did not discover other tasks. In addition to the royal family inside of the wall, he had been in contact with other important figures, and the protagonist of the plot was more like a pendant never left him. Even so, he still did not receive any tasks, which showed how many tasks in the Titan world. In such a speechless world, Susiao also played it with new tricks. Susiao's idea was to join Reiner and others to the Marley Empire. Even if they can't reach the Marley Empire, they will pass through the basement of Eren's house. Even if Eren's basement had nothing to gain, Susiao could kill the inheritors of powers of several titans who got out of the city with him. There were powers of the 9 titans, he gathered 6, which showed how many brain cells he used. 10 hours later, Susiao woke up, a strong sense of hunger came. After washing up, Susiao left the exclusive space. In a restaurant opened by a worker. The restaurant was not large, it had only 3 dining tables, but the restaurant was warm by decorations and the overall warm colors gave a sense of relaxation. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. A 20-year-old cook walked out of the kitchen with a few plates of the food which were carefully cooked. The cook was not high, but the figure was good, although she was not beautiful, she gave a feeling of looking more and more pleasing. The name of the cook was Xia, there was only one word. Susiao always ate food in this restaurant when he was in the Reincarnation Park. You just get out of the derivative world? You're full of the smell of blood. Sitting in the opposite of Susiao, her hands were holding her chin. Susiao had visited this place many times, so the two were familiar. Well, the derivative world collapses, so get out earlier. Susiao picked up a piece of bacon and chewed it in the mouth. Xiao's cooking skills were very high. Because the location of the store was remote, there were not many guests here. That's why Susiao came often. Collapse? How does the derivative world collapse? What did you do in the derivative world? Xia looked at Susiao with full of surprise. Sorry, I should not ask about things in the derivative world. Xia apologized, asking the actions of the contractor in the derivative world was a taboo. I killed a lot of important characters, I'm also surprised that the derivative world collapsed. Susiao put a bowl of fried sauces noodles in front, and Xia began to tell about her experience in the derivative world. I told you that the ghouls in the ghouls world are all monsters. If you get there, you can't be careless. I used to go to the ghouls world, and I was almost eaten by an A-class ghoul. These guys are powerful and inhuman. Xia showed an expression that the experience still haunted her. Oh. Thank you for your reminder. Susiao secretly said that he may not be able to enter the ghouls world, where he had killed through. Finishing the food on the table, Susiao lit a cigarette to indicate to check out. A total of 16 paradise coins, give me 15 paradise coins will be fine, you are a regular customer. Susiao traded 20 paradise coins to Xia. Although she was a bit talkative, she was very kind. This. Xia wanted to refuse, Susiao leaned on the chair and waved his hand. At this time, the door of the restaurant was pushed open, a contractor with a suit came into the restaurant. The contractor's pace was steady, probably he was 20 years old, with a calm smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Byakuya, my name is Carl, there is something I want to talk to you. Carl sat in the opposite to Susiao, holding a pair of tarot cards in his hand to play. Carl's strength was not weak, Susiao rarely felt pressure from other contractors, this Carl gave him a very bad feeling. What's up? Susiao frowned tightly, the person not only knew his fake name but also knew where he was. I want to invite you to join the Phantom Adventurous group, you don't have to refuse immediately, the rules of the brigade were different from the ordinary adventurous group. The adventurous group had a maximum of 13 people. Each of the 13 people would not enter the same world every time when they experience the derivative world. Moreover, there was no subordinate relationship in the adventurous group. There were only 13 numbers. The less the number, the stronger the strength. You don't have to follow anyone's orders, because the adventurous group did not have the title of the head. Even if you become enemies with your companions in the adventurous group, you can declare war before you fight. Others will not stop, we will only watch it. After listening to Karl's introduction, Susiao scowled. He felt familiar with this adventurous phantom group. Yes, similar to the phantom troop of the hunter world, the adventurous group is our inspiration, but compared to the hunter world's troop, our adventurous group is more relaxed. It is a good idea to bring a group of monsters together. Karl smiled happier. Susiao pondered for a while. He considered the true and false in the person's words. Why do you invite me to join? Because your strength is sufficient. The adventurous group will share some information and enjoy the skills of the adventurous group. But, although you can kill Lycoris Radiata adventurous group alone, this does not mean that you can join us directly. You will go to the arena to fight and make sure the position, after that adventurous group, welcomes you to join. Karl no longer spoke, waiting for Susiao's response. I will consider it and give you a reply within 3 days. Chapter 190. Karl left a tarot card and some information from the Phantom Adventurous group left. Susiao did not touch the tarot card, just picked up the information of the adventurous Phantom group. There were no such rules for the adventurous Phantom group. Basically, he could enjoy the adventurous group skills and numbers after joining the group. Information sharing made Susiao very concerned. When he received the information, he also needed to pay for information. It's a really good team, but unfortunately, Susiao dropped the information. He did not intend to join the adventurous group for the time being. The reason was very simple. He was a hunter. Karl's strength has not been weak. He now at most had 60% to defeat Karl. He keenly captured the magic surged on his body. He was good at dealing with the sorcerer. Karl, a powerful sorcerer, his rank was 11th in the adventurous group, which showed how strong others were. Ordinary contractors would be happy to join the adventurous group, but he should be cautious. He would not join at least until he was strong enough to a certain extent. If you want to join this kind of adventurous group without limiting your freedom and the head of the team, and the group level is not low, your strength should be strong. Susiao was prepared to consider joining after his strength reached to the top 7 of the adventurous group, which was more secure. It was not that he was timid, the place like Reincarnation paradise full of dangers and he never knew what people thought. Only his own strength was true. Moreover, Susiao had always believed that there was no free lunch in the world, not even talked about Reincarnation paradise where the weak were the prey of the stronger. He was looking for an opportunity to investigate what the organization the adventurous group was. Susiao picked up the tarot card on the table and gave a message to Karl. The message was very simple. I'm used to being alone, I won't join, for the time being, thank you for your invitation. Susiao sighed of relief and leaned on the seat. The hunter was destined to be alone. This identity brought convenience and costs. Susiao saw the regulations of the Reincarnation paradise when he first entered the Reincarnation paradise. The second one was what you have to pay for what you get. Taking out the dragon flash, Susiao looked at the blade of the dragon flash carefully. Perhaps only this knife would accompany him until he reached the end of life, or cut open the chains of fate. What are you thinking? Xia took a glass of orange juice and looked at Susiao with her big eyes. Nothing, thinking about life. Ha! Xia chuckled. You haven't even born, what are you thinking about life, but it's rare to see a good person like you. Susiao stunned, looking at Xia with surprise. Good guy. Su Xiao pointed at himself. Yeah, you always come to my restaurant, of course, you're good people. Xiao lightly touched her hair in front of the forehead and put her hair behind her ear. Do you kill a lot of people in the derivative world? A lot. Su Xiao spits out a cyan smoke and flicked ash in the ashtray handed by Xiao. How many? Xiao was curious. Probably. Su Xiao extended 2 fingers. 20. Su Xiao did not speak. Hey, you won't kill more than 200 people. Xiao looked at Su Xiao, who seemed to be looking at strange creatures. Maybe more. Xiao looked at Su Xiao with stun. No, it won't be 2000. Almost. Su Xiao was calm, and Xiao was already stunned. That, don't you feel guilty? Yes, but one day I may die too. Good and evil are given to judge by the gods, I will accomplish a goal before I see them. Su Xiao's face was still calm, but the long-term killing made him a little tired. He never revealed too many feelings, it would be found weakness by the enemy. Although I am not as strong as you, it seems that I live a lot easier than you, take it, don't thank me. Xia handed a tablet which was as big as a palm, there was a puzzle-solving game. Try it, it will relieve stress. Su Xiao picked up the tablet, this was a puzzle-solving survival game, the quality of the painting was exquisite extremely, if it's in the earth, it will be better than any game. Trying to play for a while, Su Xiao scowled, this thing was very interesting, the content was a person wanted to survive in the original forest, passed through dilemmas, searched for food and so on. Thank you. Su Xiao got up and prepared to leave when he walked to the door and stopped. If we enter the same derivative world in the future, I will protect you. Xia was surprised to see Su Xiao. The difficulty of the derivative world I entered was a bit high, and it has recently risen to LV.5, which may make you have troubles. In the world above LV.3, there would be a person who was stronger than human beings, so the Xia with LV.5 was not low among the workers. Oh? Then we may not be able to meet. If we meet, I will protect you. Su Xiao left the restaurant. He hadn't chatted with people for a long time. After he left the derivative world, he had made efforts to become stronger, and life in the real world was boring as well. People had their own thoughts in the derivative world, and in the real world, he needed to avoid discovering by the state apparatus. Su Xiao felt that this could not work. If he continues this way, he may have problems. The human was not a machine. He had been tense, then he may have mental problems. The consequences were unimaginable. It was impossible to relax in the reincarnation paradise, then he must find a way to relax in the real world. Su Xiao thought of a solution, but now the first thing was to deal with the benefits in the derivative world. He would strengthen the attribute points first, and then dealt with other matters. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao arrived at the property enhanced hall, and the hint appeared after entering the property enhanced warehouse. Welcome to use the property enhanced warehouse, please pay 100 paradise coins, the startup fee. Su Xiao's current attributes appeared in front. Strength, 20, original 21 has been reduced by equipment bonus. Agility, 17. Physical strength, 10, original 12 has been reduced by equipment bonus. Intelligence, 17. Charm, 3. Hunter can freely assign attribute points, 12 points. Drop, the main attribute of the hunter is detected as strength, agility, intelligence, please upgrade these 3 attributes first. Su Xiao pondered how to assign attribute points. He was prepared to balance the 3 main attributes. He strengthened strength was for the reward after arriving 20 points previously. In the end, his distribution results were, strength plus 2, agility plus 5, and intelligence plus 5. The attribute distribution is completed, the strengthening starts, the strengthening will be accompanied by a huge pain. Yes/no use of anesthesia function, this function is free. He did not use the anesthesia function. As usual, the property-enhanced warehouse began to operate after the assignment was confirmed. The pain came from all over the body. Su Xiao's muscles and bones began to increase. Although he had been experienced twice, cold sweat still came from the forehead. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao was somewhat powerless to rely on the property-enhanced warehouse. The strengthening did not end there. He also got a bottle of medicine in the Titan world. Taking out the medicine and the remainder of the reincarnation paradise appeared. Titan refined extract, semi-finished product, yes/no cost 13,000 points of paradise coins to complete. Su Xiao looked at the existing paradise coins, a total of 21,247 paradise coins, which was his income in the Titan world. He had more than 1,000 remaining before he entered the Titan world. Choosing a repair, the Titan refined extract, semi-finished product, in his hand floating. More than a dozen sophisticated robotic arms explored from the inner wall of the property-enhanced warehouse and began to complete the bottle of medicine. The robotic arms quickly moved, and occasionally added some ingredients to the bottle of medicine. After half an hour, the completion was finished. A metal syringe appeared in Su Xiao's hands. Titan refined extract. Quality, blue. Type, enhanced medicine. Effect, strength +2, agility +2, physical strength +2, intelligence +2 after injecting. Rating, 67, note, blue items scored from 31 to 70. Description, the mysterious medicine after refining, it would affect after injection, no side effects detected by the reincarnation paradise, it required to inject in the muscles. Price, 13,400 paradise coins. The score of Titan refined extract increased a lot after completing. As for the price, Su Xiao directly ignored. Piercing the syringe into the arm and the light red liquid was pushed into the muscles, the effect was faster than the last time he used the enhanced drug. Su Xiao's muscles gradually tightened, an unspeakable feeling appeared. In general, he was getting stronger. The feeling of becoming stronger quickly faded, which made him an addict. Su Xiao opened his personal information, his attributes had changed a lot. Chapter 191. Contractor number 13,013. To protect the hunter, this is a false number, and no means can lock the hunter. Name, Su Xiao, Hunter. Level, LV.7. Level 1. Every 10th level is a stage, the level promotion has no attribute bonus. It is the hunter's authority in the reincarnation paradise, which corresponds to the world difficulty and task difficulty. HP, 100%. This attribute cannot be fully digitized and changes depending on the degree of injury. Mana, 473. Intelligence times 10, the current mana recovery rate, 9 points every hour. Strength, 25. Agility, 24. Vitality, 14. Intelligence, 24. Charm, 3. Luck, 1, it's related to open items, manufacture, etc. This property is extremely difficult to upgrade. Hunter please cherishes the opportunity to improve. Note, the standard attribute for adult males is 5 points, and luck is 1 point. Agility attribute was the close attribute of the shadow of the law. The agility attribute had reached 20 points without wearing arms. The hunter can choose one of the following rewards.